In a dark and unfamiliar cave, the deafening sounds of rocks colliding echoed as a group of adventurers faced a rock-hard golem. It slammed into them, causing the entire group to fearfully retreat. Keep moving. This is a low-level dungeon, the Margoyle Golem area. The party's protector, in a moment of carelessness, took a brutal blow to the face from the golem. The commander, seeing his teammates fighting the golem and not paying attention to its lethal strikes, warned the group, "Don't let it hit your heads, deflect the attacks to the side." 3 others, seeing how powerful the golem was, charged forward together. "All right, attack." As soon as the words were spoken, one of them rushed forward, striking the golem first to support his teammates. The others followed, surrounding the golem, overwhelmed by the coordinated assault. The golem flew into a rage. The commander, realizing the golem had become berserk, urged everyone to defend. It's enraged. "Everyone, get into defensive positions. Mages, unleash the finishing blow." Obeying the commander's orders, the entire team immediately complied. Roger, a mage, using his staff to defend, suddenly ran out of mana and yelled at the mana support behind him. "Hey, mana gopher, what are you doing? We're out of mana." The mana support immediately tapped into his power. "Alright, I know." He was Sano Haruto, a hunter by class, codenamed Mana Gopher. Haruto closed his eyes, activated his power, and channeled it into the mage's body. The mage, feeling the surge of mana, exclaimed excitedly, "Nice! With this much mana, we can take down the giant golem king." As the mage boasted, the enraged golem charged towards him. However, the mage, unfazed, immediately attacked the golem. "Take this." With that one move, the golem fell to the ground. After defeating the golem king, everyone was exhausted and quickly rested. Haruto had just sat down to rest after replenishing mana when the commander approached him with harsh words. "Hunter Sano, you didn't contribute much to today's purge, did you? Get up and help clear the path." Haruto seemed to have no voice in the team, doing only as he was told. "Ah, okay." The others, resting by the rock face, talked about Haruto behind his back. "Isn't he supposed to be a strong attacker? Why is he always just standing behind supporting? It's clear he doesn't have many skills, but his mana reserves are endless." Although Haruto knew the two were talking about him, he didn't show it and just continued to work. One of them, upon learning of Haruto's vast mana pool, was surprised. "He can create infinite mana. Wow, that's like the strongest skill ever." The other quickly sighed, then looked down on him. "Strongware. Mages can also absorb mana from healers. It's only during those strong boss fights that you need that kind of mana, like today." Another person joined their conversation from nowhere. "So that's why he's been a hunter for 5 years and still hasn't reached level 30. Haruto acted as if he didn't care, but in reality, he understood that they looked down on him, no matter how low a hunter's level was. Their abilities surpassed that of ordinary people. He was annoyed with their condescending remarks and cursed in his mind. "Shut your mouths already. I know you're deliberately talking loudly so I can hear you," regardless of what others said. He would never give up. After their low-level dungeon exploration, they returned to the Great Sage Guild. As soon as they arrived, bad news came to Haruto, which he could not accept. "Hey, Commander, why all of a sudden? Why is a hunter like me being transferred to the production department?" The commander, hearing Haruto's question, replied with a blank expression, as if this was a common occurrence. "Sano, I don't know if you're aware, but the guild doesn't have anyone else who can effectively team up with you anymore. At level 29, it's impossible to participate in high-level hunts, and your only usable skill is generating infinite mana." Haruto couldn't believe the honest assessment he was receiving, but Haruto wouldn't accept this old reasoning and tried to argue. "But that means I can provide enough mana for any hunt. I'll reach level 30 soon." And when that happens, before he could finish, the commander interrupted him. "Most mages and healers have mana absorption skills, so your skill won't be useful in a real team. So, Sano, do you think reaching level 30 will change anything?" Haruto was taken aback, realizing that he couldn't change anything due to his weak level. The commander adjusted his glasses and reiterated the decision made by the guild once again. "This is the guild's decision after considering your strengths. Make full use of your skill potential and work diligently in the mana potion department." Haruto didn't want to go to the production department but wanted to adventure in dungeons as a true hunter. So he asked the commander, "If I refuse, will I be kicked out of the guild?" And the commander's answer, of course, was a rejection of his wish to go to the dungeon. "I'm sorry, but I don't see any potential for your growth. We can't keep you in the guild." After leaving the guild, Haruto bought a rice ball and a can of Coke to eat after a long, tiring day. But before even a bite could enter his mouth, he sighed. "Sigh, just like that, I'm unemployed. People thought his skill involved creating mana and transferring it to his teammates. But in reality, the skill was far more special than that, only he had never revealed it to anyone. Haruto picked up the rice ball and immediately a status screen appeared, offering him a choice. Do you want to copy the target? Ctrl+C. He pressed Ctrl+C, and the rice ball in his hand instantly doubled. Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V. This skill allows me to copy and duplicate targets. It's a skill I've never even heard of before. I had such high hopes when I awakened as a hunter, but he quickly realized that this skill was useless. It was a skill that only he was allowed to possess. No matter what he used it on, they disappeared as soon as they left his hands, like illusions. Therefore, he couldn't copy money nor sell duplicated equipment, Haruto thought sadly, as he chewed on the rice ball. In addition, the duplication of equipment has a level limitation. It can only be used when I'm at level 90 or higher. Skill level 1. The user's level is not sufficient to copy this item. My ability to create infinite mana, in other words, my title of Mana Gopher is actually this duplication skill, infinitely duplicating the little mana that I have. Duplicated mana doesn't disappear and can be transferred to other hunters. I've tried copying skills this way, but it requires some ridiculous conditions. Like having to kill a high-level monster, Haruto was getting increasingly frustrated and crushed the Coke can in his hand out of frustration. If I could level up a bit and copy some equipment, I could participate in any hunt I wanted, damn it. If only I could reach level 30. As he was lamenting his fate, he opened his phone and a new notification popped up. The longsword Queisha has arrived in Japan. See details. The longsword Queisha. This sword has 2 special skills and an increased defense effect. The reason this sword, the only one of its kind in the world, was so special was that it possessed its own level. The moment the sword was used, the wielder's level would increase to 200. And most importantly, this sword was coveted because anyone who reached level 30 could equip it. Level 30 was a requirement to use the sword, which Haruto had not yet reached, making him miserable. I haven't even reached level 30 yet. Although he couldn't achieve absolute power, Haruto still had an incredibly strong dream and aspiration to be a hero. Even though it's called a legendary sword, it's still very easy to use even for those at low levels. If I copy this sword, I will immediately become a level 230 high-level hunter. Therefore, this sword is now my top priority. The longsword Queisha was being exhibited in Japan for 1 week as planned, and its durability was only at 10. It could only be used for a few more hunts, because it could no longer be used as a weapon. The idea was to use the exhibition of the sword to earn money. Haruto's face lit up at the thought. This is a golden opportunity for me. If I can touch that sword, just once, the durability won't matter. I can copy it and use it forever. Reach level 30 in a week. I'll be able to copy the sword. Just by leveling up, things will be fine. A few days later, in another dungeon, a swarm of giant spiders attacked a group of adventurers. This was the Giant Spider King Nest for registered hunters, an unregistered dungeon. One of the adventurers, out of mana, quickly asked the mana provider, "Hey, spectator, I need more mana." The mana provider for this group was Haruto. Obliging, he quickly channeled mana into the mage's body. The mage, receiving a large amount of mana, unleashed an enormous burst of power, blowing away all the giant spiders around him. Awesome, I'll roast you all crisp. The giant spiders, burned by the mage's flames, cried out in pain. Those around them, affected by the intense heat, used their hands to shield themselves. Haruto, seeing the mage could use such powerful flames, couldn't help but marvel. The level difference is insane. His firepower has reached a whole new level. After defeating all the giant spiders, Haruto had some free time and opened his status window to see his current level. Maybe I've leveled up enough. As he was checking his level, a handsome young man teased him. Are you checking your status again? No matter how much you check it, nothing will change. Startled by the sudden action, he panicked and quickly denied. Whoa, no, I'm just preparing before facing the boss. The young man circled 2 fingers around, indicating he wanted Haruto to pay for watching them fight monsters. Senior Sano, if you're going to be a spectator, you need to pay the viewing fee. He was annoyed by the young man's teasing. So you're charging me, junior guild member, Ikanaga Aoi. The previous words were just a joke from this young man, but these words were sincere. After this is done, just treat me to a drink. This handsome young man was Ikanaga Aoi, a hunter by class from the Great Sage Guild. Aoi's teasing didn't anger Haruto. He was happy to agree. Alright, I'll treat you when I level up. Seeing Aoi's money-grubbing look, he realized Aoi's true reason for coming to this dungeon. He's clearly here for the money. Although this dungeon was quite dangerous since it was not reported to the hunter organization, It was thanks to that he could work with these high-level hunters. After resting for a while, the commander informed all members, "All right, now that we've cleared the path, let's move out. The boss is right there, so let's finish this quickly." The group stopped moving, and the commander whispered a warning, "Everyone, stop. This is the territory of the giant spider king, deeper in the cave. There's a queen spider hatching eggs. This is Alexa, the boss of the giant spider king nest. Level 80, Haruto." Seeing Alexa's terrifying form, instinctively feared. It looks incredibly dangerous. It feels like if I touch one of its legs, I'll drop dead. Can we really take that thing down? Seeing the worried and frightened look on Haruto's face, Aoi tried to reassure him. "Senior, you're not fighting, so what are you scared of? This monster is easy to deal with, but you still need to pay attention. Once you get stuck in its webs, all movements will be sealed tight. And, watch out for the eggs in its nest if we invade its territory. The spider might become more aggressive. A berserk giant spider king is more terrifying than other monsters." As Aoi explained the characteristics and weaknesses of Alexa, the mage interrupted and looked down on Haruto. "Hey, Ikanaga, why are you explaining so much to a spectator? Are you a reporter or something?" Hearing the mage's words, Aoi softened his voice and smiled. "Ah, sorry, the mage is always so loud. Honestly, we don't have enough time, and the viewing fee won't even fill our mouths." As he spoke, the mage stumbled on a rock, sending it flying into a spiderweb. This caused everyone to be immobilized. Unexpectedly, just with a light touch like that, Alexa went mad and attacked the group. Not having prepared, everyone was scared and turned to curse the mage. "Damn it, it's all that stupid mage's fault." The giant spider king woke up. The protector used his shield to block an attack from Alexa, preventing his teammates from being injured. "Get that disgusting leg away from me." After fighting Alexa for a while, the protector learned from the experience and reminded everyone, "Be careful of the webs and the eggs while you attack." At this point, the others also quickly joined the attack on Alexa. Preventing it from retaliating, Haruto, standing in a hidden corner, admired the breathtaking monster fight. "Amazing. They beat the monster like it's nothing. Glad these guys are strong enough. If things go smoothly, I'll reach level 35 after killing the spider monster." Seeing too many people attacking it, Alexa started shooting out webs. The protector, seeing this, turned to remind everyone, "It's about to shoot webs. Everyone, retreat behind the pillars." But the mage, a person who doesn't listen to anyone, looked down on Alexa and charged to attack it. "Ha, what's the big deal? I've killed monsters like this a ton of times. Everyone, move aside. I'll blow this spider away with my skill, fire." Alexa quickly sprayed webs to create a net around the area. The mage's fire attack hit the web. But unbelievably, it didn't burn at all. The mage was in disbelief. "What the hell? A spider that can block my fireballs? My pride doesn't allow this. I'll keep attacking until you're injured." Haruto realized something was wrong and shouted a warning. "Wait," but the mage didn't care and only increased the intensity of his flames. "Take my fireballs." The protector also noticed a potential danger and scolded the mage. "You idiot, if you break the eggs, what then?" The mage was surprised by the warning, but it was too late. The spider eggs, impacted by the heat, began to hatch. The protector quickly turned to the others. "This is bad. Everyone, run. It's about to go berserk." The mage, unlucky, was instantly wrapped in spiderwebs and stuck to the wall, and died with his ancestors. Aoi quickly ran next to Haruto and urged him, "Senior Sano, quickly hide behind those pillars. If that thing goes berserk, it'll shoot webs everywhere." Alexa went mad and began to shoot webs indiscriminately, causing several people to perish. The next to die was the arrogant mage, who cried out in terror, "How could my fireballs not work against these webs? Damn it!" Alexa turned its attention to the mage because he used fire, causing her eggs to break. The mage, stuck on the ground, fearfully pleaded, "Stop, I beg you, don't come near me, get away." As Haruto was running, Alexa's spiderweb struck him. The force of the impact sending him flying and causing him to cough up blood. "Damn it all," he cursed. In that critical moment, Haruto's status screen appeared, asking, "Do you want to paste what you've copied? Ctrl+V?" In this dangerous situation, he realized, my copy and paste skill isn't a complete limitation after all. Even though the item I copied disappears, I, myself, will never vanish. So, before entering the dungeon, I copied myself, completely intact, down to every hair. Just like in a video game, when I die, the previous me will be pasted back, causing my corpse to vanish. Haruto watched his body crumble and disappear, something he still couldn't get used to. Damn it, no matter how many times I see it, I can't get used to it. But, if I don't use it now, what other choice do I have? Suddenly, the monster attacked him unexpectedly. That damn monster. The status window reappeared. Do you want to paste what you've copied? Ctrl+V? After being killed earlier, he respawned and hid behind a large rock. At this rate, I'll have to copy and paste myself infinitely. I need to find a way out of here. As he was about to escape, he heard a noise next to him. Turning, he saw Aoi tangled in spiderwebs on a pillar. Aoi kept calling for help. Save me. Seeing Aoi still alive surprised him. Aoi, he's still alive, but he couldn't save Aoi when he himself was still in trouble, so he closed his eyes in guilt. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to do. The monster, seeing Aoi was still alive, went mad and charged towards him. Seeing the monster getting closer to Aoi made him worried. Damn, if I abandon him now, I'll lose my big brother status. Thinking this, he lunged forward, striking the monster, but it used its limbs to bat him around like a toy, causing him to stumble. He was happy that he had managed to distract Alexa. Nice, I managed to divert it. But to his surprise, Aoi was already completely wrapped in webs and couldn't escape. While trying to figure out how to save everyone, the status window popped up with the message, "You have leveled up." Haruto was shocked. What the hell? I leveled up. Maybe my attack earlier had an effect. As he was thinking, Alexa suddenly appeared above him. Again, I've already leveled up. What I need to do now is copy the longsword Queisha. A message popped up. Do you want to paste what you've copied? After thinking for a moment, he decided, I don't care anymore. If I can't escape, I don't mind dying 1,000 times to end you, even if I only cause a little bit of damage. My copy and paste skill will be enough. He then charged forward, boldly proclaiming, it's only a matter of time before I send you to hell, you damn spider. 3 days later. Since that moment, he had been fighting non-stop day and night, dying about 50 times. All of his weapons and the weapons he had copied from his teammates were destroyed. From this battle, he had become much more skilled and was now able to slash Alexa with ease. The giant spider was slowly weakening with each battle. Luckily, it didn't have healing abilities. The spider turned around and shot its webs directly at him. But luckily he was able to dodge them. TSK, I've died to that move 4 times already. Then one of the spider's legs rushed out and hit him, but he managed to jump onto the leg and slash down, go back to the earth. But after that, slash, the sword broke, causing him to curse in surprise. Damn it, this crappy sword, I shouldn't have copied it. He fell heavily to the ground. The spider, now enraged, wanted to kill him. Seeing its ferocity, he became scared. Ah, crap! Suddenly, the spider stopped, then cuts appeared on its body, and it broke into hundreds of pieces. He rejoiced at having defeated the spider. Relieved, he lay on the ground. Ha ha ha, I did it. Finally, you damn spider. Bet you feel stupid losing to a low-level hunter. I had to die about 56 times. After completely defeating the spider, he leveled up and received a reward. You have received a reward for defeating the giant spider king. Haruto was currently carrying Aoi out of the dungeon, trying to encourage him. Aoi, hang in there. I still owe you a drink. Remember, and now, I'll treat you to the finest whiskey. As they were walking, he was ambushed, and Aoi also fell to the ground. The giant spider king's offspring had hatched, level 30. Seeing the spiderlings appear at this moment made him annoyed. Are you kidding me? This is unreal. I'm fine, but if Aoi gets hit, he's done for. Haruto used his body to protect Aoi from Alexa. The spiderlings that hatched from the eggs were being slashed by someone, causing the rest of them to turn and attack. A girl, in one move, annihilated all the spiderlings. Hellfire was a fire attribute technique, and was the highest level fire magic. There were only a handful of mage-type hunters who could use it. Haruto looked up at the girl in front of him. If I remember correctly, there's only one person in Japan like that, known as the Witch Spear, a magic swordsman and saint, ranked 5th among the hunters in Japan. The girl looked down and asked him, Are you the only one left alive? He nodded in reply. Yes, unlucky me. The girl looked at the mess in front of them. The spiderlings had hatched, indicating that the eggs were broken and the giant spider king had gone berserk. It seemed like the high-level hunters in their group had all died. But, how could he have survived against such a monster? Furthermore, he even had time to save someone else. He looks like a low-level hunter. But then, what happened here? At the Japan Hunter Association, interrogation office, meeting room 2, he thanked Nanase for her help. Thank you so much, Hunter Nanase. Without you, we wouldn't have made it out of there. I also want to thank the dungeon access manager for reporting this, Nanase replied coldly. I'm just doing my duty as a member of the association. Just getting the job done, nothing more. Nanase placed the item dropped by the giant spider king on the table. The item dropped by the giant spider king has been reported. You're free to leave. At this, he asked confused, the high-level team got wiped out. and I have to pay to participate in this illegal unverified dungeon purge. That's it. Nanase, hearing him ask, was confused. What else do you want? Every day, countless accidents happened in dungeons. Don't you know that? You signed a form agreeing to all the risks when you participated. And regarding the illegal dungeon team, the association overlooks low-level hunters paying to participate in purges with high-level hunters, especially for the purpose of leveling up. Hunters wanting to get stronger is only natural, and although this might cause some negative side effects, it's effective in developing the hunter workforce. Anything else? After listening, he stood up and answered, "No, you're indifferent to this as if it's a joyful thing." Suddenly, Nanase remembered something. "Oh, the reward money you get for the item dropped by the monster has been settled. It will be transferred to you in a few days." He quickly refused. "I don't need it. Please give that money to my junior." Then, he quickly left. Seeing him so aloof, Nanase spoke up. "Hey, you're acting pretty indifferent yourself, you know. That's a lot of money. No matter how lucky someone is, a low-level hunter surviving in that dungeon alone. Hunter Sano is definitely hiding something." He was now walking down the hallway with a sinister look on his face. "Nice, it's a complete success." Opening his storage, I copied so much of the Giant Spider King's adhesive. Ha ha ha, that Giant Spider King was a treasure trove. A few hours earlier, Haruto had defeated Alexa by himself. The status window appeared. The Giant Spider King has been defeated. You received a reward item. The Giant Spider King's adhesive has the same effect as the Giant Spider King's spiderwebs. When used, the item will exhibit its powerful bonding ability for a short period. Level 40 required. Haruto picked up Alexa's adhesive. Seeing that it was nothing special, he sighed in disappointment. "What is this? It's just like superglue. I died and came back dozens of times just for this. What a letdown. I wonder if this can be used to repel insects when camping outside. Let's create a copy first." As soon as the thought appeared, the status window also appeared, asking for his opinion. "Do you want to copy the target? Ctrl+C?" After copying it, Haruto tapped on Alexa's adhesive, wondering how to use it. "So, how does this thing work?" As he was touching it, it suddenly disappeared, causing him to panic and search. "What the hell? Where did it go?" Immediately after, the status window popped up. Giant Spider King's adhesive has been integrated into your existing skill. Your Ctrl+V skill has been upgraded. Seeing this message made him very surprised. "Huh, my copy and paste skill evolved. After upgrading, his skill became more powerful. Ctrl+C allows the user to copy the target. Skill upgrade under control." He was taken aback. "Huh, skill evolution is being controlled." "Ah, Ctrl+V allows the user to paste the copied items. Level 1, new, currently 3 new skill options." Haruto was even more confused. But, shouldn't both these skills be unupgradable? Or, was it because I absorbed the spider's item? If so, did I find a compatible item for Ctrl+C, and can it upgrade as well? After thinking it through, Haruto became more cheerful than ever. "Really? Awesome." The status window reappeared with more options. He was instantly curious and clicked on it. New options. Immediately, new options appeared. Option 1. You can copy a target, then paste it for a desired period of time. Option 2. You can paste a target anywhere within a specific time. Option 3. You can't be caught by the Giant Spider King's webs. Haruto couldn't believe that a small piece of adhesive could create such powerful and high-quality skills. What the hell? I thought they'd all be trash options. But it's at this level. I'll try them out right away. Let's try the first one. As soon as he said that, the Giant Spider King's adhesive reappeared. Haruto looked at it on the ground. Even if I reach out my hand, it won't disappear. Just being able to do this is a big step forward. Then, the adhesive disappeared, and his face lit up. A full minute has passed, and it's still there. Then, he decided, I'm going to make as many copies as possible. 30 minutes, 100 years, 1,000 years, and now. Haruto cheerfully exclaimed, just like Mom used to make. His overly excited attitude made his coworkers feel helpless. Is he crazy? After discovering the hidden potential in his skill, he became determined. Starting today, I'm about to get rich. I'll live the life of a hunter at the top of society. After this, I only need to copy and paste the longsword Queisha. 2 hours earlier, in Tokyo, on the Rainbow Bridge, cars sped along, a voice echoing with reminders. Lead vehicle, please maintain speed and distance. Roger, maintaining current speed. Inside the car, a man asked the woman beside him. Hey, Aries, how many times have you been to Japan? This man was Moore Grant. Level 112, a member of the International Hunter Association. The woman replied coldly, twice. She was Aries Hugh. Level 131. a member of the International Hunter Association. And a mage by profession, Moore remembered what Aries had said before. You once said Japan is your motherland, right? You must have moved away, Aries answered indifferently. What does her homeland have to do with me? I have no feelings for it, Moore wondered. Japan is the last country to exhibit the longsword. So are you joining this trip to rest? Aries affirmed. Yes, I want to find a few things in a dungeon in Japan. Moore sighed. Hey, well, good luck finding them, Aries snapped irritably. Mind your own business. You'll get your face punched in one of these days. The car continued to travel with reminders. Lead vehicle is passing through the Rainbow Bridge dungeon. We will lose connection for a few minutes due to the electromagnetic interference in the dungeon. Roger. Upon arriving at the dungeon, Moore looked out in amazement. Whoa, a dungeon right on the sea. How romantic. Aries looked up, reminding Moore of the potential disaster this dungeon could cause. What are you talking about? If it collapses, it'll be a disaster. Moore was dejected by Aries's rigid attitude. Aries, you're so boring. Aries threatened him in response. You open your mouth to say those romantic words. So you want to get punched right now, Moore teased her. Hey, whatever I do, you always threaten to beat me up. Meanwhile, at the Rainbow Bridge Dungeon's access control office, a young man guarding the entrance yawned loudly. Guarding the dungeon entrance is so boring. The man next to him, seeing this young man's apathy, warned him. You little monkey, you got here through connections. You know, this lazy young man was Shinoda Satoru, a hunter by class, level 21, a member of the Great Sage Guild. The old man remembered what happened 3 weeks ago and shared his story. Capturing Shinoda's attention, about 3 weeks ago, it was pretty hectic here. Suddenly, something bumped into Shinoda's leg. Little guy, it was a slime. Seeing how cute the slime was, Shinoda couldn't help but pick it up. A slime. It's way cuter than the stuff we usually see in the dungeon. But is it okay to let them wander outside of the dungeon? Shinoda was happily playing when he turned and saw the old man looking terrified. Of course not, you clueless brat. Suddenly, something touched the old man's back. He turned around in surprise, and his face was filled with fear. The old man and Shinoda looked up at the towering figure and quickly drew their swords. It was a goblin. It attacked and immediately made the old man bleed. Back at the guild headquarters, Haruto's status window displayed his stats. Sano Haruto, HP 100-101, to the power of 30, MP 98/97 to the power of 18, Profession level 4 squared, Skill level 1 to the power of 1. Profession skills. None. Own skills. Control plus C, Control plus V. After seeing his stats increase significantly, Haruto was satisfied. I knew it. After beating that spider, my skill points went up. Nice. I just need a little bit more to reach level 50. Hunters who pass the level 50 milestone could more easily join dungeon raid parties. Apart from low-level dungeons for beginners, mid-level monsters usually have levels above 50. In mid-level dungeons, you can gain more experience points and rewards, and gradually over time, some rare items appear. That's why reaching level 50 is easy to level up. After reaching the desired level, he got up to do the next thing. Okay, first, I should copy the giant Spider King's adhesive and sell it at an auction or something. As he was happily thinking, he heard a commotion. He immediately turned around and saw everyone in a panic. Please make way. People were running like mad, cursing as they went. Damn it! Why did the dungeon collapse all of a sudden? From those curses, he quickly understood what was happening. A dungeon collapse. The monsters are breaking out. The adventurers, running away from the dungeon, asked each other, what do we do now? Run straight to the major guilds. Someone next to them said, the vehicle carrying the legendary sword to the exhibition was caught in the chaos. It's clearly a formal request for cooperation from the International Hunter Association. Haruto couldn't believe the sword he had been waiting for had been caught up in this. Wait a minute, the longsword Queisha got caught in the breakout. Are you kidding me? On the rooftop of the Hunter Association, vehicles for the adventurers were prepared. Everyone was in a hurry. Hurry up and get the International Hunter Association to help. Our top priority is to protect the vehicle carrying the longsword. Protect the transport vehicle. Who gave this order? A person stood up and declared, I, the captain, will give the orders. The top priority of the Hunter Association is to defeat the monsters and rescue the people. This is an emergency. We'll discuss it later. As she said this, she got on the vehicle, taking the adventurers towards the dungeon. The people below immediately complied. Yes, Captain Nanase. As they were boarding, getting ready to depart, Nanase heard the commotion from the front. She was surprised that someone was creating a disturbance when things were so serious. Me too. The guards immediately stopped him. You can't. Get down. Nanase snapped impatiently at the transport manager. Hey, we're in a hurry, get on board quickly. He was hesitant. Well, the person causing the disturbance was Haruto. He called out, Hunter Nanase, please let me come along. I've seen everyone deploy their plans here. The guards were adamant about stopping him. I told you, you can't. Hearing his name made Nanase pause. Hunter Sano. He shouted loudly, I'm going too. If I can't fight the monsters, I can at least help evacuate the people. This is a situation where everyone needs to pitch in, right? Hearing his sincere words made Nanase look at him, unfazed. By then all the vehicles had taken off. Nanase, in the cabin, began questioning him. Before, in the giant Spider King's nest, you also put saving your junior first. Hunter Sano, your compassion is unexpected, even though you don't look like it. Receiving her praise, he just gave a forced smile as an answer. Haha, she's wrong. All my actions are 100% for personal gain. At that moment, the other adventurers started voicing their doubts. Well, this is a little weird, isn't it? The Rainbow Bridge Dungeon. It hasn't even been 3 weeks since we stabilized it, right? Nanase, as the comm captain, reassured everyone. Nothing is surprising. Anything can happen in this world. A building that had collapsed after being reconstructed is not guaranteed not to repeat the past. Which is why we've been mobilized to prevent these things. To prevent the disaster from 15 years ago from happening again. Immediately after she finished speaking, the cabin became eerily silent, after listening to Nanase's words. Haruto unconsciously clenched his fist, remembering the disaster of 15 years ago, a global event that was a breakout on a scale comparable to a natural disaster, when monsters inside a dungeon aren't hunted frequently. That dungeon will become saturated and then collapse. At that point, the monsters that escape the dungeon will start attacking innocent civilians, creating a living hell. Those are the breakouts. I lost my parents during that disaster. I've never told anyone this because even I can't believe it, but I saw a supernatural being from another dimension appear and curse me with this ability. That being called it a curse, a gift, and only said one thing, 20 years. I don't know if it was referring to the time limit of this skill or my lifespan. Even at this very moment, the sand in that cursed hourglass continues to fall. It turns out that Haruto had an hourglass tattoo on his neck after that disaster. He involuntarily broke into a cold sweat, remembering his past self. That supernatural being appeared because of the disaster. He couldn't help but touch his neck with determination. That means that the next time that being appears, history will repeat with another disaster. There are only 5 short years left. I now know how to upgrade my skills. I'll become the strongest hunter, find a way to stop that disaster, and also remove this curse from my life. And to do that, I need to copy the longsword Queisha first. At that moment, on the Rainbow Bridge, loud rumbling noises shook the entire bridge. The monsters that had escaped the dungeon were constantly attacking civilians. The mobilized adventurers fought against those monsters. After fighting for a while, Shinoda realized the situation around him. We don't have enough manpower. At this rate, we won't be able to protect everyone. As he was distracted, a goblin charged at Shinoda. He quickly turned around and hit it, but another goblin appeared behind him. Luckily, the goblin was pierced by a sword. The old man had saved him, immediately warning him. Hey, hotshot, don't look around. Shinoda, grateful for the old man's help, expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. The old man, with a tough exterior but a kind heart, pulled the sword out of the goblin, warning him, if you lose focus again, I'm not letting it go. Shinoda immediately answered, yes, then thought, he gave me a sword and called me hotshot, but he just protected me from those orcs, and the goblin just now. He saved me twice. Shinoda was determined. I'll definitely repay you, senior. The old man, annoyed, wiped the blood off of his body. Damn, it's all blood, makes me shudder. At that point, Shinoda asked, by the way, isn't there any news from the support team? The old man quickly replied, all communication has been blocked by the dungeon's electromagnetic waves. But I'm pretty sure they've noticed something is wrong and are on their way here. Shinoda was surprised at this. It was no time to chat, so the old man made a plan. We should cross the bridge. We can meet the reinforcements sooner. Shinoda looked ahead. Doubtful. Cross that. The old man, not caring, bravely said, better than staying here and offering ourselves to the monsters. Let's go. On Moore and Aries' side, a large bear attacked their vehicle, roaring in a terrifying manner. It was the Bear King, a beast-type monster, level 190. While being attacked, both of them quickly hid behind the vehicle. Moore anxiously asked Aries, can this car hold up? Aries was carefully using her power while answering Moore's concerns. Moore, I understand your concern, but don't worry, my defensive magic is top tier. Even a level 400 monster won't be able to scratch us. Suddenly, rocks from the bridge started crumbling and falling into the sea. Aries was in disbelief that even the highest level of defensive magic is ineffective. Just at that moment, the old man and Shinoda also ran up and witnessed the scene in surprise. What is that? The vehicle that Nanase's group was on, flying in the sky, noticed the shock and reported it. Captain, that is Nanase, hearing this, immediately looked and frowned. That thing below is the strongest boss of the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, Queisha. Nanase was shocked. That's... She immediately ordered everyone, get ready. Queisha opened its mouth wide and blew away everything. After that one blow, the entire bridge immediately collapsed. Seeing the terrifying power of Queisha, Haruto was scared. The dungeon boss just blew up the bridge with one breath. Is my sword still safe? Queisha, noticing the two aircraft above, immediately opened its mouth to attack. It roared loudly and blew both aircraft away, causing them to explode. The adventurers fell to the ground from the wreckage. Upon landing, Nanase shouted orders. The dungeon boss has appeared. Change the plan of action. From now on, the entire association team will handle Queisha, all the adventurers. After landing, immediately followed her instructions. Roger. Suddenly, Nanase didn't see Haruto and looked around for him. She then remembered, where is Hunter Sano? Nanase smiled confidently. Well, I'm sure he'll be fine. I don't think anything here can kill him. Thinking this, she decided to ignore his life or death and focus on attacking Queisha using Hellfire. Haruto, seeing Hellfire attack Queisha, was amazed and wanted to copy Nanase's Hellfire. Hellfire, this is the second time I've seen it, but it's still as stunning as the first time. I'll definitely copy that skill. On his end, he used the giant Spider King's webs to land safely. Haruto rushed forward, but, right now, my top priority is to copy and duplicate the longsword Queisha. All of the adventurers charged to attack Queisha. Communicating as they fought, Captain, Queisha's appearance was unexpected. One wrong move and our lives are in danger. On the contrary, this situation is perfect for action. Hunter Nanase and the association members will surely focus on subduing Queisha. After all, the fastest way to stabilize the breakouts is to defeat the boss. We'll use this opportunity to steal the longsword Queisha. Remember to hide well and don't engage with the monsters, Roger. On his end, Haruto went searching for any trace of the sword. While searching, he wondered, there are a lot of monster corpses around here, probably the work of another hunting team. The most important thing about dealing with these monsters is that they usually travel in packs. I have a bad feeling about this. As he was thinking, someone's loud scream startled him. It's okay, just run. It was the old man and Shinoda. The old man told him to run, but Shinoda refused. I don't want to. I can handle these low-level monsters. The old man was unexpectedly injured badly. The old man, not wanting to be a burden to Shinoda, urged him, Hotshot, I really didn't want to say this, but when I tell you to run, you should have listened. But Shinoda, loyal and stubborn, refused to go. I'm not going to run away. Haruto hid in a corner observing. A hunter from the dungeon access control office. One of them is injured, he told himself. No, you have to focus. You don't have time to meddle. I'm sure they can handle this situation themselves. The old man, seeing that he couldn't persuade Shinoda, angrily scolded. You stubborn fool, don't you realize why these low-level monsters are in a high-level dungeon? If they gather into a pack, their strength isn't less than that of a high-level monster. The more of them we see, the more it means. They're gathering towards this area. As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of wolf monsters appeared. They were wolf-type beast monsters, level 15. Each individual was a low-level monster, but they usually attacked in packs of 20 to 30. Shinoda was scared by the wolf horde, that is, but he was still stubborn. Even so, Senior was injured while protecting me. Now, it's my turn to protect him. Haruto, hearing those heartfelt words from Shinoda, was suddenly reminded of when he rescued Aoi from the dungeon. Aoi, hang in there. You want to get out, right? Unable to ignore it, he cursed. Damn it, Shinoda, cornered by the wolf horde, became serious. Suddenly, a wolf monster pounced to attack him, but he didn't give in and slashed one down, beheading it. Another pounced, and Shinoda didn't have time to react, quickly using his sword to block the blow. Then, taking the opportunity, he stabbed the monster to finish it off, causing it to howl in pain. After finishing one, another one appeared. And Shinoda, scared that he was about to die, was saved by Haruto, who appeared in time and sent the wolf monster flying. It was knocked out from the impact. After dealing with the wolf, Haruto asked about Shinoda's condition. Are you all right? Suddenly, Shinoda's expression went pale as he warned. I'm okay, but over there are too many. The wolf monsters were gathering more and more, causing everyone to be scared. Shinoda, with a strong sense of honor, told Haruto to run. I'm grateful for your help, but you have to get out of here quickly. Even a high-level hunter can't handle that many of them, but he didn't care, giving a dangerous smile. I know, this is perfect. Shinoda was confused by what he had said. Huh? Haruto opened his status window, thinking, I was planning to save this for auction, but if I combine the giant Spider King's adhesive with my skill, how effective will it be against a pack of monsters? I'm too curious. As he was combining the two, a wolf monster charged to attack him, causing Shinoda to be shocked. Unable to believe it, the status window finished combining the skills. Control plus V, Giant Spider King's adhesive will be combined. Option 2, immediately after the skill was combined. He used it skillfully, causing the wolf horde to be scattered. They were tangled in his spiderwebs and couldn't break free no matter how hard they struggled, after single-handedly eliminating the wolf horde. The status window popped up. You have leveled up. Haruto opened his status window to check his current level. Combining the two doesn't increase my level that much. Just like I guessed, this is pretty effective against a pack of monsters. So this means I can basically win without even trying. Shinoda, witnessing Haruto's superpowered monster kill, was incredibly shocked. That many wolves. And he did it with just one move. What kind of skill was that? Does a skill like that even exist in this world? Maybe that's a super high-level technique. While Shinoda was still in shock, admiring his power, the old man quickly thanked Haruto. Thank you so much for saving us. You must be a rescue team member sent by the association. Right. Hearing that, he gave a forced reply. Yeah, we were on the same helicopter, so what I'm saying isn't exactly a lie. The old man, heavily injured, asked Haruto for help. Then I'm sorry, but can you take him with you? Hearing this, Shinoda immediately ran up, unwilling to leave the old man. I don't want to. Even if I die, I'll stay here with Senior. The old man, seeing his stubbornness, scolded him. You idiot, you'll be safer if you go with him. Seeing the depth of their bond made Haruto admire them. Whoa, this scene is like. If Senior dies, I'll follow him to the grave. Shinoda was still adamant about not wanting to leave alone. Haruto was hesitant. Whether they stayed or left, both of them would be in danger. I'm sorry, but I guess I have to do it. I can only copy and paste. After all, he gave the command, storage, open, then kindly offered them a bottle of medicine. Here, the old man took the bottle with a surprised look. This is Haruto turned to leave, but didn't forget to warn them, mid-level healing potion. Even if you can't fight, I guarantee it'll help you recover enough energy to move to another place. Receiving the precious potion made the old man a bit stunned. Why did you give me such a valuable item? Hearing the question from the old man, he turned back and gave him a bright smile. Because you have to survive and return to your junior. Shinoda, seeing Haruto's cool demeanor, was captivated and instantly admired him. So cool. Then he bowed down to express his gratitude. Thank you so much. My name is Shinoda Satoru. A dungeon guard, please, at least, remember this name. One day I'll repay this debt. Hearing Shinoda say this, he suddenly stopped and asked shyly. Well, can I ask you for a favor right now? Actually, I'm looking for the International Hunter Association's transport vehicle. If it's no problem, can you help me? I'm like a directionless person. Hearing this made Shinoda look at him in disbelief. What? A hunter with no sense of direction? Back with Moore and Aries, the bear was still going crazy and hadn't calmed down, but after a while, the bear was completely subdued by the two. Moore, seeing the bear just fall asleep, could only laugh helplessly. You made it fall asleep again, as a hunter. Your actions are non-violent, and you're very thorough with these things. Hearing Moore say this, Aries didn't react. Suddenly, a metal ball was thrown towards them. Moore quickly noticed it and slashed the ball in half with his sword. Moore realized that someone was trying to take advantage of the situation and felt it was ridiculous. I knew there was someone there, trying to take advantage of this chaotic situation to become the fisherman that catches the longsword. I've seen many people like that at the exhibitions. Come out, you thieves! Aries suddenly noticed something. This is, the leader of the masked group praised Moore's reaction. You're pretty sharp. Well then, use all your tricks and show us what you've got. As he said this, he attacked Moore, but Moore managed to block the attack with his sword. Moore, feeling that this person was too arrogant, warned him, don't underestimate me. Even though I'm only escorting you, don't think someone like you can get past me. Then Moore counterattacked. Moore then rushed towards the leader. Come back here. Seeing Moore in danger, Aries warned him. Moore, no. After that shout, Moore froze and fell to the ground. Wounds appeared on his knee with blood coming out from nowhere. Aries, seeing Moore like that, worried and rushed over. Moore, Moore's body lost all strength, and he coughed up blood, causing Moore to panic. "What is this? Why am I?" Aries warned him. "What those masked people are using is very harmful to you. They're using something to avoid mana absorption for a short time. It's a poison. If you keep fighting, you'll die." Seeing Aries recognize it so quickly, the leader was impressed. "That mage has a good intuition. We're not underestimating you. This is how we do things." Aries became angry that Moore had been hurt by them. "This is how you do things. Using poison that the International Hunter Association has banned, and you're not hesitant to use it on people. Fine, then. I guarantee you will beg for death without being able to regret it." As soon as she said this, Aries activated her magic to attack the masked group. Immediately, a mage from the masked group stood up to face Aries, arrogantly ordering her. "A mage who can't use mana is useless. You should just shut your mouth," a member beside him said. "We'll take care of the sword." As soon as they finished speaking, the mage instantly vanished. They looked around and saw a huge figure. "What? Wait!" The bear that had been unconscious had been awakened by Aries and was now roaring angrily, scaring the masked group after a while. They were beaten to pieces by the bear. One was sent flying to the ground, and the bear used its arms to beat him beyond recognition. Another ran away, observing everything as he escaped. "TSK, this damn bear, they didn't kill it, only made it sleep. Damn it, I have to get out of here." He then used the stealth skill to escape. After the bear had finished with the masked group, it was now Moore and Aries' turn. Moore couldn't believe it. "It's our turn." Moore was sweating profusely from the pain but still forced himself to stand, ready to fight the bear. Can't you make it sleep again?" Aries reminded Moore. "You know we can't use mana anymore." Moore knew that he was about to get caught up in Aries' violent actions. "I know I'm going to get caught in your non-violent and hilarious methods and die, Aries. I guess this is the day." Hearing this, Aries only smiled, not at all resentful. "You're right, but there's one thing you're wrong about, Moore." Suddenly, Aries got up and used her remaining mana to attack the bear. Moore was shocked. "Aries, what are you doing?" Even though Moore screamed until his throat was hoarse, Aries didn't care and rushed to face the bear. Halfway there, her mana ran out and she coughed up blood. Even though she knew this would happen, she stubbornly did what she wanted. "I knew it. I can't absorb mana, so I can't use my skills." The bear took the opportunity when Aries was distracted and pounced on her. She was small under the bear's feet, about to die, and she apologized to Moore. "I'm sorry." Moore. Suddenly, the status window appeared, asking, "Do you want to duplicate the copied object? Ctrl+V. Aries was startled, her eyes widening. Webs suddenly appeared, grabbing the bear's legs, then wrapping around its entire body, preventing it from moving and making it angry. Despite this, it was being wrapped more tightly, causing the bear to fall to the ground. The person who subdued the bear in a flash was Haruto. Shinoda and the old man followed behind him, seeing him take down the bear so quickly. They praised him. "Whoa, you took down that bear king with one move. You're on top of the world." "Buddy," Haruto was dazed that he was capable of such a feat. "Huh, I can do that. I had no idea." Shinoda looked at him with sparkling eyes and praised him. "Senior Haruto, you are amazing." Hearing Shinoda call him senior, he was confused. "When exactly did I become your senior? We're the same age." But Shinoda didn't care. Since he was stronger, then he was his senior. "You saved me and Senior Sakabe. From that moment, you became my senior. Trust me." He helplessly walked away, not able to get through to Shinoda. Sigh, "Whatever I say, it won't get through to him." At that point, he went to check on Moore and Aries. Are you guys okay? You're both members of the International Hunter Association, right?" Aries stared at him blankly without saying a word. She seemed to be still in shock from the earlier events. Moore suddenly stood up, questioning him. "You're also aiming for the sword?" Hearing Moore say what he was aiming for made him surprised, but he still tried to keep his pride by denying it. "No, of course not. I'm here to guard the treasure with you." But they didn't believe Haruto. "We just went through an attempted theft. Do you think we'll trust you?" Hearing this, he looked around and noticed that there were many corpses that had been beaten to death by the bear. So those corpses on the ground, it looks like they wanted to take this chance to steal the sword. But in the end, they were unlucky and the Bear King sent them to see their ancestors. "I should thank the bear." Haruto thought of ways to deal with the two. "Damn it, this is difficult. This guy looks like he's ready to swing his sword at any moment." Moore stared at him with a wary expression. Suddenly, Shinoda showed his ID to the two. "Wait a minute, why are you taking revenge like this? He tried to help, but now you're treating him like a thief. He's a member of the Japan Hunter Association. And Senior Sakabe and I are hunters responsible for managing this dungeon." He was pleased that Shinoda was able to make such a good argument to follow and protect the treasure. Nice. You spoke well, my friend. Just a little push, and, he gave the command, storage, open, then took out 2 healing potions and handed them to Moore and Aries. Now, drink this. Your wounds look serious. They were both surprised to see him give them those potions, because he was smiling so slyly. He thought to himself, all of this is to copy the longsword Queisha. This investment is worth it. Go on, drink it, don't worry about it. They took the potions, still stunned. Aries glanced at the bear, which was still trapped in his webs and unable to escape. Several rescue helicopters appeared in the sky. The old man noticed and said, "It looks like the guild's rescue team is finally here." Hearing this, Shinoda was happy. "Does that mean we're going to get rescued too?" The old man was unsure as he replied, "I don't know. Sometimes, the hunters are. You know, like those in the Great Sage Guild." On the other side, everyone was still fighting Queisha, no matter how many times they attacked. It was unfazed. Nanase ran down along Queisha's body, giving orders, "Stop attacking." Queisha has entered Phase 3. It will release a wide-range fire attack. It seems that the support guild has arrived. Our goal now is to buy time until all the civilians are evacuated. Those below followed her orders immediately. Roger, suddenly. A deep voice echoed, "Is this how you people handle breakouts?" Nanase, hearing that voice, turned around and saw a man with tan skin and tattoos all over his body. He smiled and greeted Nanase. "Hunter Nanase. Long time no see." This man was Shirosaki Masato, a hunter by class, a dark mage, level 503, the president of the Future Guild. Seeing Shirosaki appear made Nanase surprised. "Why are you here?" Shirosaki raised his staff, answering cheerfully. "Why, you tell me." Nanase quickly realized what Shirosaki was about to do. "You're planning to." Shirosaki created a large magic circle in front of Queisha. Nanase hurriedly stopped him. "Stop it. If this magic can't subdue it." But Shirosaki didn't care and only did what he wanted. "If I cared about those trivial things, how could I have achieved what I have today? Last time, on Rainbow Bridge as well, only you and the association participated in stabilizing the dungeon. Let me tell you, I was mad as hell. This breakout event is perfect. This time, I'll end it myself and take all the loot." Thunder. As soon as he said that, Queisha cried out in pain. Nanase quickly ordered everyone nearby, "Everyone, run." But before they could run, lightning struck where they were standing, scaring everyone. After that one blow, Queisha was defeated and fell into the water. The atmosphere around the bridge became silent. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the edge of the bridge and jumped up. Once he was up, Haruto breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn, I almost died." He looked behind and saw that everything he had saved with his webs was intact. Seeing the sword in the vehicle was still safe made him sigh in relief. "Phew, the transport vehicle and everyone are safe." Suddenly, a loud noise startled him. He looked over and saw that Queisha had been killed. He shouted in fear, "Queisha," then quickly covered his mouth. "Why is it here? Is it dead?" "No, it's captured." Shirosaki flew over and spoke with surprise. "What's this? There are still people alive over here. By the looks of it, you're just a low-level hunter. You did well." Although Shirosaki was arrogant, he didn't say anything. Then, he noticed a badge on Shirosaki's chest, a symbol he had seen before, belonging to the third-rank guild. Future Guild. Haruto voiced his doubts. "You look like you're from the support guild, but shouldn't your goal be to rescue civilians and stabilize the escaped monster?" Shirosaki turned around and answered, "Ah. Rescue civilians and subdue the monsters. Look over there. All the civilians who survived have been evacuated, but I heard a sound that wasn't Queisha. Some annoying sounds of whining." Shirosaki noticed the bear tied up on the ground, constantly growling. "Is it this little guy?" Shirosaki went over and touched the webs trapping the bear, marveling. "What is this? Giant Spider King webs? You can't usually use it like this." So, with just a light touch of Shirosaki, the webs immediately snapped, also causing the bear to be obliterated. Haruto, witnessing this, was horrified. Not only did he make a level 200 monster vanish in a flash, but he was also able to lift the 25-ton transport vehicle with ease. That monster was still caught in the giant Spider King's webs. But he just snapped his fingers and blew it all away. Is he the one who captured Queisha? At that moment, the status window suddenly appeared, surprising him. It constantly showed messages like, "You have leveled up. You have received a reward for defeating the Bear King." Shirosaki, hearing the level up notification coming from him, turned around and asked, a level up notification. Did you capture that hairy thing?" But he didn't answer Shirosaki, instead remaining silent. Shirosaki looked at him apologetically, but his attitude was incredibly arrogant. "Sorry, did I steal your prey? That web from earlier?" And you as well. A hunter with a surprisingly low level. Sorry for accidentally using the finishing move and stealing your reward. He then threw the reward from the bear at him. The reward is the Bear King Claw. I don't need it, so here, take it. I'm not one for fighting over things. Seeing Shirosaki's high and mighty attitude of not caring about other people made him annoyed, and he was about to speak, when Nanase quickly appeared. Hunter Sano. Seeing Nanase there surprised him. Hunter Nanase. Seeing Haruto safe, Nanase sighed in relief. I knew it. Seeing the two talking made Shirosaki unable to hold back his question. You two know each other. That means you're also a member of the association. Hey, I dislike you even more now. Hearing Shirosaki say this, Nanase asked in confusion, what happened? He angrily gritted his teeth but still couldn't retort. Quickly denying it, no, nothing, Nanase then continued. The rescue team is helping with the evacuation. You should go over there now. If that dragon wakes up, it'll launch a series of wide-range attacks. He asked confused, if so, isn't it best to just kill it now? But Nanase shook her head. Unfortunately, that's impossible. Bosses are classified by their power points. When their HP, their life energy, drops below 30%, they will use a special move. This special move has two forms, Berserk and wide-range attack. This causes the bosses to start attacking indiscriminately. Low to mid-level bosses usually go Berserk, and in that situation, you only need to be careful with the boss, as Berserk is not necessarily a separate phase. However, a boss like Queisha, with a very high HP, will have both Berserk and wide-range attacks, so stabilizing it is divided into several phases. Phase 3 begins when the boss recognizes a threat to its life. It is said that they will release extremely violent attacks and destroy everything around them. Queisha is currently in Phase 3, absorbing mana from the surrounding area and setting up a protective barrier during this time, making all attacks useless. Just when they thought Queisha was defeated, it suddenly opened its eyes and woke up, causing Nanase to be on guard. TSK. It woke up sooner than I expected. Shirosaki, on the side, was extremely arrogant. Perfect timing. Before the shockwave is launched, I'll turn it into a reward item. Queisha had just woken up and was roaring, causing the ground to shake. Nanase, trusting in Haruto's abilities, encouraged him. Hunter Sano. I believe you'll survive the shockwave, but Shirosaki was looking down on him. Ha! How can he survive? If he dies, don't blame us. A low-level hunter dying in a dungeon is like a normal person dying in a traffic accident. Then, they both rushed to attack Queisha, leaving him behind. Although he was resentful, he picked up the item Shirosaki had thrown at him with determination. Future guild president, Shirosaki Masato. I didn't plan for this, but I will defeat Queisha before you, you damn thief. Shirosaki Masato, watch me take my revenge. Haruto ran to help those who were hanging from the cliff, bringing them to safety, and then began his revenge against Shirosaki. After being pulled up, Shinoda couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa, Senior Haruto, you came back to help us again. Aries looked at the webs, observing them. At this moment, he asked Moore and Aries for help. I have a favor to ask you. We're in a bad situation. Queisha has entered Phase 3 and will soon launch a wide-range attack. When that happens, everyone here it will be difficult to find the transport vehicle and obtain the longsword. So, before that happens, I'm going to kill Queisha, and to do that, I need the longsword Queisha. I promise to return it after killing Queisha. Seeing the determination in his eyes and his sincere words, they looked at him with a serious expression and thought. Then, Moore, not believing he could defeat Queisha, asked, How could you possibly defeat the boss? Even if you helped us before, it's not enough. Why should we listen to your nonsense? Do you even know the value of that sword? Aries immediately rejected his request. This is impossible. Hearing this, his face turned unpleasant. I knew it. But if they continued like this, the transport vehicle would be in danger. Aries seemed to have agreed to lend him the sword. But unlocking it was difficult. To unlock the vehicle, you need a massive amount of mana. And right now, we can't use mana because of those thieves' poison. Hearing Aries' words made Moore surprised. Aries, you. Hearing this, Haruto told them. If that's all, then that's a piece of cake. Moore was surprised and couldn't believe it. Huh? He cheerfully introduced his title. You two know, my title in the dungeon is Mana Gopher, and my skill is Infinite Mana Regeneration. A moment later, Aries' mana had been miraculously restored by him. I can't believe it. My mana is even higher than before. Haruto, now holding the sword, appeared behind the masked man and replied, Me too. I can't believe I got the sword. He ruthlessly stabbed the masked man through the chest. His eyes were sharp as he declared, I'm the type to hold grudges and take revenge. If someone attacks, I'll retaliate. He pulled his sword out, and the masked man died on the spot. Haruto held the sword, his long-held desire burning brighter than ever. And, I've been saving up for this sword, you know? Finally, the longsword Queisha, which I've always dreamt of, is in my hands. The status window popped up. Do you want to copy the longsword Queisha? Ctrl+C. Seeing this message, he happily agreed. Nice, but right after, the system issued a warning. User's level is not sufficient to copy this item. He was extremely confused and cursed. Huh, are you kidding me? Level 30 is needed to equip a longsword. Right, I'm already level 50. Why, stop messing with me. At that moment, when Haruto wasn't paying attention, a voice echoed, "Almost got you, boy." He quickly turned around, only to be slashed by the masked man. I almost painted the face of the Blood Tower Guild. After being slashed, he lost blood and fell into the water. The masked man used his healing ability to recover, then looked down at him with disdain. Humph, if I didn't have healing skills, I would be frozen stiff. He took the sword from his hand, then continued. Let me repeat what you said earlier. I'm also the type to take revenge 1,000 times, without ever getting tired. To make sure you'll never see the sun again, I'll use your dream sword to end you. He used the sword he had stolen from him to stab him. Causing blood to fly from his mouth, Haruto was barely clinging to life, lying on the water. Damn it, I've come so far. Suddenly, the status window appeared. The longsword Queisha has merged with its wielder. Copying and absorbing the power of the longsword Queisha, seeing this message, he forgot about the pain and suddenly opened his eyes. Absorbing. What are you talking about? The status window reappeared with more messages. Copying and absorbing the level of the longsword Queisha. Copying and absorbing the passive defense plus 35% skill of the longsword Queisha. Copying and absorbing the first special move of the longsword Queisha. Lifesteal. Copying and absorbing the second special move of the longsword Queisha. Frenzy. Successfully absorbed all the powers of the longsword Queisha after the message was completed. A warning appeared. User HP is below 25%. The longsword Queisha has activated its protection mode to protect its wielder. The second special move, Frenzy, is forced to activate. Ctrl+V. The second special move, Frenzy, of the longsword Queisha has been pasted. Back on the other side, Queisha was still not defeated and continued to attack Shirosaki and Nanase. Both of them seemed to be in a dire situation. It's activating its wide-range attack. Things seem to be getting worse. Nanase, not knowing what to do, could only clench her teeth in anger. Queisha opened its mouth, preparing to attack both of them, but suddenly, someone slashed it in half, surprising Nanase and Shirosaki. The status window popped up. Queisha has been defeated. The purge is complete. At the Japan Hunter Association, the higher-ups were gathered together, reviewing a report. Today, at 4 p.m., a breakout occurred in the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, causing many casualties and great damage. The Hunter Association and the guilds immediately responded, and the situation was brought under control within 2 hours. However, the public is criticizing the Dungeon Access Control Office for its lax work. After reading the report, a man turned it off and looked at the others. Everyone, don't look so bitter. Now, let's examine and discuss how Queisha was defeated. This man was Fuwa Takuo, a hunter by profession, a priest, and the chairman of the Japan Hunter Association. Immediately after, a bald, fierce-looking man spoke up. I heard the association purged the Rainbow Bridge dungeon 3 months ago. This man was Takeuchi Gu, a swordsman, level 701, from the Midas Guild. Rank D, and the guild president of the Midas Guild. Another person spoke. Purging doesn't guarantee it won't happen again. He was Shinoda Makoto, a healer, level 610. From the Great Sage Guild, rank 1, and the guild president of the Great Sage Guild. The others, hearing Makoto speak, angrily protested. Hey, Great Sage Guild, you should be quiet. If they were managed properly, how would this have happened? After dealing with this, we'll definitely send a report to transfer the management of Rainbow Bridge. Nanase sat in a corner, ignoring everyone's argument, worried about Haruto. I wonder if Hunter Sano was able to escape. Goose suddenly slammed his fist on the table, voicing his doubt. What I want to know is, the last time that boss appeared should have been 5 months ago. If Hunter Nanase, who was present, didn't defeat Queisha, then what? Seeing Gu pointing his sword at her made Nanase sigh in helplessness, then placed her hand on the table, showing her might. The shock from her action made everyone panic. Hey! What is that? The table suddenly cracked, then shattered into small pieces. Causing everyone to be shocked and hide under the table, Shirosaki calmly used his shield to protect himself and drank his water, ignoring the world. The people around, seeing Nanase like this, were very angry and scolded her. Captain Nanase. What are you doing? Gao was enraged by Nanase's action. This woman. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Guild President Takauchi. Gao stopped, and Fuwa apologized to Gu for Nanase's excessive attitude. It seems my member had a rude behavior. I apologize in her stead. Gao didn't bother arguing with Nanase, but he still held a grudge. TSK, how audacious. If she keeps showing off like that, she'll die sooner or later. Nanase didn't care. She just hummed, then stood up to express her opinion. They say seeing is believing. I think showing you the proof is faster to convince you, so please don't misunderstand. The move I just displayed was a reward from defeating Queisha, the Shockwave. Guild President Shirosaki, who also contributed to defeating Queisha, can attest to this. Shirosaki, who was idly drinking his water, was dragged into this mess. Shirosaki hesitated. Well, I didn't have time to look at what the reward was, but I don't think she's lying, Shirosaki asked himself. Damn. Why do I have to? Fuwa, hearing this, became cheerful. Understood. In other words, thanks to Guild President Shirosaki's contribution, the damage has been minimized. Thank you for your dedication. As soon as Fuwa finished speaking, everyone applauded, praising Shirosaki, causing him to be confused. What the hell? Shirosaki realized Nanase's plan. No way. He saw Nanase smiling, looking extremely satisfied. Seeing this made Shirosaki angry. She's still hostile towards me for jumping in and interrupting her. Hunter Nanase, I'll definitely take revenge, and I'll find that bastard who stole Queisha. At that moment, Nanase stood up and accepted all the responsibility for the breakout. I'll take the responsibility and investigate why the breakout happened. And we also want to question the guilds that were late to respond. Everyone immediately avoided eye contact. Not wanting to take the blame, Nanase closed her eyes and said a few more words before leaving. Because it seems my presence is bothering everyone, I'll take my leave first. After Nanase left, Moore and Aries entered. Seeing that the meeting was still going on, Moore sighed. Nice, the meeting is still ongoing. I'm from the International Hunter Association, and I have important information to share. Due to the breakout, the one and only longsword Queisha has been stolen. This happened during transport to its exhibition in Japan. Please assist us in finding the sword as soon as possible. This is a formal request from the International Hunter Association to cooperate. Moore then placed a file on the table. Gao, annoyed, spoke up. Wait a minute, I heard the vehicle had a self-unlocking function. Aries adjusted her glasses, admitting, we did, with the cooperation of Hunter Shinoda Satoru of the Great Sage Guild and Sano Haruto of the Japan Hunter Association. Hearing the name Haruto surprised everyone, even someone as calm as Shirosaki was surprised, like he had realized something. Makoto was confused. Shinoda is, well, he's a member of the Great Sage Guild. Fuwa checked Haruto's information on the system. Among the members of the Japan Hunter Association, I see no report of a hunter named Sano Haruto. Nanase was angry, gritting her teeth. This made Shirosaki feel cheerful again. It seems my chance for revenge came sooner than I thought. At that moment, someone asked Aries, are you talking about the person who tied up the Bear King with giant spider webs? Hearing this made Aries surprised. Shirosaki, his eyes sharp, recounted, I saw him having some trouble on the way, but, surprisingly, I was convinced that he was a member of the Hunter Association. So what does this mean? Hunter Nanase, it seems that you two are quite close. On the other side, the sword had been taken by the blood tower from his hands. So, this is the longsword Queisha that you obtained. A man picked up the sword, observed it, then smiled with satisfaction. He was Hirosaki Takumi, a hunter by class, an attacker, level 301, and the president of the Blood Tower Guild. Takumi asked, the sword that supposedly increases the wielder's level by 200, perhaps this sword is activated through fingerprints. Spending hundreds of millions to cause a commotion in that dungeon was worth it. It's amazing. The masked man, after hearing Takumi's words, realized that the mastermind behind it all was his guild leader. So you were the one who was behind it all, guild leader. At this point, Takumi spoke, sympathizing with the masked man's lost comrades. Speaking of which, it's sad that you lost your comrades. The man immediately bowed, apologizing to Takumi. I'm sorry. In my final action, I encountered a weird guy, but please rest assured, he's probably dead. No, he is definitely dead. Takumi became somber, then threw a bag of money to the masked man. I understand, good job. The portion of your dead comrades is also yours. This is your reward. After this, you can do whatever you want. The masked man, receiving his reward and freedom, excitedly thanked Takumi. Thank you, guild leader. With this, I can say I didn't fail my mission, but Takumi immediately disagreed. No, this mission was a failure. The masked man was startled. Huh? What did you say? Takumi gave a sinister smile. This sword is only a part of it. What fool would sell this sword for only $1 million? You were also planning to make money with this sword, weren't you? The masked man, scared, tried to run away. Wait. Failing a mission in our guild means immediately. The masked man, unable to accept it, grabbed the suitcase of money and tried to run away. You bastard! You wanted to kill us from the beginning. Takumi, not caring, immediately attacked the masked man. The less people who know about this, the better. That money is enough as a keepsake for his trip to the underworld. Immediately after, a crack appeared on the glass, and the masked man was sent flying through it to see his ancestors. Then, a slash cut his body in half, leaving no chance of survival. After the slash, the sword's notification appeared. The durability of the longsword Queisha decreased by 2, remaining at 8. Takumi brushed his hair back, looking at the sword with excitement. Well. It would be awful if it broke before I had it repaired. Suddenly, a voice appeared in Haruto's mind. You better remember this. This is a gift from me. The sand in the hourglass flowed down, causing him to wake up from the nightmare. The tattoo on his neck suddenly moved, causing him to grab his neck in pain. Damn it, the hourglass is flowing again. Shinoda suddenly appeared, rushing to hug him. Senior Haruto, you finally opened your eyes. You were lying there for so long. I was scared you were going to die. Seeing Shinoda being so dramatic, he reminded him. Don't be so dramatic. I don't look like I'm dying. Shinoda recounted what had happened. No, after you dealt with that monster, a huge beam of light came up from the sea. Boom! Then a lot of shockwaves. The old man had woken up and asked, Are you guys at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon? Shinoda replied, Yes, me, Senior Haruto, and another person. Oh, let me explain everything to you. Haruto wearily got out of bed. What is there to talk about? Sigh. Leaving the hospital room, Shinoda was still babbling to the old man. Then it's game over. The old man was excited, wanting to know what happened next. Oh, and then what? As he left the hospital room with a pounding headache, I'm definitely not on the same wavelength as him. Suddenly, the old man spoke up, recounting the situation to him. That's not what it looks like. He was the one who saved you, Hunter Sano. Hearing this, he was surprised. What do you mean? The old man recounted what had happened in Shinoda's determined words. He said he had to save you no matter what. He even put pressure on the elite team of the Great Sage Guild. That caused quite a stir. Then we found you unconscious by the sea. Hearing this made him surprised. He's with the Great Sage Guild and put pressure on the association, just because the access control manager asked. Wait a minute, the head of the Great Sage Guild is Shinoda Makoto. Right, Shinoda Makoto and Shinoda Satoru. No way. He seemed to have realized Shinoda's identity. But seeing how innocent and adorable he was, he immediately denied it. No way, life isn't a drama. At the Hunter Association chairman's office, Moore and Aries entered. Sitting across from Nanase to recount what had happened, Nanase said, I see, so Hunter Sano is dead. I understand, Aries affirmed. Yes, I experienced it myself, seeing how calm Nanase was. Moore was doubtful. She doesn't look surprised. Why isn't she affected at all? Nanase placed her coffee cup on the table and calmly answered Moore's question. Well, hunters are the kind of people who are always on the brink of death. Hearing this, Moore seemed to understand and sighed in sympathy. Fuwa spoke up, confirming, Well, I have approved the request for cooperation. The truth is, we, members of the Japan Hunter Association, were involved in this incident. We'll do our best to support the search for the longsword. If that's the case, then please bring a few high-level hunters to help, Aries said. If that's the case, then please send some high-level hunters to help. We already have a lead on the sword's location. Fuwa was surprised. I had high expectations when I saw you both. However, I didn't expect you to be able to locate it already. What kind of location magic is that? Aries explained Fuwa's question. The longsword Queisha is not a fixed item. It is engraved with a pattern used to identify the wielder's level. Fixed items are only able to be used by certain people, or people that meet a certain criteria. I can sense and track that pattern. I can say that someone used the sword around an hour ago. Hearing this information made Nanase realize. They didn't have any information about tracking those engravings before, so that's why they allowed Hunter Sano to use the sword. Aries spoke up again. Before it was stolen, the durability of the sword was about 10. But because someone used it, the durability will definitely be reduced. If it continues, hearing Aries revealing everything, Moore spoke up, interrupting her. Aries, hearing this, Nanase quickly understood. It will disappear from this world, right? The only clue we have is finding Aries' mother. who disappeared during the disaster 15 years ago. Seeing how well Nanase knew about the sword and her mother surprised Aries. How do you? Nanase pulled out a secret file and gave it to the two of them to look at. Do you think I became captain just because of luck? We know the stolen sword is a memento of your mother. Aries suddenly stood up and solemnly asked Nanase. Hunter Nanase, I beg you again, please help me get back my mother's memento. Finally, everything was discussed. Nanase walked down the hallway, thinking, Aries and Moore. Those two are definitely hiding something. I don't believe what they said about Hunter Sano. I don't think he's the type to die so easily. While she was pondering, someone called her. Hunter Nanase, Makoto. Seeing how gloomy she looked, worriedly asked, Why are you frowning? Working overtime? Nanase denied it. No, it's nothing in particular. What do you need? Suddenly, Makoto became serious. Nanase. It's time for you to return to the Great Sage Guild. Nanase sighed, giving a reason. The number of dungeons is still increasing, but the major guilds that should be managing them are forming private companies, caring only about their own interests, focusing only on making money from the dungeons. As for the breakout this time, if they find out it was caused by the Great Sage Guild's negligence, the whole guild will be held responsible, which is why I won't return. Besides, there are still a lot of things to do in the association, Dad. Makoto smiled warmly. Ha ha ha, actually, I wanted to discuss something else. It seems I said something unnecessary. Before you leave, you should visit the Central Hunter Hospital. Hearing this made Nanase a little surprised. That night, at the Central Hospital, he gave the command, status check. Immediately, the status window appeared. Haruto Sano, level 79, plus 200-233, HP, 203-300-101, MP, 153-151-055, base defense, 150, plus 35% 52,5, skill level, level 2 to the power of 1, profession level. Level 9 to the power of 5. To longsword Queisha. I can't copy the sword itself, but, it seems at the very least, I can absorb all of its powers. I was still wondering what to do because even if I could copy it, how would I use it in battle? This is clearly much better, and above all, the frenzy skill was activated at the perfect time. The sword skill he had copied appeared, Berserk, the second special move of the longsword Queisha. The user's level and all skills are doubled. Time, 1 minute, cooldown. 1 day, activation condition. When the user's HP drops below 25%, the skill will be forcefully activated. The skill is activated right before death, so it's excruciating, but, thanks to it, I was able to take down Queisha, a monster above level 400. Remembering that moment, Haruto, alone, had defeated Queisha. Queisha has been defeated. You received a reward for defeating Queisha. Absorbing Queisha's shockwave using Ctrl+C. Ctrl+C completed. Queisha's shockwave has been absorbed using Ctrl+C and converted into the frequency resonance skill. Queisha's shockwave has been absorbed using Ctrl+C and converted into the natural wave skill. The giant Spider King's webs have reached level 2. It is now possible to use both frequency resonance and natural wave while using giant Spider King's webs. At that time, he felt like he was sinking to the bottom of a bottomless lake. Now, realizing that he had absorbed countless skills and increased his level made him extremely happy. I didn't expect that my copy and paste skill would reach the level where I could absorb and combine other skills. This is amazing. I tried the frequency resonance skill before and it was awesome. Right now, I'm already a high-level hunter. Level 276, seeing him standing alone, smiling to himself. People in the elevator were scared he might be crazy, so they hurried away. After the elevator doors opened, everyone ran out, leaving him alone to think. Now, I just need to find the guy who stabbed me. As long as I touched the longsword, suddenly, he heard someone's voice, catching his attention. Why are you making me worry so much? He quickly turned around, curious. He saw Nanase scolding someone. I told you to run immediately if you felt it was dangerous. Seeing Nanase at the hospital surprised him. Hunter Nanase. So Hunter Nanase has this side of her too. Who is she talking to? Or rather, why is she at the hospital? Inside a hospital room, Shinoda was constantly pointing at his head, blaming her. It's your fault, sis. It's your fault for not stabilizing the dungeon properly. Being blamed by her younger brother made her angry. You. Knowing their relationship surprised him. Sis. Then he remembered. Their last name is Shinoda. Haruto remembered the words that the old man had spoken earlier and felt flustered. I thought it was just a coincidence. I didn't know that they were siblings. At that moment, Nanase was worried about Haruto's safety. So, Hunter Sano is safe. Where is he? Shinoda, annoyed, replied, Who knows? Knowing Nanase was looking for him made him scared, so he quickly ran away. She's looking for me. Did she find out that I was impersonating a member of the association to steal the sword? Damn it, I can't let her find me. I need to go steal that longsword back first. While running to search for the sword, he bumped into someone. It seems you're still alive. He opened his eyes and saw Moore angrily standing in front of him, accusing him of being a sword thief. Seeing Moore, someone he didn't want to meet, made him scared. This is bad. Moore, angrily, grabbed his collar and pulled him back. You bastard. You fooled me so well. And you even impersonated a member of the association. He had just woken up and was being attacked by Moore. He was in pain and quickly explained, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." But Moore wouldn't listen to his explanation. Misunderstanding what? You look like you were stabbed, but in reality, you're alive and well. You guys were secretly communicating, weren't you? Seeing Moore not listening to him made him angry. TSK, it looks like he's not going to listen. This isn't good. Moore pulled out his sword, wanting to attack Haruto, but Aries stopped him. Moore, why are you pulling out your sword in a place like this? Moore, hearing this, reassured Aries. Don't worry, I won't use my skills. I'm just going to make this liar taste the bitterness he created, or else I won't be able to take it. As soon as he finished speaking, Moore stabbed his sword towards him, causing Haruto to panic. Damn it, I really didn't want to use my skill here. Then, he immediately activated his skill, Ctrl+C activating frequency resonance. He used his hand to block Moore's sharp sword, and the result was that the sword shattered. This shocked Moore, unable to believe that the sword had just shattered. Shinoda and Nanase were shocked to see the scene. Shinoda unconsciously said, "Senior Haruto, Nanase." Witnessing what had happened, wondered, that move just now, was that Queisha's shockwave? How did that hunter have that move? And his aura is completely different from before. At a lively concert venue, the idols on stage were dancing enthusiastically, and the fans below were cheering loudly. After the performance, the female idol was very pleased. After the concert ended, the idol said goodbye to her fans and got into her car. She was Arita Sarah, a member of the girl group IF. Great job. The other members of IF got into their car, and before leaving, they said goodbye to Sarah. Great job. Sarah quickly drove off. Seeing that Sarah had left, the other members of IF began to talk about her. It seems like Sarah is from a rich family or something. I mean, just by looking at her car you can tell. Right, she must be so lucky. I want a cool sports car like that too. As Sarah drove around a corner, another car appeared in front, making Sarah unable to brake and swerve. After a moment, when no accident occurred, Sarah angrily lowered her window and scolded the other side. Are you blind when you drive? The other person quickly stepped out. It was Takumi. Seeing him made Sarah's face turn cold. With no emotions, Takumi went to the front of Sarah's car with a big box. Then he leaned into the car, asking her about today's performance. Was the performance good? Let's go to the dungeon, shall we? If you want everything to go back to how it was, you can only obey me. Hearing this made Sarah worried. On Haruto's side, along with the three others, they arrived at the place where the masked man had taken the sword from him. Is it here? The last place the longsword Queisha was used? After looking around, there was nothing in sight. Nanase spoke up. There's nothing here. Aries touched the ground, sensing the sword's aura. It seems we're too late. Hearing this, Nanase understood. So we have to wait until they use the sword again. Aries didn't say anything, as if agreeing. At this moment, he started thinking back. Ah, Blood Tower. Now I remember. The culprit, when he killed me, he mentioned this name. He said he was from the Blood Tower Guild. After hearing the name of this guild, Nanase didn't recognize it. I've never heard of that guild before. It must be a secret dark guild. The fact that there was a guild Nanase didn't know surprised him. I can't believe there's a guild that even Nanase hasn't heard of. Moore became worried. If we have to wait until that moment, there's no telling how long the sword will last. Aries worried, but remained silent. Suddenly, Nanase sighed, affirming, no, with these clues, it's enough. I know someone who is very knowledgeable about this kind of thing. I obtained this skill during the disaster 15 years ago. A mysterious being gave it to me. At first, I thought I had just awakened as a hunter. But it turned out not to be the case. I only possessed one mysterious skill. Ctrl+Z. It turned the target back to its previous state. Ctrl+Z was like a shortcut key on a keyboard, used to return a target back to its original state. It was a skill that could be used on both people and objects. I started buying broken and discarded luxury goods, restoring them, and selling them in their original condition. Although it wasn't a recovery or healing skill, I was still able to make money by healing injuries. However, the money I earned using this skill was limited. I needed money, lots of it. My parents were caught in the disaster and were lying in a coma in the hospital. With their terrible condition, I tried to heal them back to their original state. But I needed mana to use my skill. Without mana, all I could do was restore small injuries. Mana was a type of energy that only hunters could control. Therefore, to get some mana, I risked my life. Going into dungeons with the hunters, as a luggage carrier, and then as a healer, for those who hadn't yet awakened as a hunter. Going into a dungeon was like stepping into a lion's den, always full of danger. But the thing that hurt me the most was the contempt I received from the others on the team. Although Sarah had been helping everyone heal to get more mana, she was still ridiculed. Give her mana as a thank you. What is this? You're begging me for mana. There were also times when they were close to death. Nanase had to endure many wounds all over her body. I'm tired of this skill. I just want to let it go. As she was crying, wanting to give up, someone's voice echoed, startling Sarah. Interesting, huh? Hey, people say you go everywhere asking for mana. Right, is stealing your side job. It was around that time that I met Kurosaki Takumi. Takumi brought Sarah home and fed her well. Then he sat down, asking her, "This room is pitiful. Where is all the money you earned gone?" I didn't expect that Sarah from IF would live like this. I bet no one thought that you would order out all 3 meals a day, wanting to eat whatever you want. You must have been living comfortably and easily. Aren't most female idols trying desperately to lose weight and maintain their figures? But you can eat as much as you want and still return to normal. Takumi recounted the first time he met Sarah. Well, it can be said that it was the first time we met. Even with lives at stake, you were only thinking of stealing valuable items. Oh, you and I are the same kind of people. Hearing Takumi's insulting words, Sarah angrily looked at him, her hands clenched. Takumi, not noticing Sarah's attitude, continued to ramble. Let me clarify. If we are to continue this contract, I don't care what you do, whether it has to do with the idol industry or not. At this point, Sarah finished eating and placed her spoon on the table. Wiping her mouth, she asked Takumi, "Then, why do I have to go into the dungeon at this time? If you have gathered enough mana and are giving it to me as usual." Takumi opened the box. Inside was the sword that Haruto's group was looking for. His purpose of bringing Sarah to the dungeon at this time was for the sword. "I want you to restore this back to its original state, but this requires a massive amount of mana, as you know, and it can't be done right away. So, this will be the last time you'll have to go to the dungeon." Sarah, hearing that this would be the last time she would go to the dungeon, excitedly asked again, "You mean that?" Takumi affirmed. "Yes, just like I promised before." Sarah exclaimed in surprise. "You found the infinite mana regeneration item and it's in that dungeon." Takumi denied it. "No." Hearing this made Sarah confused. "Huh? Then what?" Takumi's expression turned sinister. "However, if you go, it might appear, I know that our contract states that you should limit your dungeon visits as much as possible, but just once, go into the dungeon with me. This will be the last time. And the reward will be worth it, right?" At the Future Guild, Haruto asked Nanase, a person who is very knowledgeable about information, "Are you talking about President Shirosaki? The person from Future Guild who is making such a fuss about stealing something?" Nanase affirmed. "Yes." Haruto became curious, but when it comes to information, the top guilds in the country should be the Midas Guild and the Great Sage Guild. "Right," Nanase patiently explained. "At the very least, they have the most comprehensive information about dungeon purges and their management abilities. Everyone in the association knows this. His desire to conquer dungeons is stronger than anyone else's." And that person was Shirosaki Masato. Inside Shirosaki's room, everyone who heard the story exclaimed in shock. "The giant goblin's heart," Shirosaki calmly affirmed. "Yes, it's also known as the infinite mana regeneration item." Nanase immediately recognized it. "That's a very rare item that appears in the dungeon, the Snow Goblin Mountain Dungeon." "Are you talking about the reward item from the hidden boss in that dungeon?" "The giant goblin," Shirosaki affirmed. "Exactly. And to find that item, we mobilize a reconnaissance team to gather information, and that's when we encountered them, the Blood Tower Guild that Sano was talking about. I still haven't heard of their existence, but it seems that the Blood Tower Guild is planning to send people to purge the Snow Goblin Mountain. It's also about time they recruit more members. That's all the information we have at the moment." But this group was worse than anyone could imagine. They steal and assassinate, whether it's a prominent figure or a dungeon purging team, because they're a dark guild. They don't care that they are being called a disgusting tool. Hearing all the information that everyone provided made him think, an item that can regenerate mana infinitely. I don't really need it, but it's an eye-opening item. It's clear that someone wants to monopolize it. And if someone actually possesses this item, then how is it related to the longsword? Did they steal the sword to kill the giant goblin? But its durability is almost gone. Could it be that item is worth more than a treasure sword? He denied his previous thoughts. No, that's not possible. While he was thinking, the expressions on his face made Moore and Aries extremely confused. Nanase continued. So that means the Blood Tower Guild is ultimately aiming for the giant goblin's heart. Is that why they're forming a team to clear the Snow Goblin Mountain? After reaching that conclusion, Aries immediately denied it. I don't think so. Her words surprised both Nanase and Haruto. Aries adjusted her glasses, speaking her mind. Since that hidden dungeon was discovered 15 years ago, no one has ever seen that item. He was surprised that Aries knew about this. Aries, how did you? Before he could finish asking, Aries interrupted him. I can't reveal it all, but I was very interested in this dungeon, so I researched it on my own. After all, the Snow Goblin Mountain is a notoriously difficult dungeon to conquer. It's a prime example of a dungeon that hunters want to avoid. There are a few hunting teams that go searching for hidden dungeons occasionally, but there are some exceptions. They gave up on this place long ago. Hearing this analysis from Aries made Shirosaki interested. What's in that dungeon that makes veteran assassins form a team? Even if it's not a hidden dungeon, there must be something inside. Haruto turned to ask Shirosaki about his plan. When are they planning to depart? But Shirosaki didn't know, answering, I don't know. The recruitment is finished, so they might have already left. Hearing this, he was annoyed, gnashing his teeth. I knew it. They had already planned this a long time ago before stealing the sword. After discussing everything, Nanase stood up and said to everyone, well then, let's go there right away. Then she called Shirosaki. President Shirosaki, the attack team can depart immediately. You have a team. Right. Hearing Nanase's question, Shirosaki was surprised and declined. Huh? No, I don't actually have one. But Nanase didn't believe him. But I believe that the future guild always has an attack team ready to go. A team that can rival the association's attack team. Right. Shirosaki hurriedly used a reason to justify himself. Hunter Nanase, you know that information about hidden dungeons isn't always accurate. There's no reason to go to a place like that. In that harsh environment, it's hard to defeat an entire army of goblins. There are countless goblins appearing in the snow mountains. They're the snow goblins, stone goblins, level 40, when their self-defense abilities and thinking diminish. Their numbers will increase and regenerate continuously unless their core is destroyed. Shirosaki, forced to go to the snow mountain by Nanase, angrily cursed, damn it, in the end, I have to follow them. Upon arrival, the group charged into the snow goblin and stone golem's attack, but they were able to regenerate and continue to attack them. Everyone cried out in pain from the attacks in the frigid cold. Ouch! Shirosaki, seeing that the stone goblins kept regenerating endlessly, became annoyed. TSK, if they keep regenerating like this, when are we going to catch them? Quickly destroy their core to finish this. Hearing the word core surprised everyone. Core. Shirosaki used his staff to lift the goblins up, then gathered them into a corner. He then controlled his staff, causing them to explode, and the core of the stone golem was destroyed into tiny pieces. After killing all the stone goblins, Shirosaki told everyone, first, you need to destroy the cores of all the golems that are charging at us. From now on, follow me and try to hunt as many golems as possible. Everyone, seeing how powerful Shirosaki was, felt relieved and followed his orders. Roger, President, this feels like hitting the jackpot. Shirosaki continued to use his staff to destroy the stone golems. His arrogance made him sigh helplessly. Ha! He said he didn't want to come, but he seems pretty excited. Huh, still, he's impressive, taking them down with a single move. A while back, before entering the dungeon, Aries had reminded him of many things. When you enter the Snow Goblin and Stone Golem dungeon, you have to take down as many golems as possible. Seeing her unusual warning made him confused. Usually you can attack as many monsters in the dungeon as you like. Is there a reason for this? Aries affirmed, yes, that is the condition for encountering the mid-level monster in the Snow Goblin and Stone Golem dungeon. According to my research, this dungeon is a censor dungeon. Hearing this surprised him. A censor dungeon? What is that? Shirosaki also spoke up, explaining, that's why we said that dungeon was so tricky. A dungeon that has a hidden dungeon is usually like that. A normal dungeon is usually divided into areas: boss area, mid-level boss area, final boss area, and low-level monster area. If you know the path, you can go straight to the final boss. But in a censor dungeon, the condition for the next area to appear is formula A plus B plus C equals D. Censor dungeon. Low-level monster hunts completed. Mid-level boss appears. Failed. Hidden dungeon discovery. Final boss appears. If you don't meet even one of the necessary conditions, the remaining areas won't appear. Aries voiced her doubts about their dungeon exploration this time. I suspect this is due to the influence of the disaster 15 years ago. The procedure of the dungeon has been reversed. And that's why the hidden dungeon hasn't appeared until now. At this point, Haruto asked again to make sure. So, the condition for the mid-level boss to appear is to kill as many low-level monsters as possible. Aries answered, based on her previous research, because we don't know how to reset the dungeon, we need to be extra careful in this situation, according to my research. This method is the most feasible, and also, we have to seize the opportunity. If the reward item from that monster is the key that's needed to unlock the next area, then that's what they're aiming for, so we have to obtain the hidden dungeon's key before them. Back in the present, everyone was struggling to fight the stone goblins. He continued to dodge the attacks of the stone golem, while repeating to himself, well, whatever their final goal is, I just need to find the longsword Queisha and return it. At that moment, he used Ctrl+V and used the giant spider king's webs to tie up the stone goblins. Then he used Ctrl+V, the shockwave skill that was being used, combined with the giant spider king's webs. Immediately after using the skill, the webs shattered the stone golem. Everyone was surprised to see what Haruto had just done. Hey, is that the giant spider king's webs from the low-level dungeon? It looks similar, but that useless thing has that much power. On the other side, Aries was also using her powers to freeze the stone goblins. After freezing them, she called Moore to attack. Moore happily cooperated. Okay, and charged to slash through the stone goblins. On another side, a group of people, unable to deal with the stone goblins in front of them, ran away. Damn it, these things are too strong. Let's retreat. The stone goblin, not letting anyone escape, launched a powerful attack, sending everyone flying. Nanase quickly appeared, saving them. She focused her power into her hand, then placed it on the body of the stone goblin. After that, she activated her skill, using Queisha's shockwave. And the stone goblin was immediately destroyed by Nanase. After killing the stone goblin, Nanase asked everyone, "Are you all okay?" Everyone immediately replied, "Yes, Captain." "Thank you, Captain." As they were preparing to continue fighting, Nanase noticed someone wearing a blue cloak in the group and called out in surprise, "Wait, you, Shinoda Satoru, how did you get here? Why are you here, Shinoda?" Being scolded by Nanase, angrily retorted, "Ah, what about it? I'm not allowed to come. I'm here as a member of my seniors team." Nanase was confused, asking, "You, a member of the team?" Shinoda lied and hesitantly affirmed, "Yes, back then," after Shinoda learned that everyone was going to the dungeon and leaving him behind. He immediately rolled around on the ground, whining that he wanted to go with them. "Who, you guys are going to the dungeon?" "Me too. I'm going too. I'm also going." Seeing how crazy Shinoda was, he asked in helplessness, "Is he crazy?" Shinoda woke up, crying and worrying about him, talking about 49 things that could happen to him in the dungeon. What if something happens to you when you're alone? You might get lost in the dungeon forever. A hunter with no sense of direction. I mean, you can't determine the direction. He was helpless when Shinoda kept bringing up his sense of direction, and affirmed once again, with certainty, "I won't be alone." Tired of Shinoda's constant begging, he decided to take him with him. "You're also coming with me to the snow golem dungeon." Hearing this made Shinoda overjoyed, asking again, "Really?" Haruto affirmed, as if hammering a nail into wood, "Yeah, but you have to join my team instead of joining the attack team." Hearing this, Shinoda happily agreed. Of course, it's more than great. Before that, he had stated that he would need Shinoda. "Songmo, you are good at finding your way, so I have something to ask of you." After hearing the whole story, this made Nanase wonder, what is Hunter Sano Hataru thinking? He is a low-level hunter. Hearing her sister looking down on Haruto's level, Shinoda angrily retorted, "Don't look down on Senior Sano. I saw it clearly that neither you nor President Shirosaki were the ones who sliced that monster in half. It was Senior Sano." Hearing this made Nanase no longer look down on him. Right, Hunter Sano Hataru was completely different from before, when he was in the spider dungeon, and the skill that Hunter Sano is using. It's definitely Queisha's shockwave, which means that Satoru's words were true. But how is that possible? On Takumi and Sarah's side, Takumi began talking. "You asked how we're doing it. We're doing it now. Purging the dungeon, with everyone's efforts. We infiltrate the chaos, use stealth to hide, take away the final blow, and steal both mana and items. But, even with stealth, we can still be caught by high-level hunters like Shinoda Nanase or the future guild president. High-level guys like them are not afraid of anyone, so they don't focus on practicing their reconnaissance skills. On the contrary, we often encounter situations where we have to use our weakness against the strong. So we have mastered the skill of stealth and weapon hiding to the highest degree. We're rarely found out, Working efficiently while taking it easy is the motto of our Blood Tower Guild. As he was talking, a proud look appeared on Takumi's face. He then asked Sarah, "Is the mana conversion working well? That mana generator is a luxury item. To fully charge 1 bar, you need to kill at least 100 low-level monsters." Sarah knew this, even without Takumi reminding her. "I know. The last time at the Inchan dungeon, it cost 10 bars. What I'm curious about is how much mana is needed to restore that sword." Hearing this made Takumi answer, "That sword, twice the amount as last time." Sarah was doubtful. "So, to restore the sword, we have to defeat the boss of the hidden dungeon." Takumi didn't affirm nor deny. "Well, that's not wrong. It is said that in the hidden dungeon, there is a very solid barrier, and the only sword that can break it is this long sword Queisha." Seeing that Takumi knew so much information made Sarah suspicious. "Where did you learn this information from?" Takumi was surprised that Sarah was asking so many questions today. "You're asking a lot of questions today. You just need to focus on restoring the sword and picking up the dropped items." Sarah expressed her worries. "It's been a while since I went into a dungeon, so I'm a bit worried, and this plan is too sneaky and cowardly." Hearing these words made Takumi angrily look at Sarah with a dark gaze. Sensing Takumi's gaze, Sarah quickly spoke up to reassure him. "Don't mind what I said. As long as the contract is still here, I don't care about what you do." Sarah was determined. "Gather the infinite mana regeneration item. If it can help my parents return to normal, I'll do anything." On Haruto's side, he was fighting the stone goblins relentlessly. After a while, he felt like he was exhausted. "Damn it! We must have killed at least 200 of them. When will this end?" He was sweating all over his head in the snow mountain. Suddenly, a bright red ball came flying towards him. Curious, he caught it. "What is this? This core is different from the others." "Alright, before breaking it, copy and paste it first." Suddenly, the ball fell out of his hand, sinking deep into the ground, surprising him. "What? It went straight into the ground?" At that moment, Shirosaki stopped behind him and warned him, "It's starting." Hearing this made him confused, and he immediately stood up. "What?" Shirosaki then spoke up. "Low-level golem hunts completed. Next, mid-level golem appears, the mid-area of the snow golem mountain." The huge stone golem was a metamorphosed golem, a snow golem. The mid-level boss, level 150, it roared, then began attacking everyone. Just one of its strikes caused the ground to shatter, sending everyone flying. Losing their balance, everyone cried out in pain. "Ouch! Damn it, it's too big." Haruto, hit by debris, immediately retreated. At that moment, Shirosaki took the lead, charging to attack the golem, not forgetting to warn everyone. "Everyone, fall back." Shirosaki's attack caused the golem to disappear, which was extremely surprising to all members present. "What? It's over in one move, a mid-level boss that's supposed to be difficult, so my fear was useless." But before they could celebrate, the golem reappeared from under the rubble. Scaring everyone, Shirosaki was surprised and gnashed his teeth. The golem seemed to have gone mad and began attacking everyone wildly. Shirosaki continuously used his lightning magic to attack the golem. Suddenly, a red metal ball came out from inside the golem and flew straight into the ground. Shirosaki, unable to catch the core, was angry. "Damn it, it's core." Taking advantage of this, Haruto used his webs to tie up the ball. "This is it. If I prevent the core from moving using the Giant Spider King's webs, Ctrl+V, the Giant Spider King's web skill activated. Immediately, countless webs flew out and wrapped around the ball. But the ball didn't give up and smashed itself into a layer of rock. The layers of rock then merged, creating a new mid-level golem. Haruto, unable to do anything to it, cursed himself. "Damn it. It seems that the Giant Spider King's webs don't work. I have to do something before it merges with other pieces of the golem." While he was thinking, Nanase warned him, "Hunter Sano, fall back." Hearing her, he retreated. Nanase quickly used Hellfire to attack the golem, incinerating the golem's body. Seeing that the golem was on fire, Nanase had a chance to warn him, "Close combat attacks are useless. We have to melt it all at once." Shirosaki was annoyed that Nanase was acting like she understood everything. "I know, acting all high and mighty because you did that one thing. That's why I thought of another plan. If you're not careful, you'll melt everything left over here." Hearing Shirosaki's warning, he finally realized the most terrifying aspect of the golem. This is the most terrifying aspect of the mutated golem. Before entering the dungeon, Aries reminded everyone of a few more important things. The most troublesome part of this conquest is the mutated golem mid-level boss. It is the most frightening aspect of the censored dungeon. A censored dungeon reveals the next area after meeting the conditions. The next area will change based on the previous area. After meeting the condition of defeating the golem, the mutated golem's core will appear. Then the remaining parts of the stone golem will gather and regenerate. Hearing this, Shirosaki summarized the main points. In other words, we're going to have to fight the remnants of a golem that we worked so hard to defeat. The normal result would be mental exhaustion. And even a team wipe, compared to a normal dungeon, this is said to be as difficult as a final boss. Suddenly, Nanase said, then, there are two ways to defeat it. Destroy the core, or melt all the remnants of the golem. And at that moment, everyone was choosing the second option. Nanase was using her skills for too long and was gradually running out of strength and mana. She couldn't bear it anymore and was panting. The golem took this opportunity to appear behind Nanase, surprising her. When did it get behind me? Nanase quickly used Hellfire to attack the golem again. Haruto couldn't help everyone at the moment. But if he wanted to help, he would expose his secret because Aries was there. Damn it, if I use the powers of the longsword, Aries will notice right away. At this rate, it won't be possible to destroy the core. Huh, wait a minute. He remembered the skill from that reward item. He quickly opened the status window. Then Beerman King's Claw possesses the innate hard head of the Beerman King. Skill 1. Can hold any target for a certain amount of time. Skill 2. Can approach any target and inflict damage. Seeing the skills he could use made him rejoice. That's it. With this, definitely, immediately, he activated Control plus V, copied and absorbed the Beerman King's Claw. Control plus V Skill 1 has been loaded. Allows you to hold the target tighter when using the Giant Spider King's webs. Control plus C. Skill 2 has been loaded. Control plus C. Allows you to pierce the target and absorb 15% of its HP and MP. Having received such useful skills, he charged towards the golem, confident. Alright, I hope this works. Nanase continued using Hellfire to try to melt the golem. But it was causing Moore to be unable to believe it. Is she serious? Is she trying to melt all the pieces of the golem, even if Hunter Shinoda Nanase is talented? If she keeps using Hellfire, her mana will. Although everyone said this, Nanase didn't waver and continued using Hellfire to attack the golem, but the golem wasn't phased. The golem, taking advantage of Nanase's exhaustion, attacked her. Currently, her mana seemed to be completely depleted, and her strength was also completely gone, so she was unable to avoid the attack. She wondered, Hellfire doesn't work. I'm out of mana. Suddenly, his webs flew out, wrapping around the golem, creating a large pillar. The golem struggled to break free from inside. Seeing him appear to save her, Nanase was surprised. Hunter Sano. Shirosaki, seeing that the webs were able to surround the golem, making it stop moving, was also surprised. Huh? The Giant Spider King's webs can do that. Seeing Shirosaki dazed, he rushed over and urged him. President Shirosaki Masato, please attack again. Shirosaki was confused by his request. Huh? Can't you see? If we attack, it'll also. At this point, he made a plan. I'll stop the core from moving. We don't have much time. Hurry. Seeing that there was no other choice, Shirosaki agreed to follow his plan. Enough, I'll follow your plan. Because you ordered me, you can't fail. The golem had broken out of the webs, its core immediately flying out, wanting to smash into the ground to find a new body, but he quickly used Control plus V and used the Giant Spider King's webs to wrap around the golem's core. Suddenly, countless spikes appeared on the web, blocking the golem's core. Seeing that he had blocked the core made him extremely happy. I did it. I shouldn't have let the core and the pieces touch each other. Seeing that this had worked, Shirosaki was in disbelief. Really, it actually stopped. Using that useless reward item, what the hell just happened? Nanase was also shocked to witness his intelligence and strength. Hunter Sano, although he leveled up earlier, but to be able to do this, wait a minute, thinking about it, even when we were in the giant spider boss's room, back then, he had saved Aoi from the giant spider's dungeon and had told Nanase, the only ones left alive are me and him. Then he had stubbornly insisted on following Nanase to save everyone. Hunter Shinoda Nanase, please let me join the Queisha subjugation. And finally, during the fight with Queisha, at the critical moments, Hunter Sano was always there. Thinking about this, Nanase unintentionally smiled. Seeing the different powerful skill he had created, Aries was surprised. Beerman King's Claw. That's definitely a typical plan that Hunter Sano would come up with. Seeing that the golem's core had stopped moving, everyone cheered in relief. The core has stopped moving. Amazing, if that method works. Perhaps I should go conquer the giant spider too. Seeing that the golem's core had been forcefully stopped, Takumi was surprised more than ever. Sarah, on the side, also couldn't believe that he was able to do this. What is this? He stopped the core from moving. What the hell? Takumi put on his mask and ordered his comrades, stop gathering mana. We have to speed up our plan and start the operation. Everyone, to your positions. Everyone immediately went to their assigned positions. Roger, Roger. Suddenly, something black came flying and wrapped around Sarah, surprising her. Huh? What is this? Is the situation so serious that Masato has to personally show up? Takumi affirmed. Thanks to that weirdo, obtaining the core's key will be a bit troublesome. Sarah, get ready. The mass group had all left, leaving only Sarah standing alone with the boxes. Suddenly, Shinoda appeared out of nowhere using his stealth skill. He had been observing for a while, and now that no one was around, he wondered, what should I do now? It seems the guy who looked like the leader is gone. What is that kid planning to do with all the mana she collected? Should I report this to the seniors? Earlier, Haruto had given Shinoda his high-grade stealth item for reconnaissance purposes. Take this, Haruto said. It's a high-level stealth skill. Receiving such a valuable item made Shinoda hesitate. Are you sure it's okay to give me something this valuable? Haruto scratched his head, reiterating the importance of the task. This job is that important. Hearing the words important job made Shinoda even more excited. Haruto then gave Shinoda strict instructions. Shinoda Satoru, this time you don't need to fight monsters. Instead, use your stealth skill to follow them. If they find the hidden maze, tell me immediately, and we'll steal their plan. Shinoda, who had been hesitant before, was now more determined than ever. That's right, my seniors and Masato are all there. And most importantly, Sano-san is there too. Haruto, having received the important mission, was quite surprised. I have to destroy it, Shirosaki impatiently affirmed. Yes, since you caught it, you should be the one to destroy it, Nanase agreed. That's right, because this is Sano's achievement as a hunter. Hearing this, Haruto immediately raised his sword towards the golem's core and began to destroy it. Okay, I'm really doing it. Then, he experienced the feeling of being treated as an important person and couldn't help but feel strange. This is the first time I've been treated like this. It feels so weird. I've already copied it, so let's destroy it quickly. His sword struck hard into the golem's core, causing it to shatter. Immediately afterward, a status window appeared with a notification. Golem disappears. Has been defeated, and just like that, he leveled up. You receive a reward item for destroying the mutated golem core. Immediately after, a golden key appeared. The key to sealing the heart, a key that can open the sealed door. Where the heart of the giant golem is sealed, the key fell into his hand and he raised it high to announce to everyone, got it, the key to the hidden maze. Moore, who was seeing the key that could unlock the treasure for the first time, was excited. Wow! I never thought I would see it with my own eyes. He asked Aries how he felt now that he was one step closer to his mother. But Aries gave a nonchalant reply. It's just a key. The real challenge starts now. Looking around, Haruto saw everyone chatting happily and not paying attention to him. He then called out the command, status check, immediately. His status board appeared with the following information. Haruto Sano, level 85, plus 200, 9 new, HP, 230-327 new, MP, 170-162-27 new. Base defense, 160, plus 35% 56 new. Skill proficiency, level 5-3 new. Job proficiency, level 10-1 new. Seeing how quickly he had leveled up, he was very pleased. Wow, awesome. With the upgrade from the greatsword, it's already level 285, almost as high as an advanced hunter above level 300. My days of solo play are not far off. Haruto happily jumped up and down, causing Shirosaki to think he was crazy. Shirosaki arrogantly looked down on him, celebrating over defeating a mid-level boss. Pathetic. Nanase, hearing this, teased Shirosaki, who was struggling with that mid-level boss just now. Shirosaki, hitting a sore spot, became annoyed and awkwardly replied, I wasn't struggling. While the two were teasing each other, a sudden tremor occurred from behind, stunning everyone. Countless iron pillars engraved with patterns of letters emerged from the ground. Everyone became panicked. Hey, that's the sign of a giant monster emerging. This is bad, Shirosaki shouted to everyone. Everyone, get behind my shield, but it was too late. A large explosion occurred, severely injuring everyone and reducing their numbers. Takumi, slowly approaching the rubble he had just blown up, said, expensive, but the power is unmatched. It's true, money can buy anything. A little conscience, and it's as easy as turning your hand. Productive, productive. Suddenly, a voice startled Takumi. Found you. Haruto quickly used Ctrl plus V, casting webs to bind Takumi. Then, he attacked from above, yelling, give it back, the great longsword Queisha. But before he could reach Takumi, he suddenly coughed up blood. Takumi arrogantly said, You may be able to block the explosion with that web, but my traps are not just that. You almost ruined my plan. He finished speaking and punched Haruto hard in the stomach, sending him flying several meters, seeing Haruto being beaten so badly. Nanase worried, Sano. She couldn't hold back anymore and launched an attack. Explosive prison. Aries, worried, quickly stopped Nanase. No, Nanase. Moore also stopped her, reminding her, stop, you'll get hit too. But Nanase, overcome by anger, attacked Takumi with her large flames. Cough. The flames immediately caused Nanase to cough up a mouthful of blood onto the ground. She used her weapon to support herself as blood poured from her mouth. Shirosaki, seeing Nanase unable to fight back and severely injured, was extremely worried. Hunter Chinoda Nanase. What's wrong? Use healing skills. Aries, standing beside Nanase, quickly warned Shirosaki. Chairman Shirosaki, don't use mana, Aries explained to everyone. There's a gas that blocks mana absorption. It was probably released along with the explosion of the pillars earlier. This is a despicable strategy they use to neutralize high-level hunters. Shirosaki was angry. Why would they use something so dangerous? After dealing with Haruto, Takumi began to deal with the others. Let's work efficiently. Shirosaki was shocked. I can't believe it. That skill? It's shadow transformation, the highest level stealth skill. That skill was supposed to be erased by the previous generation of hunters because it was too dangerous. How did he, Takumi, looked around and discovered the key lying next to Haruto? He reached out and picked it up. Takumi's status window immediately appeared with the notification. The key to sealing the heart has been transferred to the current owner. Having obtained the key, Takumi said, mission accomplished. But even after obtaining the key and completing the mission, Takumi still didn't spare Haruto and grabbed his neck, intending to kill him. We have to kill him right here. Surprisingly, Haruto, after taking a beating, still had the strength to agree with Takumi. I was just thinking the same thing. Takumi was surprised. What? He's still conscious. Haruto smiled and cursed at Takumi. Well, you must be trash. Just like the other guys who steal greatswords. Web quickly wrapped around Takumi, immobilizing him. He yelled in alarm, and a status window appeared. Control plus V. Control plus V. Using the Great Spider's web to activate Skill 1, Bearman's King's Claw, the web was surrounded by countless bear claws, enveloping Takumi in a sweet juicy fruit. Takumi's group, seeing their leader trapped in the fruit, became panicked. What, leader? That skill? Isn't that the skill he used to defeat the mutated golem? Maybe we should run. Haruto, gripping his sword, slowly approached the fruit and reminded Takumi of his mistakes. Your mistake was touching my greatsword. Release the Great Spider's web. But the moment the web opened, no one was there, causing Haruto to be very surprised. Looking forward, it was completely empty. Takumi appeared behind him with a mocking tone. Wow, that was close. It's the first time I've had to use a skill like that. If there hadn't been a shadow in there, I would have died a ridiculous death. After almost being killed by such a mediocre skill, I understand why the hunters I've killed all had that regretful look. But you will die here today, Haruto, annoyed by Takumi's constant rambling, reminded him. Hey, you know my nickname, right? People call me Mana Charger because I charge mana for my teammates. This is the first time I've tried this at such a long distance, but it still worked. Hearing this, Takumi was very surprised. What are you saying? Suddenly, a voice behind Takumi confirmed. That means your life ends here. Takumi turned around and saw Shirosaki, full of vitality. I don't know what happened, but I have tons of mana to spare. I will destroy your preaching society right here. Immediately after, a magic circle appeared, creating a widespread black lightning storm that intended to sweep through the Blood Tower group. Takumi cursed in his heart. Damn it. Shirosaki Misato's wide area black lightning, my shadow transformation's nemesis. I can't escape. This is bad. Being cornered. Takumi had to call for help from Sarah. Arita Sarah, attack, reverse it. Sarah, hearing the order, immediately activated her skill. Understood. As she activated the skill, all the mana bottles around her surged, enveloping her whole body. Sarah's status window appeared. Control plus Z, restoring and returning the Snow Mountain Labyrinth of the Golem to its original state. Control plus Z, restore and return the Snow Mountain Dungeon of the Golem to its initial state. Suddenly, everything shifted, causing everyone extreme confusion. Whoa, what just happened? What's with this current? One of the group members realized. This isn't a normal current. The remaining golems, they're gathering together. Nanase stared ahead in shock. That's... Shirosaki couldn't believe it either. Don't tell me. The dungeon is being reset. The low-level golems had been restored and were now charging toward Haruto's group. Shirosaki quickly used his shield to block a golem's attack. He was furious. Damn it, that gas is preventing us from absorbing mana. I have to create a barrier to protect the members, but like this, we can't fight the golems. At this rate, everyone will die inside the barrier. Is there a way? Shirosaki was trying to figure things out when he was startled to see Nanase actively using Hellfire to attack the golems. He was surprised that Nanase wasn't conserving her mana, but was continuously attacking. Hunter Nanase. Why are you? But Nanase fully trusted Haruto. You heard him, right? Hunter Sano's nickname, Mana Gopher. Hearing this, Shirosaki was somewhat startled but still didn't believe it. So what? Aries, who was trying to heal the injured, explained to Shirosaki. He possesses the ability to infinitely regenerate mana and transfer it to his teammates. This is clearly a unique skill of Hunter Sano. Hearing this explanation, Nanase couldn't believe it. Unbelievable. Only priest-type hunters have that ability. So how can Hunter Sano, who isn't even a priest, do it? High-level hunters like me and Nanase need a huge amount of mana to activate our skills, and it's not just limited to us too. He is sharing mana with everyone here, sharing his own mana, in such a short time. Infinite mana regeneration. I've never heard of such a unique skill before, but if it's true, then instead of looking for the heart of the giant golem, a better option would be to get Hunter Sano to join my guild. Shirosaki was considering how to persuade Haruto to join his guild when a voice spoke up. Now it's all clear. Everything, even the incident at the Rainbow Bridge dungeon, was the work of the Preaching Society. Moore, who was fighting with great difficulty, still reminded everyone, the important issue right now is that the dungeon has been reset. If they reset the dungeon again. Aries, while treating the others, refuted Moore's idea. No, I don't think that's likely. The reason why the hidden dungeon hasn't been discovered until now is likely due to the dungeon's logic. I don't know if they realize it, but right now the possibility of the hidden dungeon appearing is 100% certain. After fighting through a round, Nanase noticed something unusual, but something is strange compared to before. There are fewer golems appearing now. Shirosaki immediately realized, the golem that Hunter Nanase melted hasn't been regenerated. Either way, we need to resolve this issue quickly so we can track down those Blood Tower bastards. Suddenly, Nanase's eyes sharpened. If that's all, it wouldn't be a problem, but let's assume that this time is similar to the Rainbow Bridge dungeon incident. If they repeat that method, then, no, it can't be, right? After a period of fighting, Shirosaki remembered Nanase. Now that I think about it, is Hunter Sano okay? I hope those guys didn't send him to his ancestors. In another corner, Haruto wrapped his entire body in webs to avoid getting killed. After the Preaching Society members ran away, he dispelled the web. Release, Great Spider King's web. His whole body was covered in blood. His wounds were extremely serious. Damn it, that bastard. He remembered that when he was attacking, Takumi had taken the opportunity to escape, but he quickly pursued. Stop right there. He rushed in to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Takumi asked, puzzled, seriously, what do you think a low-level hunter can do? Hearing Takumi's taunts, Haruto wasn't angry but instead mocked him. Ha ha, the low-level hunter you're talking about is messing up your whole plan. He finished speaking and activated his skill control plus V, using the Great Spider King's web. Immediately, one of Takumi's arms was wrapped in webs. Takumi couldn't endure the webs any longer and furiously wanted to use his sword to cut through them. This web is nothing but an ant. I'll make sure you can never use this again. A slash of his sword set the web ablaze, and Haruto was knocked back. Takumi activated his sword, the Great Longsword Queisha, release grade, facing the overwhelming power of the release sword. Haruto quickly wrapped himself in webs to avoid the attack. Last time I used the web to escape, but the power of the Great Longsword Queisha is truly terrifying. But because of that, I know how to use its power. Back in the present, Haruto wondered why Takumi knew such secret information. Where did he get those rare pieces of info? Well, I guess I should chase after him and make him spill everything. By the way, where am I? Holy crap, a vast expanse of white snow. How am I supposed to know where I am? Around that time, at the Japan Hunter Association, 3 high-ranking chairmen were gathered, worried about the group Shirosaki had led to explore the snow mountain. Fuwa, knowing Makoto was worried about his 2 children, comforted him. Don't worry too much. Chairman Shinoda and Shirosaki Masato, the chairman of the Future Guild, are also with them. Makoto knew this, but he still had a worry in his heart. The biggest concern right now is whether the Preaching Society is really involved in everything. We don't know much about them, Gao affirmed. Absolutely. Even high-level hunters who get in their sights are as good as dead, and we can't gather any more information. But the Midas Guild has discovered a few things. Gao tossed an iPad with collected information onto the table. The reason they're acting so brazenly this time is because of the presence of the global multinational hunter guild, Starfield. Hearing the name of this nation, Fuwa was shocked. Starfield, Makoto was equally surprised. Why would a world-class guild be in a small place like Japan, and be a black guild? Gao became serious. It's hard to imagine what the situation in the dungeon is like right now. However, 15 years ago, during the Great Disaster, only one dungeon collapsed. At that time, the golems that escaped were more terrifying than demons, and the one who sealed the snow golem dungeon was Nishihara Tomoka of Japan, one of the most powerful individuals in the world. Makoto confirmed, based on the information Gao had provided, yes, if Hunter Nishihara hadn't sacrificed herself back then. Gao continued, the heart of the giant golem was sealed in the hidden dungeon, and to this day, it is still a deadly attraction for everyone in the world. Both guilds are willing to do anything to achieve their goals, so I'm not surprised that they teamed up to conquer Snow Golem Mountain. And Aries Hugh from the International Hunter Association is Nishihara's daughter, right? Makoto knew. We all understand this. Aside from the matter of the great longsword Queisha, she also has a plan to investigate her mother's death. Hunter Nishihara. Gao denied. No one has ever acknowledged the death of Hunter Nishihara. Hearing this information from Gao, Makoto was surprised. What are you saying? Hunters who go missing in the dungeon and whose bodies aren't found are all reported as deceased, right? But you're saying that someone who has been missing for 15 years has still not been officially declared dead. Gao picked up the iPad and explained, there were still survivors that year. About 5 years ago, a hunter who returned from that dungeon also claimed to have seen Hunter Nishihara. Hearing this, both Fuwa and Makoto were stunned. What? Is that true? Gao confirmed with a persuasive reason, because Starfield has blocked the information. But we can't know for sure, but at least this is the truth. The interesting thing is that in the dungeon, there are countless. Before Gao could finish speaking, an employee rushed in with a flustered expression. Chairman, something has happened. Fuwa turned to rebuke him. What is it? We are in an important meeting. The employee immediately pressed a button on the remote. Right now, there's a prison break. Instantly, the screen displayed scenes of monsters causing destruction. A person at the scene spoke over the radio to headquarters. Everyone, you see this? There's a prison break happening right now. It's happening in the center of the city. The sounds of panic screams and collapsing buildings filled the background. Gao, seeing yet another prison break occurring near the Snow Mountain dungeon, was enraged. They are golems from the Snow Golem dungeon. Impossible. Could it be that the dungeon that was just recently conquered has collapsed? What the hell is going on? Inside the dungeon, a violent blizzard had broken out. The Preaching Society members were searching for the mana heart. Takumi was following the map while covered in various wounds. Sarah, seeing Takumi struggling, asked him, is the plan going okay? This is the first time I've seen you hurt. Kurosaki, should I heal you? Takumi, hearing this, suggested, if you're so curious, why don't you check for yourself? Here it is, the hidden dungeon of Snow Golem Mountain. The Preaching Society had arrived at the hidden dungeon where the mana heart was stored. Sarah stared at the dungeon with disbelief. I can finally collect the heart of the giant golem. The Preaching Society crossed a bridge to reach the other side. Shinoda, who had been following them since the beginning, watched them enter the area and quickly followed. The sight of the hidden dungeon amazed Shinoda. Wow! So this is the hidden dungeon. The Preaching Society reached the door and touched it. They turned back to inform Takumi, Chairman, there's something here. He quickly realized it was a barrier. Takumi excitedly touched the barrier. Starfield, as expected of a world-class guild, their information is unbelievably reliable. This is definitely the heart of the giant golem of the hidden dungeon, sealed 15 years ago by the great mage and strongest hunter, Nishihara Tomoka. After confirming the entrance, Takumi ordered, everyone, prepare to break the barrier. Don't let your guard down and stay alert. Everyone immediately followed his orders and dispersed. Understood. As Sarah prepared for the next action under Takumi's command, Takumi said, Sarah, restore the setting of the great longsword. Suddenly, Takumi sensed someone was following them. Wait, it seems a sneaky mouse is tailing us. Sarah was surprised. Takumi pointed his sword in a direction and yelled at the follower, you're an idiot. Using stealth to follow the blood tower, Shinoda, who seemed to have been discovered, was startled. He was so worried he was trembling. Senior Haruto, I'm in big trouble. Takumi angrily swung his sword forward. You're making me furious. The slash was followed by a horrifying scream. Unexpectedly, a rabbit jumped out and attacked Takumi. It was a snow golem's crazed hare, a level 30 monster that lives near the hidden dungeon, always hungry and aggressive. Defeating it would yield a magic stone. Seeing the hare instead of the follower surprised Takumi. Huh? I didn't know there were monsters other than golems in here. Unexpectedly, the crazed hare was defeated by a single hand. The one who defeated the hare was not human. After the crazed hare was defeated, the gem on its forehead fell out. The golem immediately picked it up and let out a cute sound. It turned out that Haruto had created this golem. Seeing it so inquisitive, Haruto patted its head and understood. You're asking if you can eat that stone. Go ahead, kid. The golem happily ate it, but Haruto, pretending to be generous, had copied the gem beforehand. Anyway, I already copied it. He took out the golem core and noticed something surprising. Who knew a mutated golem core would have this ability? Mutated golem core. Can create a golem by pouring mana into the core. Skill 1. Creates a level 1 golem identical to the user's imagination. Skill 2. Can create a mutated golem armor at level 1. Skill 3. Can share the scouting and probing ability with the created golem. The higher the level, the farther the user can control the golem. Haruto looked at the golem core and smirked mischievously. When I found out there weren't any skills I could absorb using copy and paste, I was a bit disappointed, but this is also a fantastic item. If the core can create a golem, then what if I copy and paste it? Now he could easily create an army of golems. Amazing! So, from now on, I can enter dungeons without needing a party. The golem, seeing Haruto's wicked smile, became uneasy and confused. This golem is a snow mountain golem that can level up to 10, can freely change form, and share senses with its master, but it's only level 1 now. I wonder how big it'll be at level 10. If it's too big, that might be a problem. While contemplating the golem core, a sound caught his attention. Before he could react, the golem quickly attacked the intruder. But luckily, the person dodged. It was none other than Shinoda. Seeing Shinoda here, Haruto was surprised. Satoru, Shinoda, who seemed to have experienced too much fear, was crying as he ran to hug Haruto. Senior Haruto, I thought I was going to meet my ancestors. Haruto suddenly found it hard to breathe as he was embraced tightly. Ugh. After a while, Shinoda seemed to have explained the whole situation. The two of them immediately ran towards the location. While running, Haruto cursed, "Damn it, the Blood Tower bastards found the hidden dungeon already. Well, actually, I see this as a good thing." While running, Haruto remembered what Shinoda had endured while following the Blood Tower group and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, I didn't think they'd discover you so easily. I thought that was a high-level stealth skill, so I was careless." Shinoda, touched by his apology, quickly responded, "It's okay, I was in a different position then. So I was fine, but I think the person they detected was a hunter from the Future Guild." Haruto pondered. Chairman Shirosaki, I thought he wouldn't bother planning anything properly, but it turns out his intentions aligned with mine. Ultimately, you really can't let your guard down around the Blood Tower Guild. Suddenly, Shinoda gave Haruto more information. By the way, there was a girl among them. Haruto was slightly surprised. Huh, a girl? Shinoda confirmed. Yes, it seems she gathered mana into those bottles and started doing something. And then the dungeon was reset. I thought about stopping her, but you told me not to. Well, honestly, I was too scared. I'm sorry. Seeing Shinoda so honest, Haruto didn't get angry but instead patted his head to comfort him. It's alright, you did great, Satoru. Suddenly, Shinoda remembered seeing Sarah somewhere. Oh, that's right, that girl looks very familiar. I swear I've seen her somewhere. Also, that thing, it's been following us this whole time. Is that okay? The golem, seeing Haruto run, followed him. Haruto, seeing Shinoda's worry, cheerfully replied, Don't worry. It's my underling. Shinoda's eyes lit up when Haruto said the golem was his underling. Huh, a golem is your minion. Does that mean you can control an entire family of golems? Senior Haruto, you're amazing. The two of them quickly hid in a corner to observe the Blood Tower group. The hidden dungeon is just across the bridge, but they are hiding and guarding all over the place. If we make a move, we'll be caught instantly. Hearing this, Haruto was silent for a moment before deciding. Satoru, go and bring Hunter Nanase and Chairman Shirosaki here. Shinoda was confused when he received this order. Huh. But that means you'll have to stay here alone, Senior, and you know the enemy has the great longsword. Haruto patted the golem, assuring Shinoda, Don't worry about me. I have a way to monitor their every move from here. Shinoda was saddened by not being able to fight alongside Haruto. Understood, if that's what you say, Senior Haruto. Suddenly, Haruto handed the golem core to Shinoda. Take this too. Shinoda was excited at seeing the golem core. This is a mutated golem core. Is it from this golem? The golem was surprised by Shinoda's sudden outburst. Haruto entrusted the golem to Shinoda. From now on, it's your subordinate. You like it, right? Don't be fooled by its appearance. Its combat ability is pretty high, so it'll be quite useful. Shinoda was moved to tears by receiving such a powerful item. Senior Haruto. Are you really giving me such a precious item? Haruto laughed awkwardly. I guess so. He thought to himself. Precious it may be, but I have tons of them. After receiving the Golem core and Haruto's orders, Shinoda immediately ran off to do his assigned task. Thank you so much, Senior Haruto. I promise to bring them as soon as possible. Seeing Shinoda so innocent and adorable, Haruto was very pleased. He's a member of a big guild. But he's so naive. It must be mainly because Hunter Nanase has been bearing most of the responsibility. After everything had been settled, Haruto proceeded to the next step. Now, it's time to create a new subordinate. The mutated Golem core was being used to create a new Golem. Instantly, a bird-like Golem appeared. If it can create a Golem based on my imagination, then I'll give it some mana. After a moment, the bird-like Golem was actually able to fly high. Mutated Golem core, Skill 3, can share scouting and probing ability with the created Golem, through the Golem. Haruto could observe everything around him. Wow, this is truly incredible. The Golem had flown over Sarah and Takumi to monitor the situation. Seeing Sarah's face surprised him. That's the girl Satoru talked about. What is she doing with the great longsword Queisha? Sarah used all the mana that was laid out to restore the sword to its original state. Control plus Z, restore the great longsword Queisha's durability to its original form. The information of the sword, Great Longsword Queisha, a sword forged by the spirit of the dragon Queisha. Required level, 30, adjust user level, 200, automatically applied, will be combined when using unique skill 2. Passive skill, increase user's defense by 35%, unique skill 1, Bloodlust. Absorbs 15% of target's durability, vitality and mana. Passive skill, unique skill 2, Berserk, automatically activates when user's HP is below 15%. All of user's abilities and levels are doubled, including the user's exact level, duration, 1 minute, cooldown, 1 day, durability, 6%, Control plus Z restores the durability of Great Longsword Queisha to its original form, durability 100%, increased by 94% new. After restoring the sword to its original state, Sarah was completely exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, Takumi, pulling the sword out of the ground, praised, excellent. He smirked, all right. Now durability is no longer a problem. Witnessing this scene, Haruto was shocked and couldn't believe it was actually happening. Are you kidding me? The durability of the great longsword Queisha has been fully restored. Is it even possible for a skill like this to exist? Wait, no. If it's true, then that girl, she's like me, a possessor of the curse. Through the bird Golem, Haruto discovered a new piece of information that shocked him. Unbelievable. There's someone else besides me carrying a curse, like me. Considering the fact that the great longsword's durability was restored, it meant that she has the power to revert things back to their original state. If so, I will copy that skill. The thought of copying someone else's skill arose, and it was then that Haruto calmed down and asked himself, can I actually copy someone else's skill? I need to find out first. What if I can't? Haruto looked down at Sarah with determination. That girl. I have to make her my ally. After the sword was restored to its original state, Takumi was pleased. Finally, it's time for me to break the barrier sealing the hidden dungeon. Takumi held the sword towards the chains in front of him, and with one strike, a huge tremor occurred. A strong wind blew, causing Sarah to shield her face with her hand. Haruto looked at the pattern below and realized, that's the hidden dungeon's barrier. Takumi held the key as he slowly approached the place where the mana heart was stored. Without Starfield's information, we would never have been able to break the barrier with this key. It was created 15 years ago by the great mage and hunter, Nishihara Tomoka, which is why we need this sword to break the seal. As Takumi spoke, he plunged the sword into the ground. Sarah, confused, asked, what do you mean? Takumi looked at Sarah with a malicious gaze. The original owner of the sword was Nishihara's husband, Frederick Hugh. He disappeared in this dungeon 15 years ago. Hunter Nishihara created a barrier that can only be broken by her husband's sword to prevent anyone else from entering. This information surprised everyone. Really, the owner of the great longsword is the world's top swordsman, Frederick Hugh. His wife was the great mage Nishihara Tomoka, and their daughter is Aries. That's why she's so attached to the sword. After revealing the secret to Sarah, Takumi became hurried. Okay, let's break the seal. Great longsword Queisha, unleash your power. The ground immediately crumbled, and a light spread throughout the cave. The light was so bright that no one could see clearly. Even Haruto was affected. Damn it, the level 1 golem can't withstand this. If the great longsword's durability hadn't been restored, it wouldn't be able to emit such a powerful energy. After a moment, the barrier gradually disappeared completely, and a large cave appeared in front of them. Standing before the cave, Takumi was excited. Ha! I didn't expect the entrance to the hidden dungeon to be a spatial projection. She must have been agonizing about it. Well, I don't care. After 15 years, the snow golem's hidden dungeon has returned. It's time to find the heart of the giant golem. As he finished, the Blood Tower group entered the cave. Haruto was now confused and didn't know what he should do. What now? Should I go after them? Damn it, Satoru, how long do you plan to keep me waiting? In southern Italy, at a level S hidden dungeon, adventurers were being brutally slaughtered by a mysterious figure. One of them, still clinging to life, said, "You're aiming for me, right? Just kill me. Why do you have to take the lives of others?" The mysterious figure snapped his fingers. "If I did that, I'd be a murderer. But if the whole group is annihilated, people will just think it was an accident in the dungeon." After another snap, the person's body was obliterated. The skill the mysterious figure used was Ctrl+A. When the user of this skill dies, the skill is transferred to the next user with the ability to use it. After completing his task, the figure suddenly felt pain. He had 3 hourglasses on his neck. His face was terrifying. He opened his status window, selected Ctrl+A, selected all, and the other people lost their lives completely. Unexpectedly, someone with the skill Ctrl+X, which could cut out all selected targets, appeared. The surroundings became noisy, and a huge hole appeared on the ground. Seeing someone appear, he looked and saw an elf clapping and praising him. It seems Ctrl+A has improved. Compared to erasing one person at a time, the scale has been expanded. The figure responded to the elf. The annoying part is that I have to take the target's life, allowing the curse to end me. But the most frustrating thing is that no matter how many times I use the skill, it doesn't progress. It's driving me crazy. The elf, hearing his honest confession, went to comfort him. "Have I told you before, if you don't touch the target, the skill will not change. The only skill that can be obtained and upgraded without killing the enemy is Ctrl+C." The figure angrily gritted his teeth. "We've been looking for that person for 10 years, but we haven't found a single hair. Does Ctrl+C really exist?" The elf smiled and confirmed. "It's a bit different, but it still exists in our dimension. I'm sure there is someone in this world who possesses it, and Ctrl+F is for finding those with control skills, right?" At this point, he wondered, "That reminds me, what about Ctrl+Z, based on the information we collected? There are reports of the Blood Tower Guild breaking the barrier sealed by Hunter Nishihara. Ctrl+Z is important, but make sure you get the heart of the giant golem. That item helps those with cursed skills to maximize their power." The elf immediately agreed. Understood. Shirosaki's group had gone deep into the cave following Shinoda's directions, but they still hadn't found anything. Shirosaki angrily complained, "What the hell? We rushed all the way here just to see this icy landscape. There aren't even any traces of fighting. We didn't go the wrong way, right, Haruto?" Seeing Shirosaki so agitated, affirmed, "They haven't been in here for long, and it seems there aren't any monsters either. Since there's only one path, we'll catch up soon." While running, Nanase turned to Aries and asked, "Aries, can you guess where they got their information?" Aries thought for a moment and replied, "This is just a guess based on my personal investigation, but their backer is Starfield." Hearing the name Starfield made Nanase stop. Nanase, confused, asked, "The #1 international guild in the world. Why would they join forces with the Blood Tower?" Aries gave her hypothesis, "I think the reason might be my mother." Hearing this, Nanase vaguely understood. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, Haruto realized some things. Starfield. So this is the root of the information the Blood Tower has, the Rainbow Bridge Dungeon. Stealing the Great Longsword, and even the Snow Golem Mountain, they planned everything. So, does that mean their target is? Maybe not, but if it is, then, Haruto glanced at Aries, causing her confusion. Based on his reasoning, Haruto could conclude, their target isn't the key from the mutated Golem core, but Aries herself. While he was thinking, Shirosaki shouted, "Hurry up! If we grab a punk from the Blood Tower Guild and force them to reveal themselves, it'll be faster." Shirosaki also realized some things. "I see. If Starfield is backing them, then that's why that guy could use teleportation. All that's left is to catch him and hear it from his own mouth." On the other side, the golem was running fast ahead, but Shinoda, as its master, was running slower. He even called out to it, "Wait for me." Shirosaki, seeing the strange thing Shinoda was leading, asked, "I've been seeing it, but what exactly is that thing you're dragging around?" Shinoda happily responded, "It's an underling that Senior Haruto gave me." Shirosaki, seeing the golem that Haruto gave to Shinoda, was shocked, turning a snow golem into a subordinate. Just who exactly is that guy? At this moment, Nanase ran over and questioned Haruto. Why did you give Satoru such a valuable item? Hearing Nanase question him, Haruto awkwardly replied, well, it's precious, so I gave it to him. Giving him a bodyguard will ensure his safety. Nanase couldn't help but smile. While Shinoda was running, his foot stepped on something that glowed. Everyone within the circle disappeared immediately. Haruto quickly ran over and yelled, Satoru, Nanase. Extremely worried, rushed to look for her younger brother, Satoru. The other three followed, also running into the circle. The circle quickly lit up, surprising Haruto. Then, the four of them were transported to a different place. Nanase anxiously searched Satoru. Haruto was also worried about Shirosaki, so he looked around. Chairman Shirosaki, but they were nowhere to be seen, making Haruto uneasy. What's going on? We were supposed to be right behind them, but suddenly we're separated like this. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. He turned to look and saw a huge dragon appearing above them. It bared its large teeth, threatening him. Haruto, frightened, panicked. Damn it, where did that thing come from? Nanase didn't hesitate and quickly attacked the dragon. She used her dual blades and decapitated the dragon. Seeing such a huge monster, Haruto was confused. Why is there a dinosaur-like monster in the Snow Golem Mountain? Aries knelt down to examine the area. This place, it feels like we're in a completely different world. After observing, she confirmed, it's definitely a multi-dimensional dungeon. Everyone was surprised to hear that this was a multi-dimensional dungeon. At that moment, they had reached the forest area. Haruto, confused, looked around. What is this? Nanase didn't believe Aries' conclusion. That can't be true. I heard all multi-dimensional dungeons were wiped out during the Great Disaster 15 years ago. Aries confirmed. Yes, my mother sealed them all, but it seems that for some reason it has opened again. The hidden dungeon of Snow Golem Mountain is also one of those sealed dungeons. Those magic circles placed in these dungeons are what allows them to connect to countless other dimensions. When the circle activates, a teleportation gate to another world opens, and it's also possible that we've been transported to an extremely dangerous dungeon. Nanase quickly understood. That's why Hunter Nishihara set up a protective barrier around this place, Aries continued. My mother also theorized that the Great Disaster many years ago was actually a rampage of a multi-dimensional dungeon. Hearing this, Haruto was horrified. If that's the case, where have Satoru and Chairman Shirosaki been transported to? Aries was unsure. Probably to another dimension. If we clear this dungeon, we'll reach the heart of the giant golem, so you can consider it as a blessing in disguise. Nanase gripped her sword tightly, determined. Then let's act quickly. Just as everyone prepared to act, terrifying roars echoed. Countless monsters appeared before the four of them. Moore was excited. TSK, this doesn't look easy. Nanase sighed helplessly beside him. At the same time, in the city center, the golems that had broken out were attacking civilians. Adventurers were working together to fight and destroy the golems, but no matter how many they destroyed, they would revive if their cores were not destroyed. Damn it, there's no way to destroy the cores like this. Mage, we need a wide area attack to support us. The mage on the other side was fighting another golem and couldn't help. I can't now. We can't absorb mana as easily out here as we could inside the dungeon. I'm busy defending myself. How can I help you? The group was fighting the golems while angrily cursing. Damn it, when we need him, that mana battery is nowhere to be seen. I never thought we would need that useless thing. As they were talking badly about Haruto, a golem charged to attack. The mage saw it and warned, "Hey, behind you." Just then, someone appeared and with one slash, cut the golem in half. Then that person landed on the ground. The mage, saved, quickly thanked the person. Thank you very, a foreigner. A handsome man with blonde hair gave a bright smile. I came here for work, but I couldn't just stand by and watch. The two of them quickly thanked him. We were really in a tight spot. Thank you for stepping in to help. The mage praised the foreigner. Your Japanese is pretty good, and you're also wearing a suit. The man scratched his head and asked, by the way, what was that mana battery thing you were talking about just now? It made me curious, the bald man, seeing that the foreigner was interested in their previous conversation, spoke up. It's nothing much. He's just a low-level hunter who can fight a little, and his only skill is infinite mana regeneration. His role is just to be a mana battery for his teammates. Hearing this, the foreigner asked, where can I meet that person? The bald man shrugged. I used to see him a lot, but I haven't seen him for a long time, so I'm not sure where he is now. I just suddenly thought of him and blurted it out. The foreigner took note of it. Infinite mana regeneration. I've never heard of this skill before. Could he be, while thinking, a voice pulled the foreigner back to reality? Oh, we finally arrived. He turned to see two people who appeared to be standing on the roof of a building. Those two people were none other than Gao and Makoto, Takeuchi, the chairman of the Midas Guild, and Shinoda, the chairman of the Great Power Guild. It seems I'm about to see something interesting. The two of them looked down at the golems, Makoto said. Giant golems, no doubt about it. It seems the snow golem mountain has had a breakout. They're perfect opponents for you, right, Chairman Takeuchi? I'll support you. Gao angrily cursed. Shirosaki, you damn dungeon maniac. What the hell is he doing in that dungeon? Gao furiously rushed down. Tell the chairman, my reward has to be something from the Level S equipment warehouse of the association. As he landed, Gao quickly equipped himself with stone armor before jumping down to the ground. Gao was completely transformed with a sturdy armor. A reckless golem charged at Gao, who sneered at it. We may both be made of stone, but my skill is far superior to yours. As he finished speaking, Gao threw a punch, and the golem shattered into pieces. Up above, Makoto was using his skills to clear out the golems. After one move, their cores were broken. Makoto calmly released his power forward, blowing away a group of charging golems. Gao ducked to avoid Makoto's attack. Gao, annoyed, said with a reproachful tone, That old man is planning to watch the show alone. It seems his support has a limit. At this moment, an even larger golem appeared, charging directly at Gao, but Gao wasn't easily deterred and charged back. If you want to compare strength, I'll win for sure. Gao quickly used an enhancement skill to fight the golem. After one punch, the golem was split in half and then shattered, and its core fell to the ground. Pleased to have obtained the golem core, Gao said. I won't let that old man be the one laughing last. Then he crushed the core in his hand. Gao's status window appeared. Boss defeated. Dungeon clearance complete. Seeing that everything was settled, Makoto sighed in relief. Everyone was cheering Gao up to the sky, but he didn't care. Suddenly, information about Ctrl+F appeared on someone's screen. Ctrl+F. Target is not a user of control skills. Takeuchi Gao, top hunter of Japan and chairman of the Midas Guild. He put down the monster outbreak in just 10 minutes. Though he's not a control user, I did gather some good information. The young foreigner quickly recorded the information he collected in a notebook and then closed it. That reminds me, Ctrl+Z is probably still in the dungeon. Right, I hope she won't die in there. While he was hoping for the best, Sarah already had a gaping hole in her stomach. 20 minutes earlier, in the space where the Blood Tower group had arrived, zombies were swarming everywhere. Takumi and his subordinates drew their swords, preparing for battle. Seeing so many zombies, Takumi was somewhat surprised. A horde of vampires. From this point on, our information is completely unreliable, so all we can rely on is luck. But this dungeon doesn't seem that difficult. Takumi confidently slashed at the zombies. With just one strike, he made all the zombies vanish, leaving the entire area in ruins. After dealing with the zombies, a status window appeared, notifying them that the dungeon had been cleared and they were being transported to the boss's location. The heart of the giant golem. Immediately afterward, the Blood Tower group was transported to a gate filled with strange patterned characters. One of the masked members, seeing that the group had finally reached their destination, spoke up. We finally reached the boss's area of the hidden dungeon. Takumi quickly took out the key he had stolen from Haruto. It's time for this key to show its value. He inserted the key into the lock on the door. The door opened, and they all went inside. Behind the door were large, strange statues, causing the Blood Tower group to be confused. What's this? There's nothing but stone statues in here. The masked member, seeing that the room was empty with nothing appearing, became frustrated. He ran his sword across the statue, creating a deep, long scratch. Maybe we're too early, the boss hasn't spawned yet. As soon as they entered, Sarah began to have trouble breathing as an invisible pressure weighed down on her. What nonsense is he talking about? Ever since we entered, I've been feeling an indescribable pressure crushing my body. But when she looked at the others, they seemed completely normal, with no other expressions on their faces. She was surprised. Can't the others feel it? Are they already used to it because they're hunters? The masked member, seeing that nothing else was appearing, concluded, that must be it. If so, we just need to defeat the boss and take the reward. As soon as he finished speaking, he was crushed by a large hand. When the hand was lifted, all that was left was a pile of clothes and scattered blood. Unexpectedly, the statues from before were moving. One of them, seeing this, cried out in fear. Holy crap, the statue is the boss. Wait, does that mean all the other statues are also? He didn't finish as the other statues also started to move from their positions. Sarah suddenly found it harder to breathe than ever before. She was trembling with fear. Takumi, seeing Sarah like this, was slightly worried. The masked member from before, shocked at the statues that were now moving, was beaten to a pulp by the statues, making it impossible to recognize any semblance of his face. Takumi, seeing Sarah constantly trembling in this situation, became confused. What is she doing? She's seen people die right before her eyes many times. To snap Sarah out of it, Takumi yelled, wanting her to regain her composure. Sarah, get yourself together. While he's still barely alive, quickly restore his condition. Hearing this, Sarah was surprised, but calmed down. She quickly ran towards the masked member who was lying on the ground, barely alive, to give him first aid. She quickly put her backpack down and took out a mana bottle. Upon seeing the mana bottle, she was shocked to find it empty. Huh? The bottle is empty. No, mana is leaking out. Are you kidding me? Even a top mage can't break the seal on this mana bottle. What is happening? All the mana is flowing in one direction. Where's it all going? As she thought this, she looked in the direction where the mana was flowing and saw a statue charging towards her. The remaining survivors quickly ran away. Takumi yelled loudly, trying to rally everyone's spirits. Don't be scared, fight back. Even if it's big, it's still just a golem. He rushed forward and slashed at the statue. Then, he stepped back and warned the remaining survivors, use explosives on high-level monsters. But the masked member immediately reported, I already tried, but neither stealth nor explosives will activate. As soon as he finished speaking, a large object fell from above and crushed him. Takumi, seeing this, immediately retreated. Damn it, he looked to the side and saw that the remaining masked member had also been crushed to death by a statue. Takumi's subordinates had all died. He looked at all the dead bodies and didn't know what to say. It seemed he had been driven to the edge. Are you mocking me? If everyone dies, we're just a big waste. I'm about to go crazy. Takumi cursed at the statues. You damn stone pebbles. The bigger you are, the more disadvantageous you are. He decided to use the sword's true power. Great Longsword Queisha, unleash your power. As he was about to use it, a warning appeared on his status window. User does not have enough mana to unleash the Great Longsword Queisha's blade energy. Receiving such an absurd warning made Takumi very angry. I'm already over level 300. How can I not have enough mana? While he was distracted, the stone statue quickly attacked, startling Takumi. Damn it! The stone statue stomped its foot down on the ground, causing the earth to shake and crumble. Sarah, following the direction the mana was flowing, found a stone tablet filled with mana in front of her. I found it. All the mana is gathered here. Sarah walked over and curiously touched the stone tablet. What is this? As she touched it, a box became transparent, revealing an image of what was inside. She was shocked. Impossible. This is the heart of the giant golem. But, why isn't it regenerating mana? Instead, it's absorbing mana. Suddenly, the mana heart cracked, causing Sarah to panic. This is bad. The mana heart looks like it's about to explode. Sarah, terrified, quickly moved away. But it seemed that it was too late as the mana heart released a beam of light that struck Sarah, causing her to painfully fall from the platform, coughing up blood. A stone statue, seeing that Sarah was still alive, noticed her. It raised its sword high to strike at Sarah. But unexpectedly, the blows missed and landed next to Sarah. Takumi, on the other side, was struggling to fight the stone statue. He seemed to have reached his limit and was coughing up blood, but he quickly took a healing potion from his inventory. High-grade healing potion from the Hunter Association. When used, it will restore 80% of the user's HP, MP, and damage resistance. Optional, in emergency cases. It can be used on the affected area to maintain the user's status. Then, he poured the healing potion over Sarah's wounds. Unexpectedly, he picked her up on his shoulder, preparing to flee. Just as he was about to run, a status window appeared with a notification. The heart of the giant golem has awakened and is beginning the boss battle. Seeing this new information, Takumi was confused. Huh? What is that? Just as he was about to ask, Takumi saw the gate slowly closing, causing him to panic. Damn, the gate is closing. I have to use teleportation to escape immediately. But a warning appeared on his status window. User does not have enough mana to perform teleportation. Driven to the edge, Takumi became very angry and continued to curse. Is this a joke? Where has all my mana gone? Without thinking further, Takumi hugged Sarah and ran towards the gate before it closed completely. Damn it, the gate is, at this rate, neither of us will make it out. Finally, Takumi decided to get Sarah out first. He grabbed Sarah and threw her out of the gate before it closed. Sarah, being thrown out, woke up, feeling weak. She looked up at Takumi, wondering why. Takumi smiled hopefully, asking Sarah, As long as you are still alive, you can restore everything to its original state. Right. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate closed. Through the crack in the door, they could see the stone statues charging towards Takumi. Sarah, helpless, lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she cursed Takumi. Are you stupid? I'm not a hunter. I can't absorb mana. How can I restore everything? Sarah, lying on the ground, blamed herself. I shouldn't have come here. If I have to die here, then my parents. Thinking that she was going to die, she felt a warm hand transfer mana to her. Something warm. This is mana. Sarah, now more conscious, slowly opened her eyes and saw Haruto's face. Confused, she asked herself, "Who is this?" Haruto anxiously asked her, "Are you okay?" Sarah remembered. This is the person who shared mana with Hunter Nanase. Haruto continuously transferred mana to her, helping her recover from the severe blood loss caused by her injuries. Sarah felt the mana filling her body and became greedy. My whole body is being filled with mana. If I had this amount of mana. Seeing that Sarah wasn't saying anything, Haruto was worried and leaned closer to ask, "If you have enough mana, you will be able to restore your body yourself, right?" Hearing Haruto's question, her eyes widened with surprise as she thought, "How does he know about my skill?" The others had arrived at the door, but they didn't have the key to enter, causing Shirosaki to angrily curse. "Are you kidding me? We chased all the way here, and now we can't open the door." Aries had examined the way to enter but found no solution. As long as there's a hunter fighting inside, no outsider can open the door. We can use the key to force it open, but I'm sure you all remember, there's only one key. Shirosaki was frustrated and cursed. "This is my destiny. If I had known, we would have brought that mutated golem back to life before coming here." Suddenly, Shirosaki remembered something. Speaking of which, what about that girl? Shirosaki glanced at Sarah, who was tightly bound with handcuffs. One of the group members informed Shirosaki about Sarah's information. She's apparently a high-level healer from the Preaching Society. She was severely injured, but she fully recovered thanks to Hunter Sano's mana. We'll need to investigate her further when we get back. I've suppressed her with some hunter equipment. Shirosaki angrily asked, "That's if we can even get out of here. If we don't clear the dungeon, we'll be trapped here forever, right?" Aries didn't deny it. "That's very likely." Hearing this, Shirosaki was frustrated to the point of a headache. So this is why so many people go missing in this dungeon. Seeing Shirosaki making such a fuss made Haruto tired. At this moment, he was incredibly scared and asked himself, "What do I do now? Should I show them the key I created with my skill?" Haruto called out the command, "Warehouse, open." Instantly, the items appeared, and among them were the two keys he had copied. He took the key out, nervously trying to find a reason to explain its existence. "Maybe I can say I found it somewhere, Aries." On the other side, was trying to find a way to open the door. "This is the door that my mother sealed. I'm sure there's something here." Suddenly, her hand went inside, and the door immediately lit up. The patterns on the door appeared, imprinted on Aries' body. Immediately after, the door opened, witnessed by everyone. Nanase, surprised, ran over and asked how she opened the door. "Aries, how did you open the door? Your cloak is also emitting a light pattern similar to the door." Aries explained the origin of the cloak. "This cloak was originally my mother's. Perhaps it was created with the intention of resonating with the door." Seeing that his previous prediction about Aries was correct made Haruto happy. "So, Aries is actually the key to this hidden dungeon. I need to carefully investigate this multi-dimensional dungeon later." Shirosaki, seeing Aries open the door just like that, was confused, his face completely blank. Suddenly, a pressure from inside the room rushed out, making Shinoda uncomfortable. "It's like an automatic door. Damn it, the golem." Seeing that Shinoda was uncomfortable, anxiously asked, "What's this pressure in the room?" Nanase told everyone, "Everyone, go into a defensive stance. Something inside is sucking our mana." Haruto looked at Sarah and asked, "Sarah, is it what you were talking about earlier?" She affirmed, "Yes. The heart of the giant golem is absorbing the mana of everything around it and using it to regenerate its own mana." Hearing the function of the mana heart made Haruto think of a plan. It absorbs mana. If so, what should I do? Sarah anxiously warned Haruto. "Get out of here immediately. No matter how high level a hunter is, without mana, before Sarah could finish, Haruto noticed the front. "That's, the stone statues are slowly moving toward us." Shinoda, holding his sword, cried out in fear. "Whoa, what the hell are these giants?" Nanase asked pleadingly. "Hunter Sano, I need some mana." Haruto immediately agreed. "Okay." He quickly used his ability to generate mana. "All right," he yelled. "Let me show you the skills of a human mana battery. Control+C, copying user's mana. Ctrl+V, pasting copied mana. After a while, a status window appeared with a notification. Ctrl+V, max pasting. Haruto instantly transferred a massive amount of mana to everyone. Sarah, seeing mana swirling around for the first time, couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? The entire dungeon is covered in mana. Even while it's being absorbed so quickly, Sarah noticed Haruto, that person, Hunter Sano. If I combine my skills with his, I can help my parents return to normal. After receiving a large amount of mana from Haruto, Nanase shouted, "We have enough mana. This is enough to take down those stone statues." Dual blades. She rushed forward and sliced the stone statues in half. Shirosaki was also excited with the amount of mana he was receiving. "As long as we have enough mana, you're all just useless rocks." Shirosaki used his thunder spear to destroy the stone statues. The entire cave shook violently. The remaining stone statues gathered into a single mass. Seeing this, Shirosaki became even more excited. "A whole group, that's perfect. I've been frustrated to the point of going insane in this dungeon. Now, I'll vent it all on you stone rocks." The entire cave was covered in Shirosaki's lightning. Suddenly, Sarah shouted in surprise, "Ah! He's there." She looked around and found Takumi still breathing, giving her some relief. Takumi, on the other side, was barely alive, but Sarah didn't dare use her skills. Fearing that Haruto's group would find out, if she were to use her skills now, she suddenly remembered the great longsword Queisha. Haruto also saw Takumi barely alive in the front. So he quickly approached and looked down at him. Then he took the sword from Takumi's hand and examined it. "Finally, I got it back. I knew it. The durability has been reset. That girl, she's definitely a cursed skill wielder." He looked at Sarah and decided, "I will copy that skill, but for now, I should try it first." Haruto sat next to Takumi and placed his hand on Takumi's head before using his skill, Ctrl+C, copying the target's skill. Teleportation. While copying, a notification appeared. "Cannot copy due to the target's level being higher than the user." Seeing this notification confirmed Haruto's prediction. I wasn't wrong. Even with the added level from the Great Longsword, my level isn't enough. Other notifications appeared. Target has intense hostility towards you. In this situation, you have two choices to obtain the skill. Option 1. Eliminate the target and absorb the skill. Option 2. Forcefully absorb the skill, which can only be done when the target's HP is below 15%. This will prevent the target from using the skill. After seeing the two options presented by the status window, Haruto was slightly surprised. "Huh? If the target considers me an enemy, then all I need to do is kill them and get the skill. If so," but then he reconsidered. "No, wait, by the looks of it, his HP is already below 15%, so I can just absorb it without killing him, forcefully absorb it. As for the purpose of defense, I'll be using this skill a lot in the future." Shirosaki approached Sarah and asked, "You're a healer, right? Go heal him, but only enough to keep him from dying." Shirosaki immediately broke Sarah's handcuffs. "We have many questions to ask. So it would be annoying if he escaped." Sarah looked at Haruto as if seeking his consent, and he nodded in approval. After that, she used her skill to turn back time for Takumi. Seeing his hands slowly grow back made Haruto excited. His hand grew back instantly. "This is a skill on par with my body copying ability." After recovering, Takumi coughed up blood. As soon as he woke up, Takumi smiled brightly, confusing Sarah. "Hey, what are you smiling about?" Takumi smiled with amusement. "See, both of us didn't die." Sarah didn't want to bother with him anymore and turned her back. After that, Takumi was cuffed again. Nanase warned him, "You better not do anything unnecessary. The one who let you live is Chairman Shirosaki, not me." Takumi didn't hesitate to reply, "If we survive this dungeon, then that's what I should be doing. This dungeon is just getting started." As he said that, he turned back to look at the mana heart before running away. Suddenly, a light attacked Nanase. She quickly blocked it with her sword. But it didn't seem effective. Seeing his sister being attacked like that made Shinoda worried and he ran over. "Sis." The mana heart continued to attack the others. Seeing that Shinoda was about to get hit, Haruto quickly ran over to protect him. "Satoru." It was only then that Shinoda noticed something was attacking him. The golem instantly jumped in front of him. 30 minutes earlier, in the skeletal, multi-dimensional dungeon, Shinoda had gotten lost with Shirosaki. Shirosaki was continuously using his thunder spear to destroy the monsters around them. As the monsters' magic stones dropped, the golem excitedly ran over. Shinoda was surprised. "Hey, you want to eat magic stones?" Seeing the golem so excited by the magic stones, Shirosaki wasn't stingy and gave the golem all of them. "Here you go. These rocks aren't worth much anyway." The golem happily let out a sound and sat down to eat the magic stones. After eating for a while, the golem leveled up. Snow Golem Mountain Golem, Level 2, 25%, can level up to 10. Can change form flexibly. Level 2, can share senses with the user. Level 2, seeing that the golem had leveled up just by eating magic stones made Shinoda happy. And he ran over and patted the golem's head, praising it. "Oh, my little minion, you've leveled up." Suddenly, a trace of stone appeared on Shinoda's hand, confusing him. "Whoa, little minion, what's this?" Back in the present, a trail of upturned earth and stones appeared. Unexpectedly, after the previous attack, the golem had merged with Shinoda, becoming an armor that protected him. Seeing the golem merge with Shinoda surprised Haruto. The little errand boy merged with Satoru. It leveled up so much in such a short time. Shirosaki frowned and thought, no matter how you look at it, this scene is exactly like Chairman Takeuchi's stone armor. So, that mutated golem core levels up this way. I'll need to research this more when I get back. While Shirosaki was thinking, he was attacked by the mana heart again, causing his protective armor to shatter. Aries loudly warned. "Chairman Shirosaki, be careful. These attacks are all created with pure mana. The mana is highly concentrated. And the beams are very sharp. They can't be blocked by magic shields." Nanase suddenly spoke up. "On the contrary, the best way to counter them is with physical attacks." As she spoke, she moved forward to face the mana heart's attack. She used her dual blades to confront it. Haruto looked at Shinoda, thinking, she's right, like Hunter Nanase said. Because the mana is so dense, we can use regular swords and shields to block the attacks. That's why Satoru's little minion can block the attack successfully. Shinoda, after taking the hit, was very worried about the golem. "Little minion, are you okay?" Suddenly, Haruto realized something. "But, if we just keep blocking, we won't be able to advance, because I can generate infinite mana. The heart of the giant golem will be able to keep attacking endlessly. We need to get close enough to destroy it, otherwise, we're all going to die. I have to think of something." Sarah and Takumi were currently hiding behind a large rock to avoid the mana heart's attacks. At that moment, Haruto took a step and thought of a solution. That's it, teleportation. That guy from the Blood Tower Guild was able to use that move even when he was wrapped in the Great Spider King's web. Haruto activated Ctrl+V, using the Great Spider King's web. The web covered his entire body. Great, now I can use my skills without anyone noticing. Then he activated Ctrl+C, used the Great Spider King's web, and simultaneously activated teleportation. Moore, who was fighting, noticed Haruto disappear, and was confused. He disappeared. Haruto, using his shadow, arrived right below the mana heart. He suddenly appeared behind it and quickly touched the box. Here it is. The resonant frequency unique skill of Queisha should be enough to destroy this thing. As he waited for what was going to happen, the pressure around the mana heart blew him away. He was hit by a painful attack and coughed up blood. Cursing internally, "Damn, it's concentrating mana to explode." He refused to give up and continued. "Who do you think I am, you mindless thing? The mana you're absorbing was donated by me, you know." As he finished speaking, he used Ctrl+V, the Great Spider King's web, and the web immediately covered the mana heart, forming a large pillar. Seeing that the mana heart had stopped attacking, everyone was shocked. The giant golem's continuous attacks, he stopped it. Shinoda happily called out, "Senior Haruto." Just when it seemed everything was going well, the mana heart unexpectedly attacked through the web. Haruto yelled, "It's not enough." Then, he continued to use Ctrl+V, the Great Spider King's web, wrapping the mana heart with more layers. He avoided the mana heart's attacks and rushed to touch it again. "If I can touch it once more." All right. After wrapping the web around it, he continued to use Ctrl+V, using the resonant frequency unique skill of Queisha to destroy the target. Immediately, the outer glass that surrounded the mana heart shattered, the box completely broke, and so did the mana heart. After that, a blinding light appeared. A status window appeared with a notification. "You have destroyed the heart of the giant golem. The dungeon has been cleared." Seeing this notification made Haruto incredibly happy. Just as I predicted, after this battle, he leveled up continuously, making him even happier. "Nice, I'm leveling up." After destroying the mana heart, he received a reward. "You have received a reward item. Heart of the Giant Golem. Level 1, Skill 1, can regenerate infinite mana. Skill 2, can absorb mana up to a certain limit." This is a fixed item. Seeing the function of the golem heart, Haruto wasn't very interested because he could already do this. Infinite mana regeneration. I don't really need this. I'll copy and paste it to be sure, though, at that moment, his curse skill leveled up. Ctrl+C has leveled up. Currently, the skill will automatically copy any copyable items. Seeing the new function after leveling up made him happy. Oh, automatic copying, awesome. Immediately after, the golem heart quickly disappeared. Shinoda, overjoyed, rushed over to hug Haruto. As expected of Senior Haruto. You're the best, Senior. Haruto immediately stopped him. Don't hug me, you'll break my back. Suddenly, Shirosaki called him over. Hunter Sano, it seems you somehow obtained the heart of the giant golem. Well done, Haruto. Seeing that Shirosaki wouldn't admit it, sighed helplessly and reminded him, can you just drop the somehow? Nanase, behind them, had noticed all of Shirosaki's feelings. But because he wouldn't tell the truth, she bluntly said, if you want to praise someone, then do it properly. You're so petty, it's terrifying. Shirosaki, surprised by Nanase's words, cleared his throat. Hunter Sano. I want to talk to you seriously after we get back. Haruto knew what Shirosaki's intentions were, so he turned around and stated directly, if you want to take the heart of the golem, then I'll set a high price for it. Hearing this from Haruto surprised Shirosaki. Huh, you'd really sell it to me, Nanase anxiously advised Haruto. Hunter Sano, such an important matter. Shouldn't you wait to discuss it with the association before deciding? Hearing Nanase say that, Shirosaki immediately interrupted. Hunter Nanase, why are you trying to meddle in our wonderful friendship? Don't interfere. Nanase cursed. How can I turn a blind eye to such an immoral and unreasonable transaction? Hearing Nanase accuse him like that made Shirosaki angry. What? What immoral transaction? Seeing the two of them constantly arguing made Haruto's head hurt. Someone else called him. Hunter Sano. Wait. Haruto took the sword to Aries, then sincerely apologized and returned the sword to her. Here is your mother's keepsake, Aries. I'm truly sorry for the delayed return. Aries, receiving the sword, was extremely happy. It's okay. Thank you for getting it back as you promised. At this moment, Moore remembered Haruto suddenly disappearing earlier. By the way, earlier, you used a skill similar to that guy from the Blood Tower Guild, right? Hearing Moore say that, Haruto was startled. Huh? Hearing Moore say that made Shirosaki realize it as well. You know, now that I think about it, you teleported a long distance in just a blink of an eye. Haruto, now flustered, explained that, it's a skill of the Great Spider King's web. It leveled up, so I can move super fast by shooting webs. Haruto's explanation sounded so far-fetched that Moore didn't really believe it, but didn't call him out on it. Nanase, escorting the other two back to the association, spoke up. It's not good to ask about other people's skills. Let's go back. We also need to quickly investigate these two people. Suddenly, Takumi looked at Sarah and smirked. Sarah, you still have to repay the favor, don't you? Quickly reset the dungeon. Sarah, hearing that, was startled and cursed at Takumi. Are you crazy? Fine, but this will be the last time. Kurosaki. Takumi smirked as he reminded her of their agreement. Did you find a suitable mana battery because of me? But if you suddenly forget our agreement, then I'm in big trouble. The eternal suppression shackles will never allow you to betray your comrades. The oath of Adamus, as long as you still wear it, you will never be able to escape me. So remember, even your parents' lives are in my hands. So reset the dungeon for me. I risked my life to save you. Now you must repay me. Takumi looked at the abundance of mana in the air and urged her. There's plenty of mana here to do it. Suddenly, the mana flowed towards Sarah. Seeing this strange behavior startled Haruto. Could it be? Sarah activated her skill. Haruto quickly warned everyone. Everyone, quickly get out of the dungeon. It's about to be reset. Haruto's words confused Aries. Reset. If that happens, who knows which dimension we'll be sent to? Haruto couldn't hesitate any longer. So he decided to use the skill he had taken from Takumi. Damn it, he rushed towards Sarah before she could fully activate her skill. Why are you suddenly doing this? But Sarah didn't say anything and with tears in her eyes continued to activate her skill. Haruto quickly grabbed Sarah away from the spot, but her skill still activated. Everyone quickly used their shields to protect themselves, and then they all floated in the air, watching the dungeon reset itself. The reset dungeon pushed everyone far away. And the group was split into two, slowly drifting into a spatial rift. Shinoda, worried about Haruto, called out, Senior Haruto. Nanase anxiously asked Aries. Is this the space above Tokyo? What just happened? Aries was also confused about what was happening. I don't know either, but right now, the most important thing is, suddenly, someone called her name, Nanase. She turned around and saw Makoto floating in midair, asking, Why are you here? Makoto's appearance surprised her as well. Huh? Dad? Chairman Shinoda, Shirosaki. Seeing Makoto, was also confused. Chairman Shinoda, where did he come from? Makoto, confused, replied, I should be the one asking that. Did you all safely conquer that dungeon? But there are so few of you. Where are the others? Shirosaki had trouble explaining, and then Nanase saw Haruto, surprised. Hunter Sano, Aries, behind her, didn't know what to say. At the same time, in the dungeon, Takumi angrily asked, What's going on? The dungeon hasn't been reset. Sarah, trembling, knelt on the ground and replied, He pushed me. So the resetting process was interrupted, but Takumi didn't care. He felt this was a good thing. Ha, good. At least the others have been sent out of here. It seems the barrier has been restored as well. As long as I get the heart of the giant golem, everything will be fine. As he spoke, he approached Haruto. Haruto, instantly furious, shouted, Shut up, Great Spider King's web. He tried to use his usual skill, but a warning appeared. Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, item not found. This warning confused him. What do you mean not found? Seeing that Haruto couldn't use his skill, Sarah was horrified. No way, so that means the target being reset isn't the dungeon, but you. Haruto couldn't believe what Sarah had just said. Don't joke around. My memories in my body, have they changed at all? See? He shakily opened his status window, but the status window only showed the ordinary information of a new player. Haruto Sano. Level 1, HP 1515, MP 20/20, Job Proficiency Level 1, Skill Proficiency Level 1, Base Defense Level 15. Seeing the information made it impossible for him to accept. Level 1. That means I've returned to my original state when I first awakened. What about my skills? He opened his skills window and saw that both of his skills had returned to level 1. Ctrl+C LV1. Ctrl+V LV1. One unknown item available. Haruto felt completely helpless. Could there be anything worse? My skills have returned to the same state as before I leveled up. Suddenly, he noticed something that hadn't disappeared. Huh. One unknown item available. What is this? Before Haruto could find out what the item was, Takumi slashed him, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. Takumi, excited that he was going to kill Haruto with his own hands, said, Look at your confused and messed up face. Clearly, your level has been reset. Good, go meet your ancestors. Takumi's sword got closer, but Haruto still refused to give up and continued to think. Calm down. The cursed skill hasn't disappeared. That unknown item in my inventory. If that's me before I had the skill, then I'll have to play the part of the weakling. As death was approaching, a sword blocked Takumi's blade. It was Moore. He hadn't been blown away with the others. Takumi, seeing Moore confronting him, smiled excitedly. Hey, aren't you that weak low-level hunter from the International Hunter Association? You're still here. Seeing Moore appear here made Haruto confused, and he asked, Moore, why? Moore didn't say much, advising Haruto, Hunter Sano, run. Leave him to me. What you need to do is get out of here. But Haruto wasn't a coward, so he refused to run away alone. I can't do that. Seeing the two of them arguing made Takumi smile maliciously. Then he directly slashed at Moore. You insolent fools. Looking down on me, with such a clear difference in our levels, you, someone who isn't even qualified to fight me. What can you do? Moore was constantly attacked by Takumi's sword, and more wounds appeared all over his body. Takumi kept attacking Moore, sending him flying. Well, it was my plan anyway to kick you all out of the International Hunter Association. Moore, supporting his body as he sat up, couldn't avoid Takumi's attack. Hurry, I can't dodge it. Suddenly, Haruto ran out, using his body to block the attack from Moore, and fell to the ground. Moore, seeing that Haruto had used his body to shield him again, was confused. Why, Haruto told Moore, he's my prey, I don't need your help, so get out of here quickly. But before he could finish, Takumi, annoyed. I said, you talk too much, Dai. Then he directly slashed, killing Haruto. Moore, witnessing Haruto's body being split in two, was shocked to the point of collapsing. Sara was also very surprised that Haruto had actually died. Takumi excitedly grabbed the mana heart from Haruto's hand, just as I thought. Once that guy was reset, all the items he had will return to their original location. Suddenly, Takumi smirked and leaned close to Sarah, threatening her. Sarah, now I'm the only one you can rely on, right? Sarah was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing Sarah like that made Takumi displeased. Don't make that face. He got into this situation because of the resetting skill you gave him. I'm sure he'll be very grateful to me in his next life. Thank you for granting me his death when he lost everything. As soon as he finished speaking, Haruto's voice rang out, affirming, yes, thank you for killing me. Then a slash landed on Takumi's wrist, causing it to bleed profusely. Takumi, in pain, screamed loudly. Haruto, who had returned, and was stronger than before, was worried. I was worried you were going to show mercy. Seeing that Haruto was still alive and well shocked everyone to the point of being speechless, Takumi, trembling, turned around and looked at Haruto with complete confusion. What is this? I just killed you with my own hands. He stubbornly picked up the sword from the ground, wondering, what kind of skill is this, you bastard? What the hell are you? As Takumi was running towards Haruto, Haruto used Ctrl+V, using the Great Spider King's web to envelop Takumi. Takumi refused to give up and yelled at him. You idiot, have you forgotten? Teleportation. As he finished speaking, he used teleportation, but a warning appeared. Skill has been transferred and cannot be used. This made Takumi stunned. What? Damn it, Sarah. Reset the dungeon again, but this time, Sarah resolutely refused. I don't want to. Seeing that Sarah had betrayed him made Takumi angry. You damn rat, have you forgotten the Adamas agreement? If you don't want to die, act quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the bracelet on Sarah's hand glowed, causing her agonizing pain. Haruto, after hearing their conversation, immediately realized something. I was wondering why she listened to that guy. It's because of that bracelet. Haruto immediately ran over and knelt in front of Sarah. Seeing him appear surprised her. Then, Haruto grabbed Sarah's bracelet, using Ctrl+C, using the resonant frequency unique skill of Queisha. The bracelet immediately shattered. Sarah, who had been terrified just moments ago, was now surprised. Takumi, seeing his last resort destroyed, tried to stop him. Stop it, you bastard, I will kill you. Teleportation. Damn it, why can't I use the skill? After resolving the bracelet issue, Haruto stood up and demonstrated the teleportation skill that Takumi had been using. You see, because your skill is now mine. As he spoke, he quickly charged towards Takumi, slashing him twice, causing him to fall to the ground. Moore, who had witnessed everything, remained silent. Haruto then went and picked up the mana heart, and with a frustrated tone said, For this, you started a prison break, you stole how many lives? A person like you is not worthy of possessing this. As he finished speaking, Haruto used Ctrl+C, using the resonant frequency unique skill of Queisha, to destroy the mana heart in front of Takumi. A status window appeared with a notification. You have destroyed the reward item of the hidden dungeon. You have obtained a unique item. A diamond appeared and fell into Haruto's hand, and a status window notification appeared. Hidden dungeon, Snow Golem Mountain, has been cleared. At this moment, a group of adventurers arrived at the door, and the door suddenly opened, surprising everyone. Whoa, the door's open. That means someone cleared the dungeon. They quickly went inside to investigate. Hello, is anyone there? One adventurer saw Haruto and was very surprised. Ah, Hunter Sano. At that moment, everyone came over to ask questions. Aren't Chairman Shirosaki and Hunter Nanase with you? Haruto immediately replied. We were separated during the battle, but don't worry, I'm sure they're together. Hearing this, everyone looked around the dungeon. So, Hunter Sano, you cleared the dungeon alone. Hearing their question, Haruto smiled and replied. Now, I've cleared the dungeon. Let's all go home. The next day, at the Japanese Hunter Association, Haruto was actually sitting with Shirosaki, and the high-ranking leaders were very confused. Makoto spoke first. I didn't expect Snow Golem Mountain to be a spatial dungeon. This is complicated. Once a dungeon like that is cleared, other dimensions will be affected, Gao sighed. I see, so that's why there was a prison break. Fuwa also spoke up. Currently, the most important thing is that the seal set by Hunter Nishihara has been broken. A multidimensional dungeon is a sign of the great disaster from 15 years ago. Hearing this, a high-ranking member objected. Chairman, isn't it too hasty to make an announcement now? That's right, the dungeon only recently collapsed. At this moment, another person spoke up irritably. You said those same things earlier. Hearing that person immediately jumped in to retort. What was that? How dare you? Seeing everyone making such a racket, Nanase sighed helplessly. Then, she slammed her hand on the table and stood up to speak. Everyone, please excuse me, but I have something to do. We need to interrogate the people from the Blood Tower as soon as possible. The multi-dimensional dungeon issue isn't something that can be solved overnight. Gao, seeing that Nanase, who was just a subordinate, had the nerve to speak arrogantly here, was very angry. Arrogant. Aren't you? Are you implying that you're the only one working hard while we're playing patty cake? We're also busy dealing with the prison break. Shirosaki stood up to mediate. Calm down. No one could have predicted this would happen. I heard that Chairman Takeuchi and Shinoda have worked very hard to handle the situation. Gao, annoyed, slowly approached Haruto. I don't want to steal the spotlight and brag about my achievements. You're the star of the dungeon clearance, right? If you were that skilled, I would have heard of you. "So, who are you?" Seeing Gao like this, Haruto sighed helplessly and replied, "I'm just a hunter." Seeing him so calm made Gao furious. "Do you know who I am, and you're still so calm?" Haruto irritably stood up and asked, "So what are you supposed to be?" Not only did we clear the dungeon with the fewest casualties possible, but we also discovered a dangerous multi-dimensional dungeon. I thought our achievements deserve praise, not criticism. Isn't that right, Chairman of the Midas Guild? Takauchi. His arrogant words in front of a high-ranking leader like him angered Gao. "You're really interesting. Knowing who I am, you still dare to act like that." Shirosaki, seeing that things were getting out of hand, was startled. The people around them were also frightened, yelling, "Hey, are you going to use your stone armor here?" Seeing that Gao had gone too far, Fuwa spoke up, "Chairman Takeuchi, if you continue to act out of line, you won't receive any rewards for this mission." Fuwa's pressure intimidated Gao, making him immediately withdraw his power. Then, he angrily stormed off. I'm only doing this for the reward." At that moment, Haruto took note of the skill that Gao had used earlier, stone armor. I wonder if I can copy that skill. At the Hunter Association, in the chairman's office, Fuwa asked Haruto about his identity. "Hunter Sano." "Right, what organization do you belong to?" Haruto nervously introduced himself. "I used to be a member of the Great Power Guild. But I recently left the guild for a few reasons." Hearing that he used to be a member of the Great Power Guild made Fuwa very surprised. He used to be with the Great Power Guild. Fuwa was delighted that he didn't belong to any guild and had such impressive achievements. "It's hard for a solo hunter to level up, but you managed to conquer such a high-level hidden dungeon. That's truly amazing. On behalf of the entire association, I want to express my gratitude for your dedicated service, Sano-kun." Being praised like that made Haruto very awkward. "Thank you. So, the chairman knows me." At that moment, Fuwa also thanked Aries and Moore. "I also want to thank the 2 members of the International Hunter Association. Do you have any plans?" Aries immediately replied with her plans. "Well, right now we're preparing to return to our organization to make a report." Moore thought for a moment. "I think I'll stay here for a while, and I'll be leaving the International Hunter Association." At Haruto Sano's house, unexpectedly. His small house was accommodating 5 large adults. Seeing that everyone had suddenly arrived at his house made Haruto confused, and he questioned them. "Hey, this is my house. What are you all doing here at this hour of the night?" Gao asked him for a favor. "I've left the International Hunter Association, and I have nowhere to go. Please take care of me." Aries immediately tried to persuade Moore. "Moore, why did you make that decision?" But Moore didn't answer her. "Aries, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you right now." Shinoda, hugging the golem, answered cheerfully and casually. "And of course, my little minion and I have to stay with Senior Haruto." Nanase stated her purpose for coming there. "I'm here to relay Arita Sarah's request, so don't include me with them." Hearing this, Haruto wondered, "That reminds me. Where are those 2 now?" Nanase explained the current situation. Because Arita refused to use her skills to heal Kurosaki, he's currently staying at the hospital, receiving treatment. Once he regains consciousness, he'll be transferred to the prison for questioning. Arita Sarah is still being detained in the association's interrogation room. So far, she's been silent and has refused to answer any questions. She only requested to see you, Hunter Sano. Hearing everything made Haruto ponder. Seeing Haruto think for so long made Nanase sure of her previous statement. "I knew it, you're definitely connected to them." Suddenly, she remembered something. Also, Arita Sarah is a member of the famous girl group, IF. Hearing Nanase say that made Shinoda immediately remember. No wonder she looked familiar. Haruto spoke up, wanting to reduce Sarah's punishment. "I think she was forced into an agreement, and her abilities were exploited. I already destroyed that covenant bracelet she was wearing, so she probably wasn't involved with Kurosaki. I'll stop by the association to see her later." After the 4 people had stated their purposes for coming to his house, Haruto turned to Shirosaki and asked, "By the way, Chairman Shirosaki, why are you also here?" Shirosaki, hearing Haruto call his name, was startled and then cleared his throat. "There's only one reason I'm in this cramped room." Moore immediately realized Shirosaki's purpose for being there. "It's because of the heart of the giant golem." "Right, if so, then Hunter Sano already crushed it in the dungeon." Hearing this, the 4 people stared at Haruto with disbelief. Shirosaki went crazy, grabbed Haruto's collar, and cursed. "Are you crazy? You destroyed that super rare item." Haruto quickly tried to explain. "Hey, wait." Suddenly, Haruto took out the mana heart. Seeing it made Shirosaki immediately calm down. "Oh." Haruto scratched his head and made up a reason. "The one I destroyed in the dungeon was a fake. If I destroyed the copy, then it would count as fake, right, Moore?" Seeing him take out another one, Couldn't believe it. The one in the dungeon was fake. Impossible. If so, then how can it be considered a dungeon clear? No, that's not it. Just like I thought. He really is. Shirosaki didn't hesitate and offered an extremely high price to buy the mana heart. 5 billion. You said you would sell it to me. Right, 5 billion. Final offer. Hearing that the mana heart was worth 5 billion made Haruto extremely surprised. Nanase, seeing him so shocked, immediately explained, Hunter Sano, don't be too shocked. This item is worth more than 5 billion. At the very least, the association would pay you 8 billion. Shinoda pulled Haruto over to show him the prices of auctions. Senior Haruto, look at this. In auctions, rare items start at 10 billion. Shirosaki and Nanase were angry. Seeing what Shinoda did, what are you doing? How embarrassing. At this moment, Shirosaki was so angry that he was about to explode. Do you think I came all the way here for nothing? And you promised that you would prioritize my offer. Then, Shirosaki made his final offer. Damn it, what about 20 billion? Hearing the number 20 billion made Haruto even more shocked, but Shirosaki thought he still wasn't satisfied and cursed. Is that still not enough? Name your price. Back in the present, after everyone had left, Haruto took out the mana heart and happily sang to himself. I didn't expect him to actually pay 20 billion to buy it. Suddenly, a mischievous thought came to his mind, and he jumped up. So, if I take the copied and multiplied giant golem hearts and secretly sell them at foreign auctions, I'll become filthy rich, and more importantly, after this, I've reached level 300. As he thought this, he danced around happily. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly stood up. Oh, that's right, I was so focused on the money that I completely forgot about that unique item. He then took out the diamond. Item is currently sealed, unsealed by pouring mana into the item. Seeing this, he immediately poured mana into it. Pour mana into it, easy as pie. After unsealing it, a triangle piece appeared. It was a spatial fragment, 1/5. When you collect all the spatial fragments, it will create a spatial key that will allow you to travel to any dimension. The spatial fragments have the ability to attract other fragments. The level and number of dimensions that can be opened depends on the level of the spatial key. Seeing this information made Haruto interested. Spatial fragment, huh? If I collect all of them, it will create a spatial key. I need 5 fragments, and I only have 1, so I'm missing 4. But why can't this item be automatically copied? He gave the command to copy, but it couldn't be copied and a warning appeared, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V not available for this item. Seeing that his skill couldn't copy it made him tired. It can't be copied, that means I have to collect them myself. That's a pain, damn it. Having a skill that can't be used is annoying. While he was thinking, someone knocked on the door. He invited them in. And Moore came before him, stating that he had something to say. Hunter Sano, I have some things I want to confirm with you. Seeing that Moore was still up at this hour and wanted to talk to him made Haruto confused. Moore, aren't you asleep yet? Moore's gaze was like he was seeing right through Haruto, causing Haruto to be startled. Then, Moore took out his sword, making Haruto panic and move back into a defensive stance. Moore, what do you mean by this? Moore didn't care and punched Haruto, causing him to scream in pain. 15 years ago. In Europe during the Great Disaster, a drake appeared, a level 5 creature. Although considered low-ranking among dragons, their combat power rivaled that of high-level dragons. Adventurers rushed to attack the dragon, which had fire attributes. First, let's hit it with some ice-type attacks. The mage, following orders, immediately responded. Understood. First, the mage threw stones to attract its attention, then used the Ice Spike skill to attack. But the result was that the dragon was unaffected, not even slightly scratched. The adventurers were surprised at its strong defense. Not even a scratch. I didn't expect an S-rank monster to suddenly appear. We can't handle this alone. The enraged dragon immediately attacked the adventurers with fire, turning them into ashes. 2 adventurers standing at a higher position didn't dare attack the dragon and hastily fled. Moore, let's run. We're not strong enough to fight this thing. The world suddenly plunged into hell due to the appearance of countless monsters, and I, a recently awakened hunter, had mentally prepared myself to die. Moore, who was still very young, was rooted to the spot in fear. Moore closed his eyes tightly, awaiting his death, but a moment later a voice rang out. Are you okay, rookie? Moore opened his eyes and saw before him a legendary adventurer. Standing before such a noble and strong person made Moore speechless. This person is the world's top hunter. Frederick Hugh, I'm saved. But unexpectedly, Hugh was immediately bitten in half by the dragon, causing Moore to panic and quickly step back. After dealing with Hugh, the dragon noticed Moore, but suddenly it cried out in pain. and then its body swelled up before finally exploding. Fearing the explosion, Moore hurriedly shielded himself. Hugh, unexpectedly, was still alive and unharmed. Seeing Hugh alive and so strong surprised and impressed Moore. Whoa! Frederick Hugh, amazing. While being amazed, Moore saw that Hugh had disappeared in a blink of an eye. Shocking Moore, huh? But he was just here. There's no one here. What's going on? While searching for Hugh's whereabouts, a woman came over and sighed. Frederick, I specifically told you not to use that move in front of outsiders. Didn't I? Suddenly seeing a woman appear from nowhere confused Moore. Where did she come from? Was she the one who protected me from the explosion? Hugh, after the woman's scolding, immediately appeared with an apologetic attitude. It was an emergency, honey. That was the fastest way to solve it. There was no other choice. The woman, hearing this, forgave Hugh and went to his side. You're right, that thing was already as powerful as a high-ranking dragon. If we had ignored it, the whole nation would have been destroyed. Seeing Moore still sitting there in a daze, Hugh spoke up. What you just saw, you'll keep it a secret, right, rookie? Hearing the offer from Hugh, Moore immediately accepted. Of course. At that moment, other adventurers arrived, surprised to see that such a large and powerful dragon had been defeated. That's unbelievable. Where did that person come from to defeat that drake, and shred it like this? Hugh went to embrace the woman, gently saying, It's time to leave, isn't it, honey? The woman replied lovingly, Yes. While the two had not completely disappeared, Moore quickly introduced himself to them. I'm a recently awakened hunter. My name is Moore, of the Grant clan. Please remember my name. Hugh smiled and replied to Moore sincerely, We won't forget you, Moore Grant. Frederick Hugh, the top hunter, and the wielder of the death transfer skill. At that time, I never imagined I would see that exact skill again after he disappeared. Now, Moore wanted to find Hugh's image on Haruto, which was why he had done this. He was hoping, it's too risky, but I want to witness it one more time. Please, if my prediction is correct. Then, immediately after, he was surprised by Haruto. The wounds on Haruto's body had completely healed, and he had turned around, pointing his sword at Moore and accusingly asking, Moore, what is the meaning of this? After confirming that Haruto could use the skill that Hugh had previously used, Moore sighed in relief. I knew it. Hunter Sano truly possesses the skill like Frederick Hugh. Immediately after, Moore was honest with Haruto. I'm sorry, but I really wanted to witness that skill again, at any cost. Haruto irritably yelled. So, you had to suddenly take out your sword and stab me like that. While the two were confronting each other, Shinoda's call startled Haruto. Senior Haruto, what was that, just now? Shinoda was trembling, wanting to know what had just happened. Knowing that Shinoda had witnessed everything made Haruto's head hurt. Oh God, why are you still here? Things just got complicated. When they got to the living room, Moore quickly and sincerely apologized to Haruto. I sincerely apologize, but Haruto wouldn't let it go so easily. Haruto irritably cursed. I said that's enough. And who taught you to do a dojiza? Dojiza is a Japanese ritual where the person performing it and the person of higher status both kneel on the floor. And the person performing the ritual bows down to apologize for a mistake, wrong act, or to request something. Aries, beside him, adjusted her glasses, admitting she was the one who taught Moore. That was probably me. I heard that when people from the East make a serious mistake, they perform this action to apologize. Aries' calm words made Haruto even more annoyed. Do you think you can kill someone and get away with just apologizing? At this point, Moore tried to make up for it by becoming Haruto's subordinate. I promised to make up for it by taking your side, but Haruto didn't want that at all. That's not something you get to decide. At this point, Shinoda asked, So, that means Senior Haruto really does have a resurrection skill like Frederick Hugh. Seeing that Shinoda had presumptuously named his skill made Haruto very annoyed. Who gave you the right to name it? Then Shinoda stood up with shining eyes. Amazing kung fu. I didn't expect you to be able to revive after you died. That's why you're so strong. Seeing everyone know his secret made Haruto's head hurt. Whatever, let them misunderstand. It's fine. He didn't care about everyone knowing his secret anymore and changed the subject. Speaking of which, Aries still hasn't gone back. Aries, hearing his question, didn't say a word. Then, Aries took out her triangle piece, wanting to talk to Haruto. It's because I have something to talk to you about. Seeing the triangle piece in Aries' hand surprised Haruto. At this point, it was already 1:30 a.m. But everyone continued talking. Your spatial fragment suddenly resonated. Aries confirmed. Yes, I followed its reaction and ended up back here. It's also surprising that my spatial fragment is number 1, and yours, Sano-kun, is number 5. Aries wondered, how did you get it? Haruto honestly told Aries. When I destroyed the heart of the giant golem, it was the special reward item. Aries didn't seem surprised. I see. It's a unique item. That's worth studying. Aries explained the origin of the spatial fragment she was holding. The spatial fragment I have now was one of my mother's personal items, according to the record she left behind. These fragments will resonate and attract each other, and that has just been proven. Hearing this made Haruto realize, so, from now on, finding other spatial fragments will be easier. At this moment, Shinoda approached curiously asking, "By the way, what exactly does it do?" Seeing Shinoda suddenly appear behind him made Haruto startled. Hearing the question, Aries immediately explained, "If you collect enough fragments, it will create a key that opens a multi-dimensional gate." Hearing the true purpose of these fragments surprised Haruto to the point where he stood up. It can really open a multi-dimensional gate, like the multi-dimensional dungeon we discovered. Aries confirmed. Yes, Aries gave her hypothesis. If a multi-dimensional dungeon like the Snow Golem Mountain's hidden dungeon exists, then, when we collect all the spatial fragments and complete the key, it's entirely possible to open a gate that can teleport between different dimensions. Hearing this, Haruto understood Aries' true purpose for coming to Japan. So, you came to Japan not only to find your mother's whereabouts, but also to search for information about the spatial fragment, Aries confirmed. That's right, both my parents. I believe they're still alive in another dimension. Moore also agreed with Aries' thoughts. I think so too. I can't accept that they died so easily. At this point, Shinoda asked with confusion, if that's really the case, why haven't they come back? Or maybe, they don't have a spatial key, or perhaps the gate can only open in one direction. Hearing the hypothesis Shinoda put forward, Aries pondered, that's a possibility, but it's also possible they have a reason why they can't return yet. Hearing this, Haruto had a lot of questions he wanted to know and understand. A reason to stay, so. What is that reason? Is it possible that it's even more threatening than the previous great disaster? Aries concluded, either way, as long as we have the spatial key, we will be able to close the multi-dimensional dungeons and prevent a disaster from occurring. Shinoda, looking at the two triangle pieces on the table, asked confused, but how do you turn these into a key? The playful golem touched the two pieces of space, immediately causing them to touch each other. A blinding light appeared. And instantly the two pieces of space automatically merged together. The light was so blinding that no one could see. Shinoda hugged the golem tightly, trembling in fear. What the heck was that? I thought I was going to die. Aries, realizing that the two pieces of space had fused together, was surprised. Huh? They fused together. Unbelievable. I thought we would have to gather each piece and then turn it into a key. So it seems, they will automatically merge to form a key. Now I'm certain. Suddenly, Haruto heard a sound coming from the two pieces of space, a resonance even louder than before. These spatial fragments are attracting each other. The louder the sound, the stronger they attract each other, but we have to remember to be careful when resonating with other pieces. It seems those who have the pieces are not ordinary people. In another place, someone was holding a piece of space in their hand, smiling wickedly. It seems I can finally go home. At the headquarters of the European Starfield Guild, a man appeared and called out, Midsill, what are you smiling about? Those guys from the Blood Tower Guild? It seems they've failed. Midsill, hearing someone call him, was surprised. Lord Mikkel. Midsill quickly knelt down, showing respect to Mikkel. Finally, you've received the reward of the replacement control plus H. Congratulations. Becoming a transcendent is one step closer. Mikkel quickly sat on a chair and spoke to Midsill. Right now, I can only move short distances. Ultimately, it's only when I get the power of control plus C that I can level up. Midsill stood up and quickly comforted Mikkel. That will happen soon, Lord. Seeing that Midsill spoke so confidently made Mikkel ask with suspicion, what makes you so sure? Midsill showed Mikkel the third spatial fragment he was holding. The spatial fragment has begun to resonate for merging. Two spatial fragments have already been linked. The fragment we are holding will point to the location of the others. Mikkel, hearing this information from Midsill, immediately understood. You're saying that all 5 spatial fragments have an owner. It seems you will be going home soon. Huh? Midsill confirmed. Yes, at this moment, Mikkel asked suspiciously. Doesn't your home dimension have its own spatial key? Midsill's face showed anger as he replied, no. Actually, there is one, but currently the spatial gate can only be opened from one side. 15 years ago, all of it was because of that damn mage, Nishihara Tomoka. All the spatial gates connecting to Earth were sealed. On the other hand, the spatial key on Earth was divided into 5 fragments and sealed scattered in many different locations. Mikkel immediately understood the main point, and by collecting those fragments to unlock the gate, the spatial gate will be open again. Midsill confirmed. Exactly. Midcell then stated his plan to return home. First, we'll go to the fairy realm, my homeland. We will open the gate to the sacred tree, Yggdrasil. There is something similar to the Control+C skill there. If you absorb it, you will be able to upgrade other skills. Hearing what Midcell said made Mikkel interested. That sounds good. But is that thing really like Control+C? When you first saw my skill, you were clearly very shocked. As soon as Mikkel finished this sentence, Midcell was so scared that he broke into a sweat. Mikkel angrily stomped his foot on the ground, creating a slight tremor. Do you think I don't know what you're scheming? The fairy realm is your homeland, a space of elves. The sacred tree there was defiled hundreds of years ago and was called Dark Yggdrasil. In order to make the world more beautiful, the tree is on the verge of extinction. In the great disaster 15 years ago, for the first time, Earth and the fairy realm were linked. And you elves tried to bring all that toxic pollution to Earth, but you failed because Nishihara Tomoka stopped you. What are you actually planning? Do you elves still intend to continue your failed actions and connect Earth's dimension with yours? And you're using me to do it. The strong, oppressive killing intent radiating from Mikkel made Midcell too frightened to look him in the eye. That's, after finishing his rant. Mikkel concluded with, "But I don't care," which made Midcell surprised. What? Mikkel stated his purpose to Midcell directly. I only want to use you to open more multi-dimensional dungeons and absorb more skills, to be on par with what a transcendent being should be. It's not my concern if this world has any fate, Mikkel ordered Midcell. From now on, I will take action personally. Midcell, hearing this, immediately tried to stop him. You can't go now, Lord Mikkel. You are the brain of the National Guild, Starfield. If you leave without a valid reason, that will attract unwanted attention and make people wary. Midcell knew Mikkel would be so impulsive, so he had prepared another plan in advance. I foresaw this possibility, so I ordered Lucas to deploy Plan B. Once everything is ready, we will have enough reason for you to personally take action. Zulin, a high-level dungeon in Japan. The monster appearing in Zulin was a gnoll, level 90, a monster that was a combination of a goblin and a wolf. Although each individual was weak in combat, they were cunning and acted in packs, making them formidable. A horde of gnolls charged, their faces fierce. Shinoda, seeing so many gnolls, was scared. Senior Haruto, there are a lot of these monsters, huh? Moore also agreed with Shinoda. That's right, we should retreat. But Haruto didn't care about what the other two were saying, and he smirked excitedly as his purpose had been achieved. Finally, I've entered this dungeon. After consulting Hunter Nanase, don't even dream that I would retreat so easily. This is a perfect chance to level up my golem kids. He yelled excitedly. What are you two waiting for? Quickly move over here. The gnolls, seeing his provocation, roared angrily. Seeing that the monsters were so scared, Shinoda was horrified. Senior Haruto, what are you doing? The gnolls quickly charged at the three of them. Seeing this, Haruto immediately used Ctrl+V, using the mutated golem core to create golems, continuously using his skills. At this moment, a series of golems appeared on the ground, surprising both of them. Seeing so many golems surprised Shinoda. Whoa, so many little minions. Moore was in disbelief and asked, did Hunter Sano summon all of these? Haruto turned his head and laughed. One-on-one, or a horde versus a horde, your choice. Seeing his true ability caused Moore to be shocked. Summoning this many mutated golems, just what is the nature of his skills? Back to the battle, the gnolls charged and attacked the golems, but Shinoda quickly got worried after a gnoll bit down on a golem. No matter how strong the golem kids are, their relative power and levels are. Before Shinoda could finish, the golems that Haruto had summoned punched the gnolls hard in the face, causing them to fly several meters away and whine in pain. The other golems also charged fiercely, attacking the gnolls. The gnolls were defeated by Haruto's golems until they were completely helpless. Shinoda hugged his golem and sat in a corner wondering. It seems Senior Haruto can easily clear the dungeon by himself. Why did I even come here? After killing the gnolls, the golems showed the scary expressions of a superior being. But at that moment Haruto went over and patted them on the head, praising them. Nice. I've finished examining the differences in durability and combat power between levels. The golems happily responded to his head pats, and then Haruto commanded, and immediately the golem cores returned to his inventory. Haruto looked at his inventory and hesitated. I don't have enough space in my inventory to create a golem army, and based on their current size, it will take a lot of time to realize this idea. Is there a better way? Seeing no way, Shinoda suggested to Haruto, if you're thinking about something, why don't you ask Chairman Shirosaki? Hearing this made Haruto confused. Why do I have to ask that guy? Shinoda immediately explained, he's a dungeon maniac. He must know something. Hearing this, Haruto immediately rushed to find Shirosaki. Really? Then let's go now. Moore, hurry up. Seeing the two of them like that made Moore also reluctantly follow. All right, I'm coming. At this moment, Moore regretted following Haruto. I shouldn't have left the International Hunter Association. The three of them sat in Shinoda's car, driving off to find Shirosaki. Seeing Shinoda take out a car that could carry 3 people and drive smoothly on the road, Haruto wondered. Hey, is this your car? Shinoda confirmed. Yes, it's a birthday gift from my dad. Realizing that this was Shinoda's car surprised Haruto. I see. Now that I think about it, this kid is the son of Chairman Shinoda, the leader of the Great Power Guild. This young master, at this moment, he was talking on the phone with Nanase. Everything is going smoothly. Nanase, you're planning to go to the association. Got it. I'll be there soon. Hearing that Nanase had called him so suddenly made Shinoda curious. Why did she suddenly call? Is something up? Haruto was also clueless. I don't know either. He thought that Nanase's call to him had something to do with Sarah. However, it's definitely about that Sarah. Well, whatever it is, I have something I want to say to her. Haruto hurriedly asked Shinoda. Satoru, can we speed up a bit? Shinoda, hearing this, immediately agreed and sped up. Understood. The two had arrived at the Japanese Hunter Association. In the interrogation room, Haruto saw Sarah's face was extremely haggard. Nanase told Haruto about Sarah's current situation. She insists on only talking to you, Sano. She hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 3 days. And she's still silent and refuses to cooperate. Hearing this made Haruto speechless. After a moment, Haruto stood up and walked into the interrogation room. Before going in, he made a request. Can we turn off the recording while we're talking? Nanase refused his request. Unfortunately, the nature of the investigation doesn't allow it. Hearing this, Haruto was slightly annoyed. Well, whatever. If the truth about my skills is exposed here, I can still copy her skill to restore everything to the beginning. My priority is to copy her skill. Haruto went before Sarah and offered her a glass of water. Sarah stared at the glass of water without saying a word. Haruto took the initiative to offer her the water. Here's some water. Please, help yourself. He saw that Haruto was sitting in front of her. Sarah immediately drank the water he offered. Seeing this made Nanase tease her. She's already escaped the drought. As soon as he sat down, Haruto got straight to the point. You want to know about my abilities, right? My ability to regenerate infinite mana? Sarah, hearing him be so straightforward, was surprised, and then offered, if you're willing to help, I'll cooperate with the investigation. Haruto agreed, but wanted to confirm his doubts and questions before talking about cooperating. But before that, I need to confirm some things, Sarah. That ability of yours to restore everything. You're also suffering from that cursed skill, right? Is your skill Control plus Z? Sarah confirmed, yes. Hearing her affirmative answer at this point, Haruto could now confirm his predictions. I knew it. I'm not the only one cursed. In other words, if I can copy her skill, that means all control skills can be copied and pasted. Aries, who was outside, heard the conversation between Haruto and Sarah and was surprised to learn about the skill she possessed. That girl's skill isn't healing, but resetting, so that's why the durability of the Great Longsword was restored, a skill that can reset everything. It's truly an unbelievable skill. Shinoda, on the side, like a clueless child, asked all sorts of questions. Reset, curse, Control plus Z. What are they talking about? Does that skill really exist? But Nanase didn't answer his question. And she silently listened to the conversation. Sarah stated her purpose directly. My parents are both in a deep coma. I hope you can help me save them. The only one who can provide a massive amount of mana to save those who are critically ill is you, Hunter Sano. Hearing this, Haruto immediately understood. I see. I will give you the required amount of mana. In return, I might be a bit rude to you, so I apologize in advance. Hearing him suddenly say that surprised her. Suddenly, Haruto went over and touched Sarah's handcuffs. Everyone outside was confused, and Shinoda voiced his suspicions. Senior Haruto, what are you doing? Sarah's handcuffs were completely broken. Haruto then grabbed her hand and used his skill, Control plus C, copying target. While trying to copy Sarah's ability, a notification appeared on the status window, stating that it could not be copied. This surprised Haruto and he thought, really, it's not like I never thought there would be skills I couldn't copy, but I never expected to not be able to copy this skill. Haruto squeezed Sarah's arm tightly, cursing internally, damn it, this is real, isn't it? Seeing that Haruto was still holding her arm like that made Sarah ask suspiciously, what are you doing? Hearing Sarah's question, Haruto snapped out of it, released her arm and immediately apologized. Oh, sorry. Suddenly, A status window about the information of the Ctrl+Z skill appeared in front of him. Ctrl+Z, a unique ability that cannot be copied. But if you eliminate the target, you will absorb the skill. If the above condition is satisfied, you will be able to copy the skill as normal. Seeing that the condition to obtain the skill was to kill the target, scared him. Huh? Eliminate the target. That means, kill. If I do that, I'll be able to copy the skill normally. Are you joking with me? In short, if he wanted to copy that resetting skill, then he had to kill Sarah. That's a joke, but I really want that skill. Is there really no other way? I can't wait for her to get old and die. Seeing that Haruto was lost in thought made Sarah look at him confused. Shinoda noticed the status window and asked Nanase, why did that window suddenly pop up? Both Moore and Nanase were confused about what was going on. Nanase spoke into the mic, asking him, Hunter Sano, what's wrong? You suddenly look so serious. Haruto immediately changed his attitude and smiled brightly. Nothing. Everything is still great. Seeing him change his attitude so quickly, Nanase didn't know what else to say. At this moment, Haruto decided, all right, then it's time to test my patience. First, I'll grant Sarah's wish, and in the meantime I will gain her trust, and I will soon find a better solution. Thinking this, he suggested, Sarah, let's go to your parents now. Seeing that he agreed with her conditions so easily made Sarah happy. Okay. In the end, the plan he made to obtain Sarah's skills was, if he couldn't find any better solution, he would team up with her. Later that day, at the Central Hunter Hospital, the whole group went to the ward where Sarah's parents were. On the way, she had explained everything to Haruto. The mana poison surprised Haruto. Sarah explained, yes, my parents were attacked by a mysterious monster during the Great Disaster, and this hospital is the only one that accepts patients who have been poisoned by mana. After understanding, Haruto understood Sarah's situation. So, they are being treated here. It must be that she went to Kurosaki for money to pay for her parents' hospital bills. Haruto then went to talk to Nanase. Kurosaki is also being treated here, right? Nanase immediately replied, yes, he's currently in the hospital's dungeon. After he recovers, we plan to transfer him to the prison for investigation. Nanase, seeing that Sarah was tense, asked, are you worried? Sarah immediately replied, I'm fine. Moore looked up and saw a blonde foreigner walk by. Making Moore turn around to look at him again, that person, why is he here? In a place that was being guarded by two people, that blonde foreigner approached the room, but was stopped by two guards. Stop right there. This is a restricted area. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Suddenly, the foreigner showed the guards a card, saying, thank you for your hard work. Here. Both guards received the card. Confused, what's this? Ctrl+F. Don't do anything frivolous. Suddenly, a stream of dark energy rushed to the two guards, causing them to be frightened and drown in a deep black lake. The guards' eyes changed, from white to black, and the black to white. The foreigner ordered the guards to work. Take the person being held in that room out immediately. Do whatever you have to do, and come back here. The two seemed to be controlled and followed the foreigner's orders. Understood, sir. The door to the room opened, and the foreigner immediately went inside. Then, he summoned a black sphere. Earlier, Midsil had asked Lucas to do something for him. Lord Lucas. There's something that only you can do, Lucas. Hearing this was suspicious. Something that only I can do. Midsil gave Lucas a black sphere and requested, in case things go south with the Blood Tower, I want you to place these all around Tokyo. Seeing that the thing in Midsil's hand was disgusting and smelled terrible, made Lucas instinctively dodge away. What the heck is that? Midsil introduced the thing in his hand to Lucas. This is an item I brought from my homeland. It's a fruit from the defiled world tree, Yggdrasil. After using this fruit to establish a barrier, you can open a subdimension. Lucas, curious, asked, a subdimension, what's in it? Midsil didn't say anything directly and instead evaded the question. Well, you have to see it to believe it. As soon as Midsil finished, Lucas was horrified to see a terrifying monster appear from the cursed fruit in Midsil's hand. Midsil said happily, this is only one fruit, and this is all I can show you. I want to create a reason for Starfield and Lord Mikkel to operate openly. Lucas looked at the fruit in his hand and understood Midsil's intentions. So, he wants to create a prison break in the middle of Tokyo. Lucas irritably entered a password into a machine. Damn it, because of my family, I'm now too closely involved with Starfield. There's no turning back now. Back at the hospital, Sarah's father had revived. He took his mask off and started crying. Impossible. Am I still alive? What the hell? Then he turned around and saw a woman had also revived. His daughter, seeing her mother revive, was so happy that she couldn't stop crying. Sarah's father spoke up. Sarah, you. as soon as she saw her father revive. Sarah quickly called out, "Dad!" Seeing the situation at the hospital so emotional made Shinoda cry with snot and tears, so moving. Seeing his younger brother so pathetic made Nanase very angry. "Why are you crying so much, Shinoda?" Being scolded by his sister, yelled, "Ouch!" Shinoda wiped away his tears and turned to speak to Haruto. "I know that your infinite mana is amazing, Senior Haruto, but I didn't expect that it could revive someone from a coma. I'm so moved. I wonder if even the best healer in the world can do this." Seeing that Sarah's ability was so useful made Nanase want to keep her here. "Revive? That's unbelievable. If there's even one mistake, it will. I have to force the association to keep this girl. No, I have to experience it myself." After resolving everything, Haruto noticed that Moore was gone. So he asked Aries, "That reminds me, where did Moore go?" Aries, hearing his question, also noticed that Moore was gone. "Huh? You're right, I didn't notice." On the other side, Lucas had left with a strange man. And that man was none other than Takumi, whom Lucas had saved. While walking, a status window appeared, surprising Lucas and making him stop in his tracks. Ctrl+F, a person with a control ability has been found near you. Seeing the notification on the status window made Lucas stop. There's someone with a control ability in this hospital. Hearing Lucas's words made Takumi surprised. What? Takumi remembered. That's right, Sarah's parents are being treated here. Don't tell me that guy is with her. Suddenly, someone called out to Lucas. Lucas, a copper. Being called by his name made Lucas surprised. Moore came over, greeting him. "Trying to hide your face with a hat, huh? I almost didn't recognize you." Lucas, seeing Moore appear, was also surprised. "Moore Grant." Moore pointed at Takumi, who was completely covered in a hoodie. "I was wondering why a member of the International Hunter Association would come to Japan, but it turns out you're following Kurosaki, Starfield's dog." Lucas, confused, asked Moore, "I heard you left the association. What are you doing here?" Moore, not letting Takumi escape, drew his sword. "Kurosaki is a criminal, and you're trying to help him escape, which makes you an accomplice." Lucas quickly advised Moore to calm down. "You're still as reckless as ever, aren't you? Can't you see that this is a hospital?" Takumi arrogantly stepped forward, demanding of Lucas, "Hey, give me a weapon. All my inventory items were confiscated. You came here willingly, so let me teach you a lesson. A weakling like you, what can you do?" Just as Takumi finished speaking, Haruto immediately appeared. "Include me too." Seeing Haruto using his skill made Takumi angry. "You bastard, that's my skill. How dare you?" Suddenly, a status window appeared, surprising Lucas. The status window showed exactly the ability that Haruto possessed. Ctrl+F, the wielder is right in front of you. Seeing that Ctrl+C had appeared after so much searching made Lucas excited. "I finally found it." Ctrl+C. At this time, Nanase slowly approached and spoke up. "Unfortunate, isn't it? One person after another, first Kurosaki, and now an international criminal." Nanase took out her weapon. Takumi, seeing Nanase, was frightened. "That's the dual blades." Lucas was also very scared. "So, this is the final boss coming to the stage to quickly settle things." Nanase proudly swept her hair. "That reminds me. My fortune-telling for today said that I would be super unlucky. I guess that's why I have to work overtime like this." Everyone who saw Nanase appear in the hospital, carrying her weapon, was shocked and exclaimed, "That's Hunter Nanase. Hey, she's carrying a weapon. What's going on?" Takumi looked at Lucas and smirked. "It seems we can't get out of this peacefully." Lucas didn't care and remained silent. Suddenly, 2 suppression devices were thrown in front of the two, surprising them. Suppression devices, Nanase, with a sharp look, gave a condition. "If you two put these on willingly, we'll resolve this peacefully. I want to go home early too." Takumi suddenly smiled maliciously and asked, Hey, are you trying to insult me?" As soon as he finished, he grabbed an innocent civilian next to him to give Nanase a condition. "Understand, we're in a hospital. It's easy for me to grab a patient to use as a hostage. If you don't want anyone to get hurt, let this go." But before he could finish speaking, Nanase rushed forward and kicked Takumi in the chest, sending him flying dozens of meters, slamming into the wall. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his eyes turned white. Everyone who saw this terrifying scene screamed, "Hunters are fighting! Run!" Lucas, who was standing next to them, stared at Nanase, breaking out in a cold sweat. That attack was so fast that my eyes couldn't follow it. At this moment, Nanase turned around and called out, "Lucas, you're not like Kurosaki, right? Work with us to resolve this peacefully." Lucas, hearing this, didn't say anything, but turned to look at Takumi, who was unconscious with a mess before him. "Kurosaki and I are not the same. Back when Midsill asked for Lucas's help, Lucas had wondered, "Why me?" Midsill immediately replied, "The defiled world tree will produce black mana. Ordinary people who come into contact with black mana will get poisoned, but you are not like that, right, Lucas? The head of the Blood Tower Guild is also like that." Hearing this, Lucas was surprised. "So, Kurosaki is also?" Midsill confirmed, "Yes, he is also banned by international treaties. He uses black mana to nurture his abilities, and in order for the defiled fruits of the world tree to sprout, they need to have abilities that use black mana. In other words, I am." Lucas recalled the fear of the guards, then he sighed and smiled. No different from Kurosaki, Lucas directly refused Nanase's request. "I'm afraid I can't agree to your request." Hearing this made Nanase slightly surprised. Lucas quickly pulled out a sword from his inventory. "You see, I need him, and I need to get him out of here at any cost." As soon as Nanase saw the sword, she recognized it. That sword is. Moore also recognized the sword that Lucas was holding. Augulus Rapier. That Lucas guy. He really is serious now. Haruto tilted his head, confused. "What are you saying?" Moore explained to him. "That is a treasured sword passed down in the Lucas family, the Holy Knight family of England. It is also the only holy sword in the world, although it's also a weapon on the same level as the great longsword Queisha. That sword focuses on piercing rather than cutting." Hearing the level of the sword that Lucas was holding surprised Haruto. "Same level as the great longsword Queisha," Moore affirmed. "Yes. It's different from the great longsword. It doesn't increase in level and doesn't carry attack power, but because of that, it's also known as the Inquisitor. It can eliminate all skills or weapons that it considers unusual." Hunter Nanase, with a cursed weapon, the dual blades, is at a disadvantage. With one move, Lucas's sword pierced through the dual blades that Nanase was holding. It seemed that the dual blades had been nearly half destroyed. And Nanase was knocked back as well. Seeing that Nanase was in a disadvantageous situation made Haruto worried. "Hunter Nanase," Nanase advised Haruto. "Don't interfere, Sano. It would be troublesome if this escalated in a hospital." Nanase pulled her dual blades out of Lucas's sword. This surprised Lucas, then she used her extreme speed to attack. Making Lucas retreat, Lucas wondered, is she refraining from using her skills because we are in a hospital? "You think you have a chance fighting my treasured sword like this?" Seeing that his tie had been cut made Lucas surprised. Huh. While Lucas was distracted, Nanase's dual blades had stabbed towards Lucas, making Lucas surprised. Luckily, Lucas used his treasured sword to block it, otherwise his handsome face would have been ruined. Lucas became disadvantaged. What power is this? Nanase didn't let up and knocked Lucas back. Blood was dripping from Lucas's nose. This made Lucas scared. "I just took one hit, and I feel like all my internal organs have been scrambled. There's a difference in the quality of the sword, but the level between us is so vast that it's not comparable." So this is the strength of one of the 10 best hunters in the world. After finishing the fight, Nanase smiled and asked, "Now what do you think about my offer of resolving this peacefully?" Lucas considered using his skill. "Since we're in a hospital, I really don't want to use my skills, but..." Suddenly, Takumi's scream rang out. "Damn it, Shinoda Nanase!" This scream made Nanase and Lucas simultaneously look over and saw that Takumi had gotten up. In his hand he was holding the defiled fruit that Midsill had given him, shouting, "This hospital that you're trying to protect so hard, I'll turn it into ashes in a moment." As Takumi spoke, he plunged the defiled fruit into the ground. Lucas, scared, quickly tried to stop him. "Stop, this is a hospital, do you understand?" Takumi knew where the defiled fruit had to be placed, so he did it for Lucas. "You need to place this in key locations in Tokyo, right? Then this hospital should have a share." Seeing Takumi's unexpected actions and the horrifying things that were coming out of the atmosphere made Haruto confused. "What did Kurosaki just do?" Moore explained. "That's black mana." Hearing that it was black mana made Haruto shocked. Moore continued to explain to him. "It's something that people with dark abilities possess. It seems Kurosaki is one of them, but this amount of black mana is not normal. If it continues like this, the normal people here will also be affected and get poisoned by mana." Haruto couldn't let this happen, so he immediately activated Ctrl+V. Using the Great Spider King's web, and teleportation was activated simultaneously. He rushed over and used his webs to bind Takumi, yelling, "You bastard, stop right there." Takumi, bound by the webs, still calmly replied to Haruto, "It's too late." Haruto was surprised and bewildered. "What do you mean?" The defiled fruit quickly bloomed. Long tree trunks appeared, covering the entire hospital. They spread out everywhere, causing the patients to panic and run away. The entire hospital was covered in the large defiled trees. The cursed trees grew so much that the ground cracked, and the people were helping each other. The doctors were determined not to leave any patients behind. "Hold on tight," the patients desperately begged. "Please save me." But because it was too heavy, the doctor could not hold on any longer and was forced to let go. The patient fell below and screamed in fear. But luckily, Haruto used his web skill to save the patient. The patient was safely brought down to the ground, and Haruto went over to help her up. "Are you okay?" The patient, who had been saved by the handsome Haruto, blushed. "Yes." Then she ran off, not forgetting to thank Haruto. "Thank you so much." Seeing these patients still acting cheerful, despite being in danger, made Haruto happy. The patients who can still move are not a problem. The problem is, the people who can't move. He looked over and saw that below him, the patients with serious injuries could not move. At this moment, he looked over and saw that Nanase was comforting a little girl, and Moore was also helping other patients. It's good that Nanase and Moore are taking care of those patients, but the entire hospital had been invaded by dark mana. At this rate, everyone would be affected by the mana poison. The only way was to reset this place. On the other side, Shinoda and the Golem were rescuing patients trapped under the rubble. "Little minion, lift it up a little higher. Good, now go that way." Haruto appeared right next to Shinoda. Satoru, Shinoda, who was saving the patients, heard Haruto's call and quickly asked, "Senior Haruto, what happened?" The Golem threw the stone in its hand to another direction. Haruto quickly went over to check on Shinoda's condition. "Are you all right here?" Hearing this, Shinoda reported the situation to Haruto. "Thanks to Aries. This area isn't too bad." Hearing that Aries was the one protecting them made Haruto slightly surprised. "Aries." Shinoda led Haruto to a wall of ice. Haruto touched the ice and quickly realized. "This is ice." Aries appeared to explain. "Yes, it's an ice barrier. We can protect this area from being destroyed, but we can't completely stop the spread of dark mana." Haruto looked at the ice that was melting and dripping. "I'm glad that everyone is safe." At this time, Haruto updated Sarah on the current situation. The entire hospital has been severely damaged by that strange tree, and now dark mana is spreading at an alarming rate. The current situation is quite dangerous. The best option that I can think of is to reset the hospital to its original state. Can you do it?" Hearing this, Sarah also wanted to contribute to protecting the hospital. I can even distort time and space in the dungeon. Moreover, with you here, Sano, I don't have to worry about not having enough mana." The four went under the cursed tree. Shinoda looked up at the tree in shock. "It's even more terrifying than I imagined. This is the root cause of everything. Where did it come from, and how is it causing this problem?" Haruto quickly answered Shinoda's question. "It's Kurosaki. He escaped and summoned this thing." Hearing this new information shocked the three. "Kurosaki escaped?" Sarah grit her teeth in worry. "He knows my parents are inside, but he still acted so decisively. So, he doesn't care about my parents' lives. Kurosaki, you." Aries looked at the trunk of the cursed tree and then fell into silence. "We can't delay any longer," Haruto urged Sarah. "Okay, let's start." Hearing this, Sarah agreed. "Okay." Sarah walked forward, and Haruto transferred mana to her. Sarah touched the base of the tree and activated her skill, causing the surroundings to shake. Haruto was transferring mana to Sarah, and he found it difficult because he was being attacked by dark mana. The roots that were deep in the ground slowly started to pull up. This tremor caused Nanase to worry and look ahead. And Moore was as well. All the roots started to contract and get smaller. After that, a large hole appeared in the tree trunk, releasing dark mana and surrounding Sarah. She screamed in pain. Seeing this, Haruto quickly rushed forward. The tree just released dark mana. Damn it, Sarah is in danger. He used all his strength to run towards Sarah, while also using his Great Spider King's web skill. His web appeared and covered the large hole on the tree trunk, but the stream of dark mana flowed out even more fiercely, causing his web to break apart. Haruto quickly grabbed Sarah and pulled her into his arms. Protecting her, Shinoda worriedly ran over to check on the situation. "Senior Haruto, are you okay?" His body had already been infected with dark mana. Haruto told Shinoda and Aries, "I'm fine. It seems Sarah is just unconscious, but it seems like the reset method failed." He said to Shinoda, "Satoru, from now until help arrives, you have to ensure the evacuation of the patients. If you delay any longer, they'll all get poisoned by the mana." Shinoda, receiving his order, hurriedly carried Sarah on his back and ran outside. "Understood. Little minion, let's go." The Golem also quickly followed Shinoda. After giving instructions to Shinoda, he turned to Aries. "Aries, you know what this thing is, right?" Haruto asked. Pointing at the cursed tree, Aries, hearing his question, was silent for a moment, and then said, "According to the records my mother left behind, it's a plant from another world, a dimension different from ours. The purpose of this defiled fruit is to transport harmful things from its dimension to ours. Because its mother tree is in another dimension, it is impossible to return it to its original state. These defiled fruits also act as shields, so they have probably been planted in 3 or 4 other locations in Tokyo. The information that Aries revealed shocked Haruto. 10 minutes later, at the Central Hunter Hospital, rescue forces arrived and transported the injured patients out of the building, and quickly moved the patients who needed emergency care. Adventurers were also working hard to destroy the cursed trees all over Tokyo. A knight reminded a mage next to him. "Hey, you mage from the Midas Guild, purify the black mana." The mage, who was focusing on purifying, was annoyed and snapped, "Be quiet, I'm trying, but it's useless, at this rate. It's just wasting my mana." Seeing the current situation at the hospital made Fuwa and Gao unable to just stand by. Fuwa spoke up, "A defiled world tree in the middle of the capital. It's hard to believe, even if I'm seeing it with my own eyes." Nanase came before Fuwa and took responsibility. "I'm sorry, Chairman Fuwa, we have issued a red notice for Kurosaki and Lucas." Gao, seeing that someone had been able to escape from Nanase's grasp, mocked her. "I didn't expect Kurosaki to have the ability to escape right under the nose of the world-famous hunter Nanase. Is this Lucas' fault? Well, if that guy is involved, then we can directly file a complaint with Starfield or the International Hunter Association." Shirosaki also spoke up. Although this matter can be considered an international issue, ultimately Kurosaki and the Blood Tower still belong to the Japanese Association. They might use that excuse to avoid responsibility, like, "Why are you questioning us about a matter caused by a Japanese hunter?" Shirosaki angrily exclaimed. "Well, don't worry, I'll catch that Kurosaki." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong tremor appeared, causing the adventurers to panic. "What's with the earthquake? Is the hospital about to collapse?" A subordinate ran over to report, "Chairman Fuwa, there's a big problem. We've just received a report about a second Black World tree taking root in Kita Ward. Before the first cursed tree could be dealt with, another appeared, making Haruto unhappy. Kurosaki, you bastard. Did you plant another tree in the beautiful city? A cursed tree covered a hospital, making everything look so out of place." News about the cursed trees quickly appeared on news boards. Today, 2 mysterious giant trees have appeared in different locations in the Tokyo area. And the Hunter Association has announced that black mana released from these giant trees can cause mana poisoning. Given this situation, the government has issued an order for an immediate evacuation across the entire Tokyo area. People who were doing their regular activities were confused upon hearing the evacuation order. Where are they going to evacuate us to? In the middle of nowhere. The students were excited. "Do you think we'll get a day off tomorrow, Takumi?" Sitting in a car, smirked, looking out the window. Pleased that no one could catch him. At this rate, they can only dream about catching us. Suddenly, Takumi looked at Lucas and praised him. "You're quite ruthless, you know? Even someone like me has never thought of using black mana to brainwash people." A news report echoed throughout the city. "If you take shelter for 24 hours, you will not need to worry about mana poisoning. All citizens, please remain calm and follow the instructions of the police officers." Currently, the Hunter Association, the police, and the self-defense forces are working together and doing their best to deal with the unexpected situation. It turned out that the driver of the car had been completely brainwashed by Lucas. Takumi looked at the driver with a pleased smile. "I didn't expect you to corrupt other people's minds and turn them into puppets." Seeing that Takumi kept talking and mocking him made Lucas angry. "You bastard, stop acting like you know everything." Takumi quickly tried to appease Lucas. "Don't be angry, I'm praising you. I'm sure those people are splitting up to look for us, but if we stick together, we will never be exposed. I guarantee they won't suspect we're moving around in a police car. There are 3 more defiled fruits. Let's go." At the same time, at the Japanese Hunter Association, in the chairman's office, Fuwa's voice rang out. "In other words, you're saying that there's a possibility that there are still 2 or 3 more defiled world trees, and that these trees will appear all over Tokyo to form some kind of barrier," Aries confirmed. "Yes, at least that's what my mother's records say. It has been proven that these defiled trees appeared during the Great Disaster before, and their role is both a barrier and a gate. Ferocious monsters will flood Tokyo." Hearing this shocking information, Shirosaki was surprised. These trees appeared during the Great Disaster. Thinking about the Great Disaster from 15 years ago made his head hurt. He remembered when the disaster occurred, and his father was driving the car. Trying to evade the monsters, he was sitting in the back, worried, and asked, "Dad, will we be okay?" His father quickly reassured him, "We'll be fine. Haruto, just hold on tight." The car immediately sped up. His father looked in the rearview mirror and discovered a monster behind them. Furious, "Damn it. So this is what Tomoka was talking about, who is using this in the middle of the city. The car accelerated, trying to escape from the monster. But it was too late. The root of the cursed tree struck right on the top of the car. Dad, remembering the past made the hourglass on his neck glow, bringing an unpleasant feeling. He wondered why he was suddenly remembering this. But maybe this was also related to the curse. So, the thing that destroyed the car back then wasn't a monster, but a defiled tree. If the person behind these two incidents is the same, I will never forgive them. He thought with a firm determination to not let his enemy get away. Fuwa, after hearing the explanation, spoke up. Now that I remember it, there was a type of giant tree that appeared in Tokyo at that time, but because I was too busy dealing with the prison break, I didn't pay attention. So it was a barrier. Aries replied respectfully, yes, according to my mother's records, the barrier created by the defiled trees acts as a gate, connecting to other dimensions, and it will also open a subdimension. Hearing that, it was about a subdimension made Nanase surprised. Shirosaki voiced his suspicion, but if that's the purpose, then why would you need to create a barrier in the first place? Why would they accept the obstacle of using defiled trees from another dimension? Wait, don't tell me it's to open the subdimension of the dark spirit. Grimoire, Nanase explained, to open the subdimension of the dark spirit, you need to create a barrier using defiled trees, or at least that's what I've heard about it. The subdimension of spirits requires black mana, that black, smelly aura, and one defiled tree is not enough. Aries started to analyze the current situation. The current situation is that it seems a subdimension will be opened, but in the worst-case scenario, a gate to a defiled space will also be opened. Hearing everyone's analysis, Haruto immediately understood and smirked mischievously. Right, talking about a subdimension means talking about an infinite space. Why didn't I think of this before? If I use it properly, then I will be able to solve the situation with the help of my personal warehouse. Then, I can create an army of mutated golems. I can't let this opportunity slip away, no matter what it is, black mana or anything. I will definitely find the person behind this and take over the subdimension. Gao, feeling that everyone was talking too absurdly, reminded them, why don't you talk about something more realistic? All this talk about spatial keys and whatever, but I've never seen them, so how do they exist? Before Gao could finish, Haruto showed everyone the two spatial fragments. Are you talking about this? The appearance of the two spatial fragments shocked Gao. He quickly stood up and asked with certainty, that really is the spatial key. Aries confirmed, these are my mother's keepsakes, and they're resonating with the fragment that Hunter Sano obtained on Snow Golem Mountain, after realizing that the spatial key actually existed. Gao finally sat back down. So, it really does exist, but only having two fragments won't do anything. Aries also remembered her mother's records. According to my mother's records from the Great Disaster, a defiled spatial gate opened in England. I think that the defiled tree and the spatial fragments didn't appear at the same time by coincidence. It seems that the person who brought the defiled trees from another dimension is also holding on to the other spatial fragments. Hearing this made Shirosaki uncomfortable, and Fuwa also confirmed everything. Just like Aries said, the worst scenario would be if that polluted spatial gate really opened. This is no longer just an issue for Japan alone. I will immediately file a request to the International Hunter Association and the American Hunter Association to cooperate. Shirosaki suddenly denied this. They are not involved. I already own one fragment. An hour later, in the basement of the Future Guild, Shirosaki led everyone to where he kept the spatial fragment. Seeing the extravagant door to the basement made Haruto surprised. What is that door? It looks like a dungeon entrance. Not only was Haruto surprised, but even Nanase was just as surprised. Gao, unable to keep quiet, provoked Shirosaki. Chairman Shirosaki, I know you're a dungeon maniac, but I didn't expect you to have a spatial fragment. At this moment, Haruto, also wondering, asked, how did you get it? Shirosaki, hearing Haruto's question, didn't reply. Gao continued to provoke him. Staying silent like this means you must have made a shady deal to get it, right? That's not unusual. And maybe it's even fake. Haruto checked the resonance of the two spatial fragments and confirmed, no, it's not fake, even though they're in my personal inventory. The spatial fragments are resonating quite strongly. Shirosaki touched the door, and it immediately opened. Everyone quickly went inside, and in front of them, only the spatial fragment was protected. There was almost nothing else around. It was the fourth spatial fragment. Gao, seeing that such a huge basement only contained the spatial fragment, ridiculed him. Huh? Such a large basement only holds that thing. What a waste of space. Suddenly, Haruto stepped forward and stopped Gao. Only Shirosaki and I will go up from here. Hearing this, Gao angrily roared. You, who do you think you are? Aries quickly went to explain. Combining two spatial fragments is quite dangerous. Who knows what will happen when you combine them with a third fragment? Shirosaki also confirmed what Haruto and Aries said was completely true. They're right. From this point on, only Hunter Sano and I will go. This is my guild, so you have to follow my orders. Gao, hearing that he wouldn't be allowed to go inside, turned around angrily. Humph. I've seen it with my own eyes. So I'm not greedy for it. If any strange dimension opens up, it's on you guys. I'll kill both of you then. Remember that. Everyone had left, leaving only Haruto and Shirosaki. Haruto went closer to observe the spatial fragment. Chairman Shirosaki, your fragment is number 4, huh? When he had asked earlier, Shirosaki hadn't answered him. Now that everyone was gone, he immediately asked again, can you tell me where you got it from? But Shirosaki didn't want to explain. Stop with the trivial talk and let's move on. Shirosaki had already shielded himself. Once you finish combining, come inside my barrier immediately. Seeing Shirosaki being so dramatic made Haruto frustrated. Don't worry, Haruto went closer to touch the spatial fragment, thinking, whatever happens, I still have the Great Spider King's web with teleportation. I also haven't taken it out of my personal inventory yet. Before he could even touch the spatial fragment, it released an extremely strong killing intent, making Haruto terrified. Immediately after, there was a huge explosion, creating a large hole in the ground, and the door was shattered. Nanase, seeing this scene, was so shocked that she couldn't believe her eyes. Something happened. Inside, a large hole had appeared in the ground. Going all the way to the door, Shirosaki looked around and couldn't see Haruto, so he called out loudly to look for him. Cough, Hunter Sano. Suddenly, Haruto's voice came from behind Shirosaki. Geez. I thought I was going to die for a second. Shirosaki, turning around, saw that Haruto had appeared. Haruto looked at the 3 key pieces in his inventory and was frightened. I didn't expect them to automatically escape from my inventory and combine by themselves. If I didn't have teleportation, I would have died. That firepower was truly terrifying. I must be careful when I combine the 4th piece. Shirosaki, seeing Haruto's sudden appearance, was confused. What the hell is this? That guy, he just used high-level stealth skill. Teleportation, just who is he? Thinking this, Shirosaki called out to Haruto. Hey! You, Haruto, startled, turned around. Whoa, Chairman Shirosaki, don't scare me like that. Are you shouting at me? You're so loud? Suddenly, Shirosaki rushed forward and grabbed Haruto's neck. Haruto, who was unexpectedly attacked, was confused. Cough, why did you suddenly? Shirosaki swung his staff, trying to attack Haruto. You can't use dark skills without black mana. But you clearly just used teleportation, right? Explain it, right now. Haruto now understood why Shirosaki wanted to kill him. Damn it, how am I supposed to explain this? Haruto, who was trying to use Ctrl+V, teleportation, couldn't escape and was struggling. As expected of a top hunter, I can't escape. He quickly denied it. I didn't use black mana. Even though Haruto explained himself, Shirosaki didn't believe him. Oh, so you can use teleportation but not black mana. Shirosaki used his Thunder Spear skill to attack Haruto. After a while, Haruto was leaning against the wall, coughing up blood and cursing internally. Damn it, why can't I activate teleportation? Shirosaki provoked Haruto. What's wrong? Your favorite trick isn't working anymore, huh? Thunder Spear is the only technique that can counter teleportation. That's why I've mastered it so well. Hearing this, Haruto quickly understood. So, that's how Kurosaki was able to escape from the Golem in Snow Mountain. Shirosaki pointed his staff at Haruto and began questioning him. I've been suspicious since you appeared during the Queisha pursuit. Who are you really? What happened between you and Kurosaki at Snow Mountain? Was everything a part of you guys' plan? Hearing a series of questions from Shirosaki, Haruto understood. Shirosaki suspects that I'm working with Takumi. He really thinks that I'm working with Kurosaki. It was a mistake to come here with only 2 people. I need to find a way to stop Chairman Shirosaki. Suddenly, Haruto went silent for a moment and then gritted his teeth. Thinking about it makes me so angry. I can't even use my skills properly. He quickly activated Ctrl+V, Great Spider King's web. Angrily, he yelled, "Are you trying to kill me or just make me wish I was dead? I'm not your family's enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his webs to trap Shirosaki in a sphere. After it was done, a sense of unease arose in Haruto. Why do I keep having this bad feeling? Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, the web sphere started to crack, and then it exploded, making it impossible for Haruto to see. He quickly used his web to shield himself from Shirosaki's attack. After escaping the web sphere, Shirosaki was enraged and shouted, "If it's something you can't say, then that means it's Starfield, right? If that's the case, then you're dead for sure. Haruto, seeing Shirosaki's rage, was frightened. He's really gone berserk. I might die here. I've been talking and working with him for so long that I forgot. Chairman Shirosaki is a hunter above level 500, and I haven't even reached 300 yet. There's only one option left, to gamble. He then opened his inventory. I don't have time. I hope. He took out an ultra high-grade potion. Ultra high-grade potion. Heals 95% of damage. Cannot be used in combination. Not effective on targets that have died. After finding the potion, he was happy. Yes, I got it. Shirosaki released his Thunder Spear attack on Haruto. 4 Thunder Spheres were approaching him. Haruto panicked. Activate it, you damn skill. Suddenly, a warning appeared. User's HP has fallen below 25%. Activating Great Longsword Queisha's unique Berserk skill. Equip the Great Longsword Queisha to use the skill. At this moment, the sword that Haruto had copied before appeared in his hand. His eyes sharpened, and he swung the sword toward Shirosaki. One slash caused the surrounding rocks and debris to scatter. Shirosaki quickly reinforced his shield, but it didn't seem to be working. Damn it, could that be? The shield that Shirosaki had created was completely shattered, and the attack continued to rush toward Shirosaki, creating a large explosion, and Shirosaki was injured. At this moment, Shirosaki remembered his past with his younger brother. Hey, what should we name the guild? Let's make a name that expresses the hope that we'll become the strongest in the future. How about Future Guild? Shirosaki, hearing this, agreed. I like it. Let's make our guild the #1 in the world. His younger brother, Shirosaki Soda, reminded him. But first, brother, I will help you become the top hunter in the world. Shirosaki, hearing Soda's ambition, laughed happily. The strongest in the world, huh? That sounds good. 10 years ago, they had to fight against monsters. Whether the opponent was a demon or hell itself, they would not be afraid. After finishing the dungeon, the two brothers quickly left. Soda saw that the people behind them were staring at them, so he whispered to Shirosaki, Brother, do you have a bad feeling? That unidentified hunter has been following us. Shirosaki, hearing this, was startled. Then he comforted his younger brother, Soda. That dungeon has not been controlled by either the Midas Guild or the Great Power Guild. It's a hidden dungeon, super famous, and no one can control it. This is the key for us to get the Future Guild into the top 10 guilds in the country. So why are you scared now? Your return skill can save us from hell. Don't worry. I'm here to protect you. Even though Shirosaki said this, Soda couldn't help but be wary of the mysterious adventurer behind them. Inside the cave, that adventurer had killed everyone that was exploring with him. Shirosaki angrily cursed. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? That person released black mana in his hand and spoke excitedly. This is mana addiction. The more they absorb mana, the more their consciousness will be invaded. Soon, they will all become low-level monsters, not even as good as demons or ghosts. Seeing Soda's current state, it seemed as if that person's words were true. Shirosaki angrily shouted, Give me the antidote, my brother is about to die. But that person didn't care and did as he pleased. You two were the most active in the demon hunting, right? You deserve a special reward. Teleportation. Hearing those 3 words made Shirosaki freeze. That person urged Shirosaki, Give it to me, and I'll tell you how to save your brother. If you don't, you can die here. Besides, without black mana, that skill is useless to you. To save his brother, Shirosaki agreed to the condition. Okay, I'll give you the skill. Give me the antidote right now. That person immediately told Shirosaki how to save Soda. Ashley of the British Association. That family's ancestral sword is the only way to save yourself from the mana poison. He didn't give Shirosaki the antidote, but only told him the way to save himself from the mana poison with the sword. Confusing Shirosaki, Hey, you're not giving me the antidote, you bastard. That person immediately explained, There's no antidote for mana addiction. Besides, this is a mobile dungeon. Once the clearing mission is complete, it will move to another location, and the entire space will collapse. Even if there was an antidote, it would be useless if you can't survive out of here. Shirosaki realized the person's true purpose. You wanted to kill us from the start. He smiled, then disappeared, but his words still echoed. The existence of black mana and dark skills is not for the world to know about yet. After the person left, the dungeon began to collapse. Shirosaki refused to give up and shouted, wanting to save his younger brother. Soda, hold on. Can you use your return skill? Soda took out the 4th spatial fragment and handed it to Shirosaki. I found this thing in the monsters area just now. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not an ordinary object. Seeing Soda acting as if he was saying his final words made Shirosaki angry. Is this really the time to talk about that? quickly, use your skill, but Sota didn't have the strength. My promise to you, I can't keep that promise. Target is return. Shirosaki Masato. Seeing his younger brother act so stupidly made Shirosaki angry. Wait, Sota, why? Sota left his final words. Brother, I'm sorry. Then Sota lost his life. A magic circle appeared at Shirosaki's feet. Shirosaki seemed to have gone insane but was transported home. In his room, Shirosaki was crying because of the pain. Shirosaki tightly grabbed the spatial fragment in his hand and then released his blood thunder, causing him pain. Back in the present, Shirosaki had been knocked into a corner by Haruto. Shirosaki remembered those painful memories and felt helpless. For the past 10 years, I've been searching through dungeons, but I still haven't found that dungeon. I suspect that my brother is still alive, but after hearing Shirosaki's entire story, Haruto also understood why Shirosaki was so obsessed with dungeons. So, that's why you wanted to find him. Even just a trace of him. No wonder you're called a dungeon maniac. He was sitting on the ground, drinking the potion, and continuing to think, but the price for provoking Chairman Shirosaki is really high. Luckily, I had the Berserk skill from the sword, so I was able to reach level 600 power for a short period, but my body can't handle it. Shirosaki came in front of Haruto. That's why this time I researched about black mana and dark skills. I don't care about international punishments or anything. Teleportation is a rare skill. And dark skills have been abolished. Only that crippled bastard uses them now. Haruto quickly understood what Shirosaki was trying to say. So, you're asking how Kurosaki and I can use that skill. Alright, I'll tell you. After everything had been resolved, Haruto walked outside. Seeing that he was so bruised and battered, Moore asked anxiously, "What happened? You look so beat up." Haruto avoided answering directly. "It's nothing. I just had some trouble when I was combining the spatial fragments." Nanase came over to inform them. "While you two were inside, I heard that a third defiled tree has appeared." Shirosaki couldn't believe it. Seriously, Shirosaki was furious, his eyes filled with hatred. "Kurosaki, where is that damn bastard hiding?" Aries quickly deduced. "Based on the location of this third defiled tree, we can predict Kurosaki's next route." Shirosaki, slightly surprised, asked, "Where? Tell me," Aries replied. "We need to gather the hunters in the Ginza area first. Judging by the scale and position of the barrier that is created, the subdimension they plan to open in Ginza is vast." Nanase wanted to know more specific details. "How large? If it is that large, the number of monsters that will appear through the spatial rift will be enormous." Haruto, seeing everyone so serious, folded his arms and thought, "A monster invasion. If that happens, no matter how strong the hunters are, it will take a long time to stabilize the situation. If a horde of monsters comes, then I'm in real trouble. I can't deal with them just using the Great Spider King's web." Shirosaki divided the tasks among everyone. "The hunter members of the future guild will go to Ginza, and I will chase after Kurosaki. If we catch him before the fourth tree appears, that'll be it." Hearing this, Nanase immediately agreed. "Then I will go back to the association and call for all the guilds." Then, she turned to look at Haruto and asked for Moore's opinion. "Do you two plan to coordinate your attacks with the association's guilds?" Haruto immediately refused. "There's no need. I will prepare the things I need myself." Hearing this, Nanase was even more curious. "What are you planning to do?" Haruto quickly explained. "Aries said that the subdimension will be vast, so this will be a competition of scale." Hearing this, Nanase nodded in agreement. "I see." Shirosaki left, not forgetting to encourage Haruto before leaving. "Do your best. I'm looking forward to seeing you in action." Haruto didn't reply and turned to ask Moore for help. "I need your help this time, Moore." Hearing this, Moore sighed in happiness. "You finally realize my value, huh?" Moore was feeling proud when Haruto splashed cold water on him. "What are you talking about? I just want you to carry my things." Look at your dramatic face. Realizing that his task was only to carry baggage made Moore confused. "Wait, carry baggage?" At Starfield's headquarters in Europe, everyone was quickly gathering around a magic circle. Midsil spoke up. "We've just received a request for help from Japan. It's clear that they're also seeking our help. The time is ripe." Mikkel, hearing this, asked again for confirmation. "Is it true? I heard that the spatial barrier is not complete. Will the subdimension open successfully?" Midsil nodded in confirmation. "Of course, at this moment, it has been ensured that the subdimension will open on a large scale, and it's full of elves and orc monsters." Another person, hearing this, was suspicious. "Elves and orcs, are you underestimating the Japanese hunters too much?" Chairman Midas Takeuchi and Hunter Nanase of the association. "Just those two are enough to calm down the situation." Yet another person spoke up. "If they've already requested our help, then no matter how chaotic the situation is, they will stabilize it quickly, and moreover, Lord Michael might not be comfortable with that, right? Midsill smiled, reassuring everyone, don't worry, I can manage our European headquarters. That's why I made sure the defiled trees were arranged to ensure that this subdimensional gate will open widely. The man with the white hat looked inside and only saw monsters, feeling suspicious. There are only monsters in that space. If that's the case, then the American aid troops won't be able to control the situation. Midsill smiled as he put his hand in the dimension. If that space opens up in Tokyo, it will be a huge blow. Mikkel's eyes lit up as he reminded Midsill, for your homeland in Yggdrasil, this time, we must succeed. Midsill stepped inside the gate and told everyone, please don't worry, this isn't the first time I've opened a subdimension in Tokyo. At the White House in America, the man in the blue suit, Romeo, the President of the United States, spoke up. Secretary Logan, is it true that defiled trees from another dimension have appeared in Japan? Hearing his question, Logan Bowman, the director of the CIA, immediately replied. Yes, they first appeared in England 15 years ago. They originated from the same dimension as the dark spirits. Romeo was curious, so we're also in danger. Bowman explained the current situation. The spatial gate hasn't opened yet. So there is no direct threat, but we have received an official request for aid from the Japanese Hunter Association. Romeo casually flicked his finger and asked, how is the International Hunter Association reacting? Bowman continued to answer. Michael Starfield is the head of the Japanese Hunter Association. I heard that they are already on their way to the scene. Suddenly, the only woman in the room questioned, a world-renowned hunter like him, what is the reason for him to personally take action? Bowman replied, our intelligence doesn't have any information about that incident, so we can't see the whole picture of the situation. The woman who was on the phone suddenly asked in surprise, wait, what? She immediately reported the situation to Romeo. Mr. President, the chairman of the Hunter Association is calling for a video call. Romeo was confused. The chairman, then he ordered, connect it. The woman immediately turned on the TV screen. The man who appeared on the TV was Simon Defree, the chairman of the American Hunter Association. Defree begged Romeo, Mr. President, we're in big trouble. Romeo quickly replied, if you want to talk about the incident in Japan, I already know about it. We're only planning to send equipment and tools, but... Defree stated the actual situation. Well, the situation seems to be beyond our control. The airship of the Aura Robos Guild is on its way to Japan. I heard they were completely outfitted by Turner. Bowman, hearing this, was surprised. What? Wait, Turner wouldn't go there himself. Would he? Defree hesitated before replying. No, this is an unexpected situation. Turner has equipped the entire guild. Bowman was extremely worried. His power is on par with our military. Sending a hunter like him overseas is like dropping a nuclear weapon there. Furthermore, Japan is a peace-loving nation. If things get out of hand, it will be a mess. What is the opinion of the Hunter Association? Hearing Bowman's question, Defree continued, there isn't much we can do either. It's nearly impossible to stop Turner. Romeo, after hearing everything, immediately confirmed, this is not just an issue for Japan anymore. Help me choose the most elite hunters immediately and send them to Japan, but do it secretly. Back at the hospital that had been taken over by the cursed tree, Lucas looked at the cursed tree and remembered what Takumi had said. Just like Kurosaki said, I'm also like him. I used to justify myself by using the reason of protecting my family and my father, but all of this happened because of me. It all started the day I received the Control plus F curse from that deity. All kinds of information from the media. People's hatred and their wishes flooded my mind like a tidal wave. I could even feel the consciousness and death of monsters. After a week, I lived in a daze, unable to do anything. Finally, I tried to kill myself to stop the curse. But ironically, that was when I found my will to live. The ancestral treasure of my family was displayed in the hall. Angelus Rapier, the holy sword. Just by holding the sword in my hand, the Control plus F curse would be repelled. Now I can control the power of the curse, and from then on, I was saved from hell. And from that day on, I have always viewed the holy sword as an inseparable object. In the end, the gate to another dimension was opened in England. I heard that Hunter Nishihara wanted to borrow my sword, but my father didn't choose to side with me. As predicted, England experienced a horrible tragedy. The Cooper family lost both their status and power. After that, to master the Control plus F curse, I tried countless possible methods, only to discover that I could control it by absorbing black mana. But with just a moment of carelessness, I will quickly lose control, so I need to keep the sword by my side at all times. In the process of absorbing black mana, I met Mikkel and Midsill. Thanks to them, my family regained our power, but the price to pay was too high. when Mikkel found out about my Control plus F ability. He made me find someone. Every time I found a target, I would kill them and absorb their power using Control. For my family and for my father was the excuse that I've always used. I only obeyed Mikkel because I was too afraid to be eliminated. I'm a coward. Lucas held the sword tightly. With a determined expression, the owner of Control plus C, I think that person is Sano Haruto, if that ability falls into Mikkel's hands. Who knows what will happen? I want to witness it with my own eyes, stealing the holy sword from my inventory. As soon as the sword disappeared, Lucas was dragged into the future that would occur. After searching for a while, Lucas finally found it. I found Control plus C. A plane flew in the sky, and the person inside was Turner Miller. His profession was a spellcaster and tanker. His nationality was American. His world ranking was Hunter number 1, and his level was unidentifiable. The blonde person sitting beside him was playing with a knife in his hand and happily laughed. Chairman, if you really wanted to go, why didn't you take a detour? Was it necessary to mobilize a private plane? Miller frowned at the blonde's words and reminded him, Richard, have you forgotten our guild's motto? Richard, seeing that Miller was annoyed, quickly corrected himself. How could I forget? The moment we lower our guard, danger will come. I understand. I'll be more careful next time. Miller looked at the sky outside the window, the great disaster 15 years ago. At that time, I was only a level A hunter, and I almost died. Hunter Nishihara was my savior. Not long after that, I received a skill from the deity. Immediately, I became the strongest hunter in the world. Miller clenched his fist with determination. Hunter Nishihara gave me this before the great disaster ended. And now, for the first time in 15 years, the spatial fragment is resonating. The thing in Miller's hand was the second spatial fragment. Miller looked at the spatial fragment and wondered, what exactly is happening in Japan? It must be something that Hunter Nishihara was afraid of back then. In Ginza, Tokyo, Fuwa, looking down from above, asked Nanase with certainty. That subdimension you were talking about. It's about to open, right? It's definitely in this location, Nanase confirmed. Yes, this place has the highest concentration of pollution. Fuwa asked about the situation of the surrounding guilds. How are the other guilds responding? Nanase reported on the current situation of the other guilds. Chairman Shinoda of the Great Power Guild is currently neutralizing the pollution caused by the defiled trees at the Central Hunter Hospital. The members of that guild are dealing with the defiled trees in the Northern District and are looking for a way to respond. Chairman Takauchi of the Midas Guild has sent members to help in various areas. While he is waiting alone in Chuodori and Ginza, he'll take care of anything that appears from the sub-dimension. Hearing this, Fuwa was pleased with the current arrangement. Well, if it's Takauchi, then there's nothing to worry about. What about the other guilds? Nanase quickly replied. They're protecting and guiding the civilians who haven't been able to escape yet. At this moment, Fuwa noticed that Haruto was missing. That reminds me, I don't see Hunter Sano here. Nanase, hearing Fuwa's question, quickly answered. Currently, Hunter Sano is going to do a different task. Fuwa was confused. Why is he doing a different task? Nanase immediately replied. I'm also curious about that. Hunter Sano always surprises us like a skilled magician. The person behind them who was carrying stuff heard Haruto's name and was slightly surprised. Hunter Sano. Wait, are they talking about Senior Sano? Ekanega Aoi, a junior hunter of Sano, thought. Seeing that Aoi was distracted, the others yelled, Hey, Ekanega, what are you doing? Hurry up, Aoiya, being called like that, quickly apologized. Sorry, while carrying the stuff, Aoi couldn't believe it. Impossible. Are they talking about Senior Sano? I haven't seen him since then. I'm so worried. At the Ginza store shopping mall. Shinoda was carrying a pile of baggage while following Haruto. After a while, Shinoda was tired. Senior Haruto, I can't go any further. Moore was the same. I'm also at my limit. Hearing this, Haruto opened his status window. Suddenly, a warning appeared on the status window. Control plus V. The user does not have enough mana to unlock the Great Longsword. Seeing this warning made Haruto angry. Damn it. It's still not enough. It will never be enough. Shinoda, confused as to why Haruto was saying not enough, asked, A bag of items can hold 100 items. We have 13 bags, so that's 1,300 items. And you're saying that it's still not enough. Hearing Shinoda say that made Haruto control his temper and casually reply, Well, to sum it up, it's not enough yet. Moore wondered, Is that enough for you to stop it? Haruto quickly replied, Maybe, although it's not perfect, it has a certain rate of success. Anyway, I need that dimension. I will definitely copy and paste it, at any cost. After running for a while, Haruto stopped when he saw Lucas appear at this place. All three exclaimed in surprise, Lucas, Moore became wary. How did you know this place? Lucas angrily spoke. Quiet. I need to talk to Sano. Moore stared at the sword that Lucas was holding. If you want to talk about anything, put down the holy sword first. Suddenly, Haruto smiled maliciously. Wait a minute. According to the story about Chairman Kainosaki, black mana can be purified by a holy sword. This might be a perfect chance for me to copy and paste it. Suddenly, Haruto stopped Moore. Wait a minute, Moore. Moore turned back, confused, and saw that Haruto had thrown all his bags to the ground. Then, Haruto immediately appeared behind Lucas, wanting to steal the sword. My copy and paste skill has leveled up a lot, so this time I will definitely succeed. Lucas unexpectedly dodged and yelled, Don't do anything reckless, you owner of Control+C. I know about your skills. Haruto, who had failed to grab the sword, realized that Lucas knew about his Control+C skill and became confused. Huh? How does he know about my Control+C skill? How did he know? Maybe I should act dumb. Thinking this, Haruto immediately acted dumb. What are you talking about? Seeing Haruto like this made Lucas angry and he charged, wanting to fight Haruto. Stop with that idiotic act. My family and I have risked everything. Before the sword could hit, Haruto had already disappeared. Lucas was confused as Haruto appeared behind him. Lucas, seeing Haruto like this, asked, So you can also use black mana? Lucas, annoyed, held the sword and seriously warned. But remember who you are using it on. As soon as he finished, Lucas plunged the sword into the ground, using the sword's spread ability, causing the entire area to light up. Haruto, being caught in the light, was annoyed, and his limbs instantly became stiff. What is this? It feels like Chairman Kainosaki's thunder skill. I can't activate teleportation. Seeing that Haruto was frozen, Shinoda asked Moore in confusion. Why isn't Senior Haruto using teleportation? Moore immediately explained. It's because of the holy power. The sword's light can purify all the defilement within a 10-meter radius. Teleportation is a dark skill, so it can't be used. Lucas, after making it impossible for Haruto to use teleportation, slowly approached him. You can't use your skills. That means all the skills you copied up to now are dark skills, right? Hearing Lucas say this, Haruto immediately had an idea. Well, from now on, I'll copy skills with suitable compatibility. He cursed internally. Damn it. Because of the holy power of the sword, I can't use teleportation, and I have no chance of touching the sword. Should I use the great longsword? Or copy and paste myself like last time? Should I take a chance and stab him? Lucas suddenly became angry. Control+C. That skill is the reason why I'm in this mess. Do you know that? How do you control that skill without using Control+V? Hearing Lucas's words made Haruto realize, I see. So, you know the origin and the place where I got this curse. It seems you're also a possessor of a control skill. Are you planning on killing me and taking my skills? That's why you teamed up with Kurosaki and caused this danger. Hearing these ridiculous words from Haruto made Lucas angrily release his power. Shut up, don't put me in the same group as that scum. As he said this, Lucas charged and stabbed Haruto. This stab was clearly enough to kill Haruto, but Lucas suddenly stopped when he saw Haruto smiling. I have a chance to come in contact with the sword. Awesome. Then he immediately copied the holy sword Angelus Rapier that had merged with the user. Control+C, can copy and absorb the Angelus Rapier sword. A warning appeared. Control+V, teleportation cannot be used while copying and absorbing the Angelus Rapier sword. Seeing that warning confused Haruto. Wait, what? He immediately took out a healing potion, drinking it while analyzing the situation. Because of the holy sword, I can't use dark skills. I thought that because I wasn't using black mana, I was fine. But because of the holy sword, I had to give up teleportation. I can't do that. Lucas, seeing the blood on the sword, understood Haruto's purpose. He purposely let himself be stabbed to copy the holy sword. Just as I thought, I can also copy skills using Control+C. Even when I'm stabbed, Lucas took on a fighting stance. Annoyed, I'll ask you one last time. What do you plan to do with that Control+C skill? Haruto irritably replied. Isn't it obvious? I will become the strongest hunter. A hunter that is greater than even a god. Hearing these words made Lucas, not believing it, charged. Is that all? Haruto quickly dodged and confirmed. Exactly, even before I became a hunter, my time was being stolen due to the curse. Lucas was confused. Time. Seeing that Lucas didn't know about the time story made Haruto surprised and he quickly explained. Wait, didn't you hear that when the curse was placed on you? There are only 5 years left until the disaster occurs. Lucas was confused. Only, what disaster? At this moment, Lucas felt the flow of time in the hourglass on his neck. I have too much information coming at me at once. I didn't have time to pay attention to that. This hourglass is representing my remaining time. Is it counting down to the next disaster? Seeing that Lucas wasn't moving, Haruto suspiciously asked, "What are you planning to do?" Suddenly, a status window appeared. Ctrl+C. The copy time has expired. Please approach the target again. Seeing this warning made Haruto annoyed. TSK. I even sacrificed myself to be stabbed to copy it. One more time. Suddenly, waves of violent lightning struck from the sky, startling Shinoda. It's starting. Lucas also looked up but didn't say anything. Another warning appeared. A separate dimension, the Dark Spirit Dimension, has opened in Tokyo. When a subdimension opens, a polluted area will form. In that dimension, the hunter's blood and mana will be decreased by 30%. And at the same time, there will be some restrictions on skills that use mana. In the Shinagawa ward, before the subdimension opened, the cursed trees began to activate, wreaking havoc everywhere. The defiled tree spatial barrier had been completed. Another dimension, the Dark Spirit Dimension, had opened in Tokyo. Once open, the polluted area would reduce the HP and MP of all hunters by 30% and would limit all skills that required mana. Seeing this information appear, Takumi was pleased. If this dimension completely opens, then Tokyo will be hell on earth. The fairy's mission is now complete. Should I go report back? Suddenly, a voice echoed, making Takumi frightened. I won't let that happen. Shirosaki charged in. Fast as lightning, Shirosaki and Aries appeared right above Takumi. Shirosaki declared, "Because you will die here." Seeing Shirosaki appear, Takumi spoke up. "Shirosaki, you troubled yourself to chase me all the way here, but it was too late. The barrier created by the defiled trees is complete. Tokyo is doomed." Shirosaki brought Aries to a safe area and didn't pay attention to Takumi's words. "So what? My goal is you, Kurosaki." Shirosaki was furious. "It seems black mana has no effect on me." Takumi took out a weapon from his inventory. "You think you're the only exception." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body transformed. "Let me show you the true form of black mana." At this time, status windows appeared for all the adventurers, shocking them. "Huh? I've never seen anything with such strong control before. It's restricting all skills that use mana. It's clearly forcing us to fight hand to hand." At this time, one of the adventurers tried using their skill and confirmed that the information was correct. "You're right, all my skills that use mana are not activating." The other adventurers quickly tried as well. "No way, my healing skill can't be used. In this situation, using potions would be useless. Our strength and magic power are leaking out. Just one hit is enough to kill us." Nanase looked ahead, confused, and asked Fuwa. "Chairman, this," Fuwa casually replied, "this is completely unexpected. We have to deal with the bigger monsters." Immediately after, a huge tornado appeared in the middle of the city, and a spatial rift opened, causing the adventurers to panic. "Look over there." A leg stepped out of that spatial rift. Nanase and Fuwa, seeing that scene, were surprised. A blurry image appeared above. "What is that?" It turned out that the person was Midsil, an elf. Everyone was suspicious. Only one elf appeared from a chaotic space like that. "No, that's wrong. Look below." Immediately, monsters started to run out of the space, chasing after humans. The adventurers, seeing such a large number of monsters, were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. "Are you kidding me? Damn it, there are so many." Midsil was excited. "It's been a while, hasn't it? The past 15 years have been boring. So, today, let's live wildly to the fullest." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of monsters charged out. Standing guard at the entrance was Gao. Gao, seeing what Midsil had said, spoke up. "So, you're the one that's causing all the restrictions and trying to overwhelm us with numbers. Huh? You're looking down on us too much." As soon as he finished, Gao activated his stone armor skill. Immediately, a layer of hard stone armor covered Gao's body. The monsters that charged to attack him were all knocked down with just one hit. Gao, with a murderous intent, said, "Too bad, my stone armor skill doesn't require mana to activate." All the other monsters, seeing this, immediately attacked Gao. Gao angrily yelled, "It's too much trouble taking them down one by one, come all at once." Immediately after, countless monsters were all defeated by Gao. The other adventurers rushed to praise Gao. As expected of Chairman Takeuchi, "We will deal with the remaining smaller monsters." The rest of the adventurers dealt with the small goblins. After killing a goblin, an adventurer felt like he was about to throw up. "Damn it, because our skills are locked. Just killing this elf is disgusting." One swordsman, while killing the goblins, reminded everyone, "Be careful. These creatures are emitting polluted energy. Pay attention to your stamina. One slip can mean reincarnation." Nanase also rushed over to defeat the monsters. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her, causing Nanase to turn around to look. She saw the monster charge to attack Fuwa. Fuwa stood there calmly and activated his immortal shield, immediately causing a large shield to appear in his hand. He used it to block the monster's attack. Then a sharp sword appeared on the shield, slicing the monster in half. In just one move, a number of large monsters behind it were also killed. Witnessing Fuwa's extraordinary skills caused Nanase to be both surprised and admiring. A giant shield, acting as both a sword and shield. Even without using any skills, he's strong enough to do as he pleases. The chairman and Chairman Takeuchi can deal with the large monsters, but for the rest of the hunters, their combat power had been greatly reduced due to the effects of black mana. No matter how many monsters they defeated, they were endless. If it continues like this, even when reinforcements arrive, they won't be able to save us. Suddenly, a bird monster ambushed Nanase from above. She quickly sensed it and dodged it. The monster landed, and looking at it surprised her. A hawk, a level boss has appeared. This monster was a level 150 hawk, a boss-type monster that was different from typical monsters. Nanase wanted to rush over and fight the hawk. A lone hawk isn't a problem, but its fiery breath is the real fear. It wouldn't stop until the target was completely incinerated. In this situation where recovery skills were locked, if it targeted any hunter, they would die in just one move. I have to stop it before it starts using its fiery breath. Thinking this, she took the initiative to charge and attack the hawk. However, the hawk quickly blew flames towards her. On the other side, Haruto was staring at the sky. Seeing lightning striking continuously, Shirosaki, scared, yelled, "It's starting!" Immediately, warnings appeared. Another dimension, the Dark Spirit Dimension, has opened in Tokyo. Once opened, the polluted area will reduce the HP and MP of all hunters by 30% and will limit all skills that require mana. Seeing these notifications made everyone stunned. Control. This isn't even a real dungeon. Well, this isn't entirely impossible. It can happen in the territory of a dungeon boss, but the probability is rare, Moore seriously pondered. But why is it specifically targeting skills that use mana? That's too cunning. Where did Kurosaki get this odd idea from? Haruto, not fighting Lucas anymore, grabbed his bag. "I don't have time to mess around with you, Lucas." Lucas, seeing that Haruto was suddenly leaving, yelled, "Hey, I'm still." At this moment monsters appeared everywhere, attacking everyone. Shinoda quickly picked up his bag and ran off. Whoa, this time, that's a wyvern. Moore analyzed the current situation. They're starting to spread out. That's the nightmare. Seriously speaking, we don't have any time to waste anymore, Haruto, running next to Lucas, reminded him. Do you understand? We can talk about the rest later. Lucas, hearing what Haruto said, didn't reply, making Haruto annoyed. Hey, you should at least say something. He cursed internally. Right now, I don't even have time to copy and paste the holy sword, Lucas. While running, looked at Haruto intensely. He still hasn't used Ctrl+C. Should I report Sano Haruto to Mikkel? Haruto sighed, blaming Lucas. We wasted all this time because of you. Lucas proposed. I don't know what you're preparing, but what if you use it now? Haruto quickly refused. I want to try, but this thing has a specific process. I was planning to level up by fighting with monsters in an easier area first. Back with Nanase. She was rushing towards the fiery breath that the hawk had released. I'm too slow. It's already using its fiery breath, but at this level, I can take it. I will take a bit of damage. But with my hellfire, I will win. While thinking, she was surprised to see that in front of her was a strong shield blocking the attack. Fuwa had blocked the fiery breath while Nanase was about to risk her life. Seeing Fuwa suddenly appear to block it, Nanase was surprised. Chairman Tamiwa, Fuwa turned around and ordered Nanase, Hunter Nanase, cut off its head to stop the fiery breath. Hearing Fuwa say that, she immediately did as she was told. Understood. Then, she quickly charged towards the hawk. The hawk, having sensed that she was approaching, changed the direction of the fiery breath towards Nanase, but this time, she was a step faster, charging towards the hawk and slashing at its head, but, unexpectedly, she didn't hit it, which caused Nanase to panic. To avoid getting her head cut off, it intentionally shifted the direction of the slash towards another part of its body. The hawk took this opportunity while she was distracted and used its claws to grab Nanase. But she managed to use her spear to block it in time. However, the hawk's strength was too great, making it difficult for her to hold on. The hawk then started blowing fire at her, but suddenly it noticed something and quickly changed its direction. At this time, Fuwa landed and asked, "Are you okay?" Being saved by Fuwa again, she thanked him. "Thank you, Chairman Tamiwa." Fuwa calmly replied, "I tried to help, but it seems that things have gotten worse." It is now more aware and will probably not land on the ground again. If I throw the giant shield and it manages to dodge it, then everything will be ruined. The hawk continued to attack both of them from above with its fiery breath. Fua analyzed. It's in the air now, which means it will only attack with its fiery breath. Hunter Nanase. Hide behind me, but Nanase didn't listen and instead directly charged at it. There's no need. Just throw the giant shield. Hearing this, Fua smiled with confidence. Understood. Immediately after, Fua threw the shield towards the hawk. Nanase also followed the shield, charging towards the hawk. Using the time that it was only paying attention to the shield, she quickly circled behind it and slashed at it, instantly killing it. After dealing with the hawk, Nanase landed with a cool pose, and the hawk fell with her. Fua praised Nanase. That move was perfect. Nanase sensed something from the hawk and reported, a large amount of polluted air is leaking from the hawk's body. Fua realized it's a boss monster. Nanase gave her analysis. The higher the level of the monster, I think it will secrete even more polluted air. In other words, the more we kill, the more dangerous the hunters will be. On the other side, a group of hunters were fighting a large monster. One of them, who was struggling, blamed the others. Since we can't use our skills, you chose to fight a weak monster, right? Don't be stingy with your items. Use them. The mage, hearing this, immediately took out his magic scroll. We're not saving them for later. This is my last scroll. Everyone, duck. Then he used a spell that sliced the monster into 4 pieces, and the scroll shattered along with it. Aoi praised. See, with items you can take them down in one shot. The mage, hearing Aoi, replied irritably, what are you talking about? Now we don't have any items left. Suddenly, the warrior coughed up blood, causing Aoi to worry. Hey, are you okay? At this moment, Aoi also started to feel unwell and coughed up blood. The other adventurers also did the same. Everyone was confused. What? Impossible. Is this pollution? Everyone couldn't endure it and coughed up blood non-stop. Midsil, seeing that these adventurers had finally noticed, said, it's too late. You finally realized. Every monster in the dark dimension is filled with dark aura. Once they die, they will release polluted air. You thought that by killing them you would be safe, but you didn't know that their deaths will take your lives. And now, it's too late to give up. There are still countless monsters in this dark dimension. You will continue to struggle and slowly die. Aoi was terrified. So, that means, Tokyo. No, this entire country is doomed. But at this moment, someone appeared and said, it's not over yet. Aoi turned to look behind her and saw Haruto's group. Haruto affirmed. This is just the beginning, the golem also confirmed. That's right. Aoi was dumbfounded by Haruto's sudden appearance. Senior Sano, why are you here? Seeing Aoi, Haruto quickly greeted him. It's been a while. Aoi, Haruto took a healing potion out of his inventory and gave it to Aoi. Here, drink this. Aoi, surprised, received it with suspicion. Why all of a sudden, and more importantly? Senior, we have to run away immediately. But Haruto didn't care. There's no need to worry about that. Seeing that Haruto was different from before surprised Aoi. Is that really Senior Sano that I know? Aoi, seeing the expensive high-grade potion that Haruto had given him, was even more surprised. Are you telling me to drink this expensive potion? At this time, Haruto placed all of his bags on the ground and then opened his status window with a bright smile. Let's get rid of this useless suppression first. Then, he quickly and continuously copied that potion. His infinite mana spread out, enveloping everyone around him. Everyone, upon having their mana restored, were delighted. Huh? This is mana. That's right, we can use our skills again. We can even create a protective barrier now. It's a bit weak, but it's still usable. One of the adventurers called out to Haruto, hey, that guy, isn't that Haruto Sano, the useless errand boy? The others agreed. That's right, I thought he was kicked out of the Great Power Guild. What did that errand boy accomplish? On the other side, Nanase and Fua were still fighting with other monsters. On the other side, everyone was now able to absorb mana, but they realized the suppression was still in place. The suppression hasn't been removed. Could it be that this continuously supplied mana is helping us to use our skills, and it's a wide area mana supply skill? Unbelievable. After the adventurers received a sufficient amount of mana, they regained their fighting spirit. Okay, I think this much mana is enough to act. The adventurers immediately charged to surround the monsters. The mana was still drifting everywhere, which surprised Midsil. Supplying enough mana to overcome the suppression of the subdimension is possible. Midsil, noticing that something was wrong, looked over and discovered Haruto. That guy, Control+C. On this side, the monsters were still attacking the adventurers. Even though they had mana, The adventurers couldn't defeat the monsters properly. Now we can use mana. But why are there so many monsters? The monsters continued to appear in increasing numbers. The adventurers were now covered in wounds. At this rate, we're going to lose. Suddenly, an adventurer looked over and saw Haruto's group rushing forward with countless bags on their person. This person wondered, what the hell are they thinking? Charging straight into the horde of monsters, the four of them stood before the monsters. Shinoda, seeing the large monsters in front of them, was scared. Senior Haruto, the closer we get, the larger they appear. Is this really okay? Haruto smirked and said happily, don't worry, take out all the items from the bags. Moore, hearing this, immediately dumped all the items in his bags on the ground. Under Haruto's command, dump them all. Even the golem listened and did the same. Seeing the strange actions of Haruto's group made the other adventurers confused. Are they throwing balls in this situation? What are they thinking? Haruto didn't care about the mocking remarks and yelled, go ahead, level up as much as you want. Let's go, little minions. Immediately after, he used Ctrl+V, using the mutated golem cores. Seeing Haruto's strange actions made Nanase curious. What are those balls? Fuwa didn't know either, so he just silently observed. Lucas, observing the golem cores on the ground, was confused. Are those the things he desperately wanted to bring back? What the heck is he doing? As soon as they touched the ground, the golem cores immediately transformed into golems. Countless golems appeared, shocking Nanase. They are the mutated golem cores from Snow Golem Mountain. The cores buried underground shouldn't be easily destroyed, but why is there so many? The monsters, seeing so many small golems appear, immediately charged to attack the golems. As soon as they punched down, the golems were smashed. The adventurers, seeing this, gave up hope. Damn it, I thought we could fight outnumbered, but the destructive power is amazing. I don't think those cores will be safe either. Suddenly, the small golems climbed onto the large monsters, using their hard stone arms to attack, causing the monsters pain. With this, one monster was defeated. After that, the other monsters were also beaten by the golems, making them unable to cry out. The adventurers now realize how useful the golems were. It seems thanks to these little guys, we have a chance to win. Okay. Let me support those golem kids. Seeing the golems fighting so fiercely made Shinoda excited and he rushed into the battle. Senior Haruto, I'm going to join the fight too. Even Moore had been itching to join for a while now. Me too. After defeating and eating the core of the monster, the golems leveled up continuously. These golems have increased to level 3. Skill I, level 3. Golems can be created based on your imagination. Golems that were created before can also be recreated. Skill 2, level 3. Can create golem armor that covers the entire body. Skill 3, level 3. The range of the mental connection. Sight and hearing, with the created golems has increased to 10 kilometers. Skill 4, level 3. Can give specific instructions to the golems. New. Seeing the golems level up so quickly made Haruto happy. Nice. The ability to connect with the golems has increased significantly, and I can give them specific instructions now. That's amazing. A status window appeared. Mutated Golem, Skill 1, Level 3. Can be used to recreate golems in any shape you want. The golems charged at the monsters, and then their bodies immediately changed shape. Haruto, excited, said, it's time. Take down those flying dragons. The golems transformed into dragons and flew up, attacking the flying dragons in the sky. The golems roared, causing some of the flying dragons to stop in their tracks. The adventurers below, witnessing this scene, were extremely surprised. The golems have transformed into flying dragons. Can he really do that? And they're flying so stably? The flying dragons opened their mouths and began attacking the golems with their fire breath. The flames engulfed the golem's entire body. Then, the dragon flew over and attacked, kicking the golem to the ground, shattering it. Seeing this scene, the adventurers lost hope. I'm just waiting for something impossible to happen. Can it even withstand that fiery breath, after experiencing it? Haruto was certain with his previous thought. As expected, it's impossible to fight a wyvern head-on, so let's move on to the next plan. Immediately, he used Ctrl+V, Goblin Respawn. His golems immediately regenerated and shrunk in size. Seeing that the golems were even smaller than before made the adventurers even more disappointed. They're even smaller than before. It's even more hopeless now. But, they can't fight the wyvern. Although those mouths, they look like bullets, the golems were like arrows rushing toward the dragons. The dragons, seeing that the golems still didn't know their place, attacked with their fire breath, covering the golems. Nanase below seemed to have already predicted the outcome. Even if you change their size and the shape of their mouths, the result will be the same. But unexpectedly, the golems weren't burned by the flames. Instead, they rotated their bodies into drills, rushing straight towards the dragons. Before they could react, the dragons were pierced by the golems. The other dragons also experienced the same fate. After defeating all the dragons, the golem returned to their original form. Thanks to the golem, Haruto had leveled up continuously, making him happy. If I defeat all of them, will I level up again? That's too awesome. Seeing that there were no more dragons flying in the sky surprised everyone. It defeated all the wyverns. Unbelievable. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, Nanase rushed over, raising everyone's spirits. Let's eliminate the remaining monsters. Hearing this, everyone was fired up. Understood. After defeating all the monsters in the sky, Haruto calmly stood there, continuing to deal with the monsters on the ground. The area around here is now clear. Let's deal with the stragglers on the ground. From this point on, let the automatic hunting begin. On Gao's side, he was fighting large monsters, defeating them one after another. Suddenly, Haruto's golems rushed in, surprising Gao. So those are the golems summoned by Hunter Sano. They may be small, but they're pretty useful. Suddenly, one of the golems jumped up and grabbed onto Gao, confusing him. The other golems jumped up and held him tightly, confusing him even more. What the? Shinoda ran over to explain to Gao. Those golem kids are wearing stone armor like Chairman Takeuchi, so they think you're an ally. Gao, hearing this, didn't say anything, but suddenly realized something. Is your shield a golem? Shinoda held his battle shield with a proud expression, showing it off. Yes, this is the first golem senior Haruto gave me. If I level up, it will become full body armor. Gao, hearing this, didn't say a word and looked at the monsters, deep in thought. That golem armor. There's nowhere that looks like my stone armor. Then he used one move to defeat all the monsters that were lingering in front of him. Don't lump me with them. The monsters were defeated wave after wave. Seeing Gao handling the monsters so fiercely made Shinoda scared. I didn't mean that. I was just following the golems, so I spoke without thinking. On Lucas's side, he was standing in the middle of the area where Haruto had defeated all the dragon. And he had a thought. He used copy and paste to evolve the golem and even eliminated all the wyverns. So that is the true power of Control plus C. It surpasses our abilities, the evolution of the curse. If Michael gets this power, while he was thinking, Haruto quickly called out to Lucas, "Hey, who opened the subdimension?" Lucas, with a grim and angry face, replied, "My family is risking everything. Do you think I would betray them?" Without hesitation, Haruto got closer to Lucas. "You're right. You also don't want to do this. From the moment you faced me until now, you looked as if you were worried about something." Thinking about that, Lucas remained silent as Haruto continued to speak. "Opening the subdimension will only benefit evil people, right? It's okay, you guys wouldn't know anything. Anyway, Lucas, hearing this, unconsciously let out a smile, revealing something. The real chaos hasn't even begun yet. Huh, what the? Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked. Below, a tree sprouted, sending Lucas flying away. While Haruto was trapped inside, Lucas immediately realized, Midsil's skills, defiled tree branches. If you're caught by those defiled tree branches, the mana poison will spread twice as fast. If Midsil is using this skill, then... Suddenly, a root from the cursed tree rushed to attack Lucas. Lucas quickly ran away. The situation is not good. This thing might throw me out of the subdimension. His ability counters my sword. Lucas seemed to choose to stand on Haruto's side. I will use the light to purify this place. Hunter Sano. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Hey, what's going on? Suddenly, a branch of the cursed tree rushed out and grabbed Lucas's arm. Then, his legs were also tied, and finally, his whole body was restrained. The cursed tree grew larger, swallowing them both. The adventurers, seeing the cursed tree, were confused. Didn't we take care of all of them already? This is not just a barrier, it's moving. Recognizing this, Nanase immediately looked up and discovered that the person behind this was an elf. So I wasn't wrong, but why is he in this dimension? Back with Takumi and Shirosaki, Takumi was actually able to use Shirosaki's Thunder Spear skill, which shocked Shirosaki. Thunder Spear, my Thunder Spear, Takumi smirked. There's only one way to use black mana, and that is for the user to overcome their addiction to it and reach the abyss after that. Then, you will be able to control black mana. Hearing this information from Takumi shocked Shirosaki. Overcome the addiction? What are you saying? Takumi replied. That's right, like me. As soon as he said this, Takumi charged to attack Shirosaki, but Shirosaki quickly reinforced his shield to protect himself. But unexpectedly, after a while, the sword actually pierced through Shirosaki's shield. shattering it. One of Takumi's attacks grazed Shirosaki's handsome face, leaving a small scratch. Shirosaki was still stunned. Is there a way to survive the black mana poison? So, could it be that Soda? Thinking of this, Shirosaki immediately backed away, keeping his distance from Takumi. Takumi, sensing that Shirosaki was thinking about something related to overcoming his black mana addiction, warned him, I don't know what you're thinking, but it's not something that anyone can do. When you possess a dark skill, you can absorb black mana. As he said this, Takumi slowly approached Shirosaki. Holding his sword, Aries, feeling a huge amount of black mana, was surprised. This huge amount of black mana, no way, Shirosaki immediately realized. Maybe my thunder spear was absorbed. Takumi slashed at the two of them. A huge amount of black mana was directed at them. Shirosaki warned, dodge. Both of them immediately dodged the attack. And the school in front of them was immediately sliced in half. Shirosaki turned around and saw that Takumi was rushing at them maniacally. Now, your annoying skills are useless. Takumi was excited to kill Shirosaki. But he was frozen, unable to move. The one who froze him was Aries. Shirosaki asked Aries, confused, did you improve the effect of your suppression? Aries quickly denied it. No, I suspect it was done by Hunter Sano. He can provide an infinite amount of mana. So it's possible, Aries reminded Shirosaki. That attack was only half of my usual power, so it will only hold him for a short time. Suddenly, Takumi, hearing that Haruto could use infinite mana, was surprised. Infinite mana. That guy. He couldn't hold it back anymore and melted the ice using black mana. Seeing that she couldn't restrain Takumi, Aries was in a difficult situation. Just as I thought, this much mana isn't enough. Aries tried using ice again to restrain Takumi, but this time he dodged it. Humph. This half-assed ice restriction, is it? No matter how many times you try, the result will be the same. As soon as he finished speaking, Takumi rushed to attack Aries. Takumi angrily asked, who do you think I am? I'm the head of the Blood Tower Guild. Aries bit her lip tightly and strengthened the magic circle to protect herself. Seeing Aries using a mana barrier to defend herself made him laugh. A mana barrier. It seems you don't know. Let me teach you a lesson. Black mana can absorb normal mana to become stronger. Then Takumi slashed the barrier twice. The barrier was immediately shattered into many pieces. Aries quickly pulled out another magic item. She opened a scroll, and immediately countless glyphs appeared, creating another barrier. Seeing Aries so stubborn made Takumi even more excited. Oh, another barrier. Is this your fighting style? You're so shameful. But, it looks like it has no power against black mana. Takumi only used a little bit of black mana to attack, and the barrier was immediately destroyed. Shirosaki immediately charged forward to block it for Aries, and then used his Blood Thunder to launch a surprise attack on Takumi, causing him to be caught off guard. That move knocked Takumi back, taking this chance. Aries created sharp ice shards that pierced into Takumi's body. He was restrained in the ice, and it made him very uncomfortable. Shirosaki hovered in front of Takumi and provoked him. The leader of an assassin organization is bragging about being a guild leader. Isn't that a bit too early? Teleportation. Where did you get that skill from? If you want an easy death, then answer me. Takumi, hearing such a ridiculous question, spoke up. You chased me all the way here just to ask this. Maybe only I noticed. Shirosaki angrily yelled. I told you to answer me quickly. Where did you get that skill from? Who taught it to you? Answer me right now. Takumi, not caring about Shirosaki's question, changed the subject. You know what? I heard some interesting things from Lucas. Shirosaki was confused. Why did you suddenly? Suddenly Shirosaki's face became terrifying. Then, a large amount of black mana surrounded Shirosaki. Shirosaki was submerged in the black mana, while being submerged in black mana. Shirosaki went back to the time when Soda, his younger brother, was dying. Seeing Soda lying on the ground, barely alive, made Shirosaki call out in shock. Soda. On Midsil's side, Midsil coldly approached Lucas and asked, Lucas, before I realized it, you teamed up with that Control+C guy, right? Lucas was surprised that Midsil already knew who Control+C was. He noticed the existence of Control+C. Midsil snatched the holy sword from Lucas's hand, then looked at the sword and smiled. I didn't think I would touch this sword so soon. Hearing Midsil's words, Lucas immediately understood and asked, From the start, you approached me only for the sword, Midsil replied. The power of Control+F is enough to find Control+C. If the sword and Control+C combine, we will be able to save our mother planet. Now that I have the holy sword, let me give you some good news. In the fairy dimension, some of them were afflicted by the curse. I'm one of them. Hearing this, Lucas was very surprised. Midsill, you were also cursed. Midsill, you were also cursed. No way. Wait a minute, you're trying to absorb the power of Control plus C. Midsill denied. Unfortunately, I can't absorb the curse from another dimension, but you can. Hearing this, Lucas was slightly surprised. Midsill urged and tempted Lucas. If I kill him now, the curse will be transferred to you. When someone with the control curse dies, the curse will transfer to the closest person who has control. Haruto was tied up by the cursed tree, unable to escape, and watched the scene unfold. Midsill continued, my next plan is to have Lord Michael kill you as well. That way, I'll have two powers with just one action. Hearing this, Lucas was extremely resentful. So, from the start, my family and I were just pawns. Midsill was talking with Lucas when Haruto suddenly interrupted. Well, I just heard something interesting. His voice suddenly appeared, startling Midsill. I didn't expect you to escape. Haruto rushed to attack Midsill, but Midsill quickly used the cursed tree to block it. Seeing that Haruto had so many useful skills made Midsill interested. Oh, so you copied teleportation as well, huh? The cursed roots attacked, but Haruto avoided them all. Haruto asked Midsill, it was you, wasn't it? You were the one who opened the subdimension, causing chaos in Tokyo. Immediately after, he activated Control plus V, Great Spider King's web. And the webs rushed over to trap Midsill, but Midsill just smiled lightly and asked, is this a skill you copied after being cursed? Is this the best you can do? These little things are nothing to me. Seeing that Midsill was looking down on him, Haruto refused to give up. Little things. It depends on how you use the skills. Even a little chicken can be made into a missile. I still have my strategy. As soon as he finished, he continued to use Control plus V, activating the Great Spider King's web and Bear King's claw. Then, he activated Control plus V again, using the Great Longsword Calicia's unique skill, Blood Drain, immediately. The webs combined with the spikes of the Bear King's claw, surrounding the cursed tree, and crushed the entire tree. Midsill, seeing this, was very surprised and immediately backed away. So, he can combine skills, and also make them stronger. No wonder he's known as the most powerful curse. At this moment, Haruto had appeared behind Midsill. You were so big-headed just now. What happened? Are my skills too much for you? With one slash, Midsill immediately backed away and happily replied, how could that be? You're only making me want that power even more. Hearing Midsill say that made Haruto even more excited, and he touched Midsill. That's what I should be saying. I'm going to take away this guy's dimension. A status window appeared, showing the information. Control plus C is searching for the subdimension keyword of the target. But the result was, Control plus C could not find a target to copy. Not being able to copy Midsill's dimension surprised Haruto. What the? Midsill suddenly grabbed Haruto's hand. You can't copy anything from me. Then he threw Haruto dozens of meters away. Then, Haruto was imprisoned by the cursed tree. Lucas, on the other side, was released and had a headache because of the Control plus F curse. Lucas thought annoyedly, thanks to the Control plus C skill, I got lucky, but, now that the Holy Sword has been stolen, I can't control the power of Control plus F. Immediately after, Lucas entered a different space. A beam of lightning appeared in Lucas's eyes, and then the figure of Haruto that Midsill had appeared within that space, which confused Lucas. Control plus C and Midsill. Why are they connected? Lucas immediately realized something. Could it be Midsill's subdimension? But how are they linked, and why? Although I can see the skills and stats, I can't clearly see the details because I'm affected by the curse. If it is considered to be an existing entity, then an item like the Holy Sword should be impossible, which means that Midsill's subdimension is an item. It must be that Hunter Sano tried to copy Midsill's skill. Then, the way to do it is, there's only one choice. Back with Takumi, he had escaped from Aries' ice, which surprised Aries. Takumi looked at Shirosaki, who was in trouble, and smirked. Unless I settle this, Shirosaki, you're stuck in that abyss forever. I'll deal with that annoying witch first and then I will kill you. Takumi, rushing towards Aries, asked, you're the daughter of Nishihara Tomoka. Right, surely you must have inherited some of the talents of your parents, but that attitude of yours will cause you to die before you can show it off. Aries used her ice to create an ice wall to block Takumi's attack. Takumi seemed bored. Another barrier. Okay, I'll change my approach then. Then, Takumi started attacking Aries more relentlessly. Black Mana rushed forward, but Aries was lucky enough to escape. Takumi frantically rushed over. Running is useless. Die quickly. Aries, still not wanting to die so soon, created another layer of ice to block one of Takumi's attacks. Seeing this made Takumi praise her. You're so dedicated, you're making me cry. Aries angrily cursed. Someone with such a narrow-minded perspective as you. You're the most disgusting in the world. Only those who have mastered one skill can become a true powerhouse, and it seems that I, Aries, am the only one who can do that. Suddenly, the sky darkened, confusing Takumi. In the sky, a giant ice block was falling towards him. He was surprised. I didn't notice that. The giant ice block crashed into Takumi. The broken pieces made Takumi uncomfortable. He was now lying on the ground and cursing. Ugh, damn it. Hey, you're crazy. Throwing something like this in the middle of the city? There's a reason why we're letting them live. As soon as he stood up, he was frozen by ice, causing him to be confused. Aries, standing before him, made it clear. Everyone has been evacuated. There won't be any casualties. Chairman Shirosaki is the same as me. He's best at one thing. Hearing Aries say this made Takumi stunned. Huh? What are you saying? Shirosaki seemed to have escaped the illusion and appeared in front of Takumi with the most terrifying expression, making Takumi incredulous. Impossible. There's no way you could have escaped. Shirosaki's eyes blazed with anger. Takumi quickly realized. Wait, did he absorb the inner demon? Shirosaki didn't want to say much. I promised that I would end you myself. Then, Shirosaki released his blood thunder towards Takumi, ending him.